Hey, how's it going, everyone? It's good to be back. Hope you're all keeping well. Let me just do what I usually have to do first at the start of a session. Change some settings on Streamlabs. Every time we switch, we just have to change some stuff, change donation settings, PayPal links, stuff like that. Let's see. Damn, man, I can't remember the last time I played the game this early. You know, usually DRK is always quite desperate to play the first part of the Phantom Pain because it's his favorite game. You know, he'll always try and play like the first 13 or 14 missions at least. It's so rare that I get to play this part of the game. Yeah, I don't know. When was the last time I fucking did the mission to rescue Quiet? I only play Phantom Pain during marathons usually, and I usually play it at around the same point. It's very rare that I get to play this early. I'm probably going to be pretty rusty at some of these missions. Hold on a second. There we go. Okay. By the way, did we end up doing Quiet's final mission at the last marathon? The last marathon we saved Quiet for the first time in I don't know how long. Like the 4 or 5 marathons before that, we always killed her. But DRK actually rescued her during the last marathon, but I'm not sure if we actually did her whole storyline in the end. Yeah, I told DRK when I handed it over to him for the last session of the last marathon, I told him that he doesn't need to bother with the Quiet storyline if he doesn't want to. Because it can be a bit of a slog doing that during marathons. You know, you have to bring Quiet out on multiple missions to level her up, and it's a real slog. Hold on a second here. Oh my god, my body is aching. My back is sore, my chest is sore. I picked up some injuries during this marathon. I hope they're not too serious. It doesn't feel too serious. I don't think I was watching my posture. Okay, let me see here. Mike could use a little boost. I think this is just the difference between the volume levels between myself and DRK. Can you not just turn the volume up on your end? I'm assuming when DRK is playing that you have your volume on Twitch isn't turned all the way down, or isn't turned all the way up. Yeah, you should be able to just turn your volume up on Twitch, right? I had to max mine from being at like 20%. Yeah, that makes sense. It should be fine though at when it's at 100, right? I don't think I should be low when it's at 100. I guess it depends on the speakers you're using and everything as well, but if you have at least a decent sound system, I think it should be okay once you turn it up. Let's do some of these tapes. Has DRK left the Intel team tape here? Preparing it for later. Yeah, I guess I can show that.
A sniper known as Quiet is lurking in the Afghan wilderness. This Quiet has performed a string of hits on Soviet officers. The attacks always occur in the same area, but sweeps of the area turn up no traces whatsoever. They've even posted guards, but they never spot a thing. And then before you know it, another body's lying on the ground. You ever heard of someone who operates like that? No matter how still and silent a person tries to be, they always create some kind of ripple. Be it breathing, a heartbeat, eating, excreting, body temperature, sweat. If this sniper can really vanish completely, that's just not human. I guess Quiet is the right name. But what is Quiet's objective? The local guerrillas wouldn't use this kind of tactic. I just can't see them hiring some superhuman mercenary. And the Soviet officers who've been killed, well, they were all opposed to or skeptical of the secret weapons development being conducted in the area. Sure, they were a problem for those supporting it, but the Soviets have nothing to gain by killing them. So we have an assassin with superhuman combat skills who isn't working for the guerrillas or the Soviets. Miller has a theory that this sniper is a hitman for Cypher. He thinks it's time we silence Quiet for good. But I'm against the lethal treatment. I say we bring the sniper back alive and break that silence. Because even if this Quiet doesn't say a word, there's still plenty we can learn. Just remember this, boss. If our hunch is right, you'll be on this sniper's hit list too. If things seem a little too quiet when you're in the field, watch out. Quiet's out there somewhere. And if possible, this is one sniper I want back here breathing.
Alright, let's do this shit. Make contact with Emmerich. Are there any other main missions that stem from a side mission? You kind of get the impression that they wanted to do more with this kind of idea where, like, side missions could then lead into main missions and things like that. You know, like, you do this mission, you think you're going to make contact with Emmerich, but then it gets interrupted by a main mission, where now suddenly we're dealing with Quiet, and then that can go down in a couple of different ways, where if you rescue her, you go back to the base, and you have your scene, and then you go back to the main mission, or if you leave her there, then you can just continue along and go for the main mission. You know, where it's kind of where it feels a bit more dynamic with how missions begin and having, you know, missions conjoined and leading into each other. But I think this is the only time they ever really do something like that, right? I saw DRK earlier was showing off the thing with the chopper blocking that path, so it forces you along the path to contact Quiet during this mission. So there's no way not to miss this. Where the plan originally was that you could miss Quiet completely. Yeah, we have to stop all the way back. We have to start all the way back here. Did I see the floating head? I don't think so. Ba 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 bum. What do I want to use? Ba ba bum. Alright, let's just go in ASAP. Doesn't the one with Huey start off as a side? That's this mission, Bad Humans. Yeah. That's what I mean. Is there anything other than this mission that starts off as a side op? This is the one that starts off as a mission to rescue Emmerich and then gets interrupted by a mission to go deal with Quiet, which can then end up in a couple of different ways. I'm just wondering if that was another thing that they had to like cut more of, you know? Like I wonder if that was going to be more of a present thing in the game. Because it's kind of weird, like, you know, having this mission be classed as a side op. I don't think there's anything else like that in the game. Hey, that's okay, bad humans. Oh, I guess there's isn't there the mission in chapter 2 where you have to rescue the man on fire when you go to Fultonham for the last time? Isn't that one classed as a side op? Or the mission to go to the Afghan base to, you know, when you interact with the boss AI? Yeah, I don't know. Low RAM advantage with the Prime sub. Thank you.
Boss, this is important. We've reports of a cracked sniper at large in the Afghan wilderness. The Soviets call this sniper Tiki. Quiet. There are never any sightings, and only corpses are left behind. The Soviets have already lost a number of officers. You'd, best watch your step.
Hold on, I'm looking at this clip. I can't even tell what I'm looking at here.
Be careful down there, boss.
Is this a new discovery today? I can't even tell that it's a head. Whose head is it? Whose head does that belong to? It's a random soldier's head. His head came off his body. Okay. Yeah, I guess. We should probably show the quiet stuff more often than we do. Yeah, fuck it. I think I'll rescue Quiet again. And I'll leave it in DRK's hands whether he wants to show the quiet stuff in the end or not. If he wants to go through with the grind. Taking Quiet out instead of the horse. The horse is just so much better than Quiet and every other buddy. You know? Taking out any other buddy is just a massive time waste. And when when you start to learn the game well, Quiet and D-Dog just become useless. You know? Because you don't really need them to track the enemies because you already know where the enemies are. Yeah. Whereas D-Horse is always a useful tool for getting around the environment. You know, much handier than vehicles generally. Going over all the uneven terrain and whatnot. Dodging soldiers on the road. Yeah, I think the best way to level up Quiet is just to wait until chapter 2 and then just spam out the missions with her. There's a way you can cheese leveling her up. You don't need to actually complete missions with her. You just need to enter the ACC. You just need to start missions. All you need to do is start a mission, go back to the ACC, start another mission. Once the game registers that you've started a mission with Quiet, it'll level up your bond with her. You don't actually need to complete any missions with her.
Boss, you okay? Could it be that sniper? Quiet.
Quiet. Our silent assassin. Where's the sniping point?
Boss, focus on your objective. You need to make contact with Emmerich. Get out of that sniper's kill zone and head to Serac power plant.
I don't have any tanks that I can drop on her head, do I? And we'll go for the classic strat here. Oh, you bitch.
The enemy sniper just disappeared. Zero visibility.
Wait,
If
will
you
it still
can't mark
track
him, you
her?
don't
No,
stand a
no, it'll
chance.
land up there.
Stay sharp.
Damn, she's smart. Something might be protecting her overhead there. I'm not sure. Damn, I feel like I haven't done this mission in years. Probably has been like 2 years since I've done this. Let's see. Let's see if we can get her here. This deals crazy damage as well, doesn't it? Doesn't it take away like 50% of her health? That was pure luck that she dodged. She had no idea what was in store for her there. That's what I just said, Dim. Yeah, I'm going. Well, I'm going to rescue Quiet, and then I'll leave it up to DRK whether he wants to do her final missions. Maybe he'll just want to leave it.
Round outside the enemy's line of sight. Get into position undetected and attack
Oh!
from the side.
Oh my god. I don't think I have any tanks to drop on her head. Okay, let's try it again. If she dodges this one, fuck it, I'll just get her with a sniper rifle. We have enough GMP anyway. Maybe she knows. Don't move. Don't move. Oh! Okay. Right. Is she back in the same spot? Yeah. Okay, now where are you going? Okay. Poke my head up. I think I know what I'll try. I'll try and keep her locked in place by letting her see me. We'll call in the Fulton, drop it on her head. Right before it lands, we'll just bait her into shooting me, and maybe that'll keep her locked down. Where is she? Fuck, where are you? Hey, I see you. Oh, she went somewhere else, I think. Man, I remember I had such high hopes for this fight before the game came out. You know, knowing Quiet was going to be this sniper character that was very likely going to be a boss fight. Continuing on from the lineage of sniper fights in the series, Sniper Wolf. The End, one of the greatest fights in video games, as far as I'm concerned. I think a lot of people feel that way about The End. Even Crying Wolf is better than this fight. You know, like what is there that's really interesting about this fight? You know, she just runs from spot to spot. It's kind of cool that you can catch her with supply drops and drop shit on her head, but that's like the only fucking cool thing about the fight. Compare that to The End, man. It just feels like I don't know, like being able to just bait out her shots with the bullet detection thing, where you can see exactly where she's coming from. Sure, you can turn all that stuff off and play without HUD. I used to do that all the time when I actually used to play this part of the game regularly. I used to play it without the HUD to make it at least a bit more challenging, but yeah, I don't know. It just kind of feels like generic third-person shooting mechanics, you know? Poking your head out, baiting out the detection. Where is she?
Look out, boss. Take cover. There's a laser sight trained on your head.
Oh yeah, there's this mechanic. When she takes out the laser sight, it's a one-shot or something. I'm so out of practice with this game. Got her, I think. I heard the footsteps. She's somewhere over there. Yeah, I think I see her. There aren't any unique, like, hold-up things you can do with her, are there? From what I remember, if you sneak up and get behind her, like, all you can really do is kick her. I don't think you can even get her in a hold or anything like that. Yeah, man, this fight is really disappointing, I think. One of the real low points of the game. It just feels so generic. That's all I can really say about it. It just feels like something you could play in any fucking game, you know? Just kind of... whoa. Hey, what's up, lad? Are you lurking there?
Boss, don't overdo it. You can always settle the score some other time. Better to live and fight another day.
What the fuck are you talking about, Miller? I'm not getting my ass kicked here. What, she shot me once? Did she shoot me twice even? Fade out the shot like... I don't know. It's weird that just like this just feels like the naturally incentivized way that you would play this fight. You know, if you're doing a normal playthrough, you know, you realize how like it's just like anyone can instantly realize how abusable the detection thing is. You know, poke your head up, bait the shot, and then just find out where she is. I like. It's really not that much better if you play without the detection. You have to put in a little bit more work in tracking her, but... Ah, you bitch.
The sniper that good using a laser sight? It's like Quiet's trying to say, the next one will kill you.
Come on! You bitch. Ah! Oh yeah, she can stop and do her photosynthesis thing. I forgot about that. Is that what she's doing right now? Yeah. Well, that's something. That's a detail. I'm assuming she does recover health from that, does she? Similar to the end. Nice. Okay, one more shot and we should be good. Yeah. I think she's over there again. Yeah.
Those abilities of hers. No doubt about it. She has to be one of the Skulls. Now move in and finish your boss. She's working for Cypher.
Quiet is a valuable source of information, boss. There's no need to kill her. Think carefully. This is your decision.
The female sniper. Quiet. Cypher's assassin. Finish her. She's one of the Skulls. Hurry up and kill her.
No. Killing her would be a waste. Bring her back here.
Boss.
Boss!
No, I'm gonna save her. Well, maybe save isn't the right word to use, but gonna let her live.
Boss, you're not thinking of bringing her back here, are you? She works for Cypher. We don't even know the extent of her abilities. She is not setting foot on this base.
Good word, boss. Can't believe you took her down alive. Now bring her back here. Let's find out what she really is.
I hope Ocelot is standing
She's too
right
dangerous.
beside Miller.
Kill her. Don't bring her to our home.
I hope
This is
they're
the boss's decision. I'll send the extraction chopper.
I hope they're in the same room together.
You know I've always got your back. But if you bring her here, I'll just have her killed.
We need a secret theater with Ocelot and Miller both sitting at the same table, giving each other the eyes
Speed Quad, arriving shortly at LZ.
during this dialogue. Using the same radio. Yeah, they're passing the same radio back and forth. Yeah. Give me that fucking thing. Ocelot yanks it out of his hand.
Speed Quad, on station at LZ. Boss, no. Gaining altitude.
People say that their voices are similar. I never found that to be the case. But yeah, I've seen a lot of people say that. I think they both have fairly distinctly different voices.
Departing.
Slipped the line, huh? Shame. She's one of a kind.
Fine by me. We don't need her type. Boss, we need to talk. Get back to base. Everything else can wait.
Confirm. 1 bogey on our 6. Steady at 0.4 miles. It's tailing us.
Shut up, Sean
Don't
Icestone.
lead it back to Mother Base.
Roger. We'll shake it off.
I don't know. That might not be Sean Icestone. I just hear Sean Icestone's voice as all the soldiers. I think that might be Sean Icestone. I think he does play a lot of the soldiers. Yeah, it is him, isn't it? Yeah.
Incoming! Another one! Shit! It's an LGM! Hold on!
Don't insult PS2 fucking textures. That is not a PS2 texture. That's a PS1 texture. Have you played MGS2 or MGS3? Look at this nerd.
No way she's setting foot on this base.
Damn, I forgot about this Ocelot unit.
She's with Cypher.
Thermals! Clear. Seize her! Fire! Miller! She saved the boss.
She was saving herself.
Fire!
Put her in the cell.
Boss!
Keep an eye on her.
Right. Take her away. What are you waiting for? Move! Boss, you are going to regret this. That woman...
I know. She knows our location. Either way, one of these days we're gonna have to kill her. But now is not the time. When the time comes, I'll pull the trigger.
Yeah, I completely forgot about that fancy-looking Ocelot unit. You know, whatever they're supposed to be, obviously you're supposed to be reminded of the Ocelot unit. The red berets, they just look like a special unit compared to all the other soldiers, just like how they are in MGS3. So, like, I'm assuming that's what they're supposed to. That's what they're supposed to be here, right? That they're so they're like these high-level soldiers on the base. But yeah, that's the only time we ever see them, right? Do they show up in Kingdom of the Flies? I feel like maybe I have a memory of seeing them in Kingdom of the Flies, but maybe not.
Boss, about the sniper you extracted, Quiet. We set up a cell for her on the medical platform. The medical team is looking into her abilities. I'll let you know if they learn anything. And boss, leave Miller to me. If we manage to get some intel out of Quiet, that should satisfy him. In the meantime, get on the chopper. You need to head back to Afghanistan. Make contact with Emmerich.
What the fuck were they doing pointing their weapons at me? Venom should have went straight up to Miller and punched him across the face. Don't you fucking dare ever point your guns at me ever again. I decide what goes here, and I'm bringing Quiet back to the base. You piece of shit.
Roger.
This is B-Quad. Arriving shortly at LZ. This is B-Quad. On station at LZ.
Okay, man. Let's go rescue Huey. Right, yeah, back to the side up. And we get to go back to the ruins. Let's do it. Ba-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Ga-ba-da-da-da-da-da. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da. I'm confused. Huey can walk in MGS1.
Be careful down there, boss.
Yeah, I think you are. It's kind of interesting. You're supposed to feel like a boss in some sense, playing as Venom. That you are in control of your base and your men. You know, you control the staff management. A lot of the big decisions end up with Venom making the call, but you are also the pawn that is ordered around. And then especially so at the end of the game when you find out that you're nothing but a big boss stand-in used to create this legend. This false legend for Big Boss. You know, it's the whole Raiden thing again. In pretty much every MGS game, you're a pawn. But I would say I've never felt like I'm as much of a pawn as I do with the Phantom Pain. And maybe it's because of that, because you're supposed to be the boss. There's this pretense of being the boss. I did actually wonder if that was going to be a kind of twist for the Phantom Pain before the game came out. You know, just wondering, you know, given what Kojima has done before with MGS2 and whatnot, and just the mystery surrounding the Phantom Pain and Ground Zeroes mirroring the tanker in a lot of ways. I was wondering, you know, what would maybe you know, we'll just be a random mother base soldier in the Phantom Pain. Maybe Big Boss will be our boss, and we'll just be playing as some random soldier following his orders. I did consider that as a possibility, and that's kind of, it's not really what happens, but it's kind of similar. You know, it's in that same ballpark where we are playing as one of Big Boss's pawns, but it's not in that way exactly.
Whoa, whoa! Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
I have no idea where I'm going. Oh. I guess I'll take this path. I don't usually take this path to get up to the plant, but fuck it. I guess I'll take this plant. This path.
Yeah. 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 Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
He's referred to as Punished Snake in the opening credits for every mission, but I don't think you ever see a character refer to him as Punished.
Yeah. Yeah.
But yeah, he certainly certainly makes sense for the character. It's pretty monstrous what happens to this guy.
Yeah.
Having your whole identity replaced.
Yeah. Yeah.
Wake up as another person.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, Venom is like he's a monster.
Yeah. 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 Yeah.
You made it to Surat Power Plant. Emmerich should be beyond the gate at the northern edge of the facility. We have no idea what he's doing back there. But let's go find out.
I'm playing MG1 for the first time, and Big Boss says, I forgot to tell you so many times. You know, I don't think I ever took note of that, but now that you've said it, yeah, he does say that a lot, doesn't he? Which I guess ties into the idea that that you're being set up. That he wants you to fail your mission. Like, you know, wink wink. I didn't really forget to tell you. I knew this. I knew about all of this whole time. But I don't want you to succeed. That's why I kept all this from you. Well, I hope I didn't just spoil Metal Gear 1 for you. Oh, I think I saw that you were a sub, and you've probably watched us play Metal Gear 1, right? Maybe not. Maybe you avoided watching us play Metal Gear 1. Although, I figure you do know that. You're probably aware of that. No guys up here?
Just a minute. This isn't what we agreed on.
The changes have already been finalized.
It's not operational yet. The remote piloting and AI control haven't reached the application stage.
Who said anything about an AI? That was Coldman's mistake 10 years ago.
Be that as it may, we'll need to modify postural control to accommodate a human pilot. I share your urgency, but we need more time to finish it.
Right. Planning on leaving us, Doctor?
Huh? What?
I'm taking your legs back!
So you're just gonna kill me?
Sahelanthropus is mine now. Listen, I may dwell in the dark, but I refuse to be judged by your standards, traitor. I hope your friends give you what's coming to you. Take him to the base. Yes, sir. Transporting Emmerich to the base camp and returning to base.
We're shutting down. All units, strike camp and clear out.
We still have use for him.
Probably one of the nicest looking scenes in the game. Just the lighting and the colors. Looks nice. There was some of that in the trailers. The shot of Huey getting pushed down the stairs by Skullface. I'm pretty sure that was in one of the trailers, wasn't it?
No doubt about it, boss. That man is your extraction target. Emmerich. The weapon system...
I feel like there's the... I'm not sure if there's a single scene that wasn't in the trailers. There's a shot from pretty much every single scene in the trailers.
disappeared into that cave, and the man who was with it. Emmerich must know something about what's going on. He was transferred to the Soviet base camp. I've marked it on the map. Make your way to that base camp.
Alright, let's go back.
That's an enemy gunship. A single burst from its machine gun can cut a man in half. Tread carefully, boss.
Alright, now we go over to the Afghanistan base. We'll take the same path out of here, I think. Hello.
Boss, get down. That's an enemy gunship. Stay low and crawl along the ground. That should enable you to sneak past enemies.
He clearly saw me. I think he thought he saw something, and then he went to inspect further, but because you were so stealthy and snake-like, he couldn't see anything. You were blending into the environment too much.
Extract Emmerich, the scientist who wants to defect. Head for the base camp.
The camo index is still a thing, it's just invisible. But camos will still make a difference. You know, like Desert Tiger or Desert Fox, whatever it's called, is really good for when you're in the desert. Etc. etc.
That boss? That giant weapon system that disappeared into the cave? I've heard it was the Kremlin's biggest secret. That doctor has been working on it. And the man with the skull for a face. It's been on my mind since you encountered the skulls during the Honeybee mission. It's really him. Boss, he is the commander of Cyber Strike Force XOF. Probably the mastermind of the attack 9 years ago. I thought he and Zero parted ways. I'll look into it. You just focus on the mission.
Oh no! Hey, Hachiro with the 18 months. Thank you very much.
Стоп! Это КП. Поднялся огонь. Открыли огонь в ответ. Сопротивление врага. Враг может все еще прятаться поблизости. Соблюдайте осторожность. Прием.
Nice. Oh, I don't remember you guys. I'm so out of practice with these missions. Oh, did I actually knock them over before the alert triggered? I think I might have. If we're not already still in some kind of an alert phase, I don't even know.
Target Emmerich should be somewhere there. Keep in mind, that's an enemy stronghold. Stay sharp.
Okay. If you think modern AAA stealth games are bad, play their most recent Hitman trilogy. It's amazing. Hitman, the new freelancer mode in World of Assassination is one of the greatest gameplay experiences I've ever had in any game. And just an incredible challenge as well. Makes a no-save MGS2 big boss run look like child's play. It'll also make you think a lot about the Phantom Pain, because both games, I feel, strive for similar things, except Hitman pulls off. I feel like Hitman really pulls off what this game kind of tries to do with regards to strategic freedom and emergent gameplay and having the player come up with all their own crazy solutions on how to deal with problems, the replayability of missions and stuff like that. They have similar goals, I feel. But Hitman like completely outclasses MGS5. The most recent that World of Assassination trilogy, it always really makes me wish that the Phantom Pain just did more of what Ground Zeroes was doing. In the World of Assassination, there aren't that many levels in each game, and when you say trilogy, the Hitman 2 and Hitman 3 feel more like expansions. They don't feel like completely reinvented games. They all feel like the one game. And now they are one game. I don't think there's a way to buy them separately. It's all just classed as the World of Assassination. But yeah, when they were released separately, they didn't have too many levels. Like Hitman 1, it only had like 6 or 7 levels, but those levels were so incredibly detailed and incentivized so much replayability. It just really made me think of Ground Zeroes and the amount of replayability that Camp Omega has and all of the different side ops and different things that they do with that mission. It just really makes me wish the Phantom Pain did the same thing instead of going for the open world thing, where you just had like maybe only a handful of bases, but those bases were incredibly detailed and very, very specifically designed. How many maps are there in total in the whole Hitman trilogy? Like 15 maps or something like that? Maybe a few more? Well, no, they released DLC maps as well, so maybe like close to like 20 something. Even with regards to the story, it kind of reminds me of this game. Like a lot of the story in Hitman is supposed to be related to intel gathering. You know, you go around the map and you listen to random conversations, and you kind of piece the characters and the world together based off all of the conversations that you listen to. Yeah, I really would like to go back and play Blood Money, especially.
Boss, get down. The enemy sniper. Stay low and crawl along the ground. That should enable you to sneak past enemies.
Yeah, man, imagine if the Phantom Pain was just like 10 Ground Zeroes style maps. Or just even like 7 or 8 Ground Zeroes maps, but with lots of replayability, different side ops. That really would be my dream MGS5. No, I was happy for the series to go in a different direction. Like Ground Zeroes was still a pretty big move away from the previous games. Well, I guess the big shift started with Peace Walker. But, you know, Peace Walker was also very, very different to all the other mainline games that preceded it. Very different, like a whole other different kind of structure with missions and tapes and everything. But it was so fun learning Ground Zeroes for the first time, and I really liked the idea of the soldier conversations, and that just trying to figure out where they all were, and like what you could learn from them, and yeah, just listening to all those Marine conversations, how they talk about XOF and all the different things they say about XOF and Skullface, and little tidbits about the weapon that he uses, and yeah, it was a lot of fun just learning all that stuff, and then all the weird little details and the side ops. The monologue from the prisoner. Yeah, in some ways I preferred the less streamlined gameplay. I think they improved on the movement. The movement isn't as delayed in the Phantom Pain, and that's a good thing. But yeah, I wish we still had the bullet drop, because it was really satisfying going for headshots in Ground Zeroes.
Who are you? Snake? It's not you, is it?
Hey! It's just a machine. Are you?
Dr. Emmerich.
Snake? Hey, what gives? Ah! Let me go! No! Give me back my legs!
Right on schedule. Now bring him back to Mother Base. Okay, I'm sending a chopper close by. Get to the LZ with Emmerich.
Hang on a second. Let's use the walker gear I developed to escape. There's a special one here at the lab. Only I can activate it.
Yeah, I see
And I'll
it.
tell you how to operate it.
Ignore Emmerich. We don't need his wind-up toys. It is a long way there. Why don't you use that walker gear of his? No way. We can't trust him. How do we know his crap will even work? Well, it's better than carrying the man the whole way. Boss, use the walker gear to escape. It's your call, boss.
Uh...
I'll start it up. Get this off me! Here we go.
They're single pilot machines. I'll...
Whoa! Hey!
Okay, let's pick him up.
I was developing a bipedal weapon for the Soviet Union. It hasn't been deployed yet. I was doing mobility testing. Once the walker gear is finished, they'll have a huge advantage in close combat. Once they add my masterpiece into the equation, this war will be over. The Soviets will win.
He was developing bipedal weapons for the Soviets. If that's the case, what's Cypher's interest in it? Boss, think back. 9 years ago, we invited that nuclear inspection team to Mother Base. It was a ruse. They turned out to be Cypher's strike force. It was Emmerich who brought them there. He's been underground ever since, working with Cypher.
I had no idea. I thought the inspection was real.
I'm gonna have to get off here.
If anyone's to blame, it's you.
Ah! No, I'm gonna use the checkpoint.
Okay, sending a chopper close by. Get to the LZ with Emmerich.
Hang on a second.
I really dislike that if you want to stealth through the game, you barely have anything to fucking play with. Like, oh yeah, here, use the walker gear. But if you use the walker gear, like, it's such a shitty stealth tool. Well, I guess it's like, right, if you want to go guns blazing, you can use the walker gear, but...
Use the walker gear I developed to escape. There's a special one.
You know, if you want to play the game like a stealth game, here's your tranq gun and here's your fucking smoke grenades, and there you go.
The lab. Only I can activate it.
It would have been
And I'll
cool to
tell
have
you
more tools, like more stealth tools to play around with.
Operate.
Ignore Emmerich. We don't need his wind-up
Right,
toys.
fuck your wind-up toys.
It is a long way there.
Like, that's what I used to do. I thought I thought I would take that thing out for a change and just try and stealth through it with the walker gear. Before, I used to always just trigger the scene with the walker gear and then just pick him up and you bring him over to the chopper normally.
You use that walker gear of his. No way. We can't trust him. How do we know his crap will even work? Well, it's better than carrying the man the whole way. Boss,
That's what I mean, you know, if you want to play the game like a fucking stealth game, like a Metal Gear game, you're really not given that much freedom, I don't feel like. You're fucking really pushed towards a very specific style of play. Like, go around in crouch with your fucking tranq gun and Fulton everything. Like...
Walker gear to escape.
You know, fair enough, it's cool that you're given options to go loud and play lethally, but...
It's your call, boss.
What are the incentives to even play loud and lethally in the first place, right? When you're supposed to be building up your base, and to build up your base, you need to keep people alive and Fulton them.
9 years ago, we invited that nuclear inspection team to Mother Base. It was a ruse. They turned out to be Cypher's strike force. It was Emmerich who brought them there. He's been underground ever since, working with Cypher.
I had no idea. I thought the inspection...
It's okay up to a point, I think. Like, once you... The first 10 or so missions in the game are pretty fun. But then once you get to, like, the midway Africa point, that's when it really starts to feel like the game is just running out of tricks. You know? Then it's just like, what is the game throwing at you that's new and interesting? It's just rinse, repeat, extraction, extraction, extraction.
It was real. I swear it. If anyone's to blame, it's you, Snake. We should never have had that nuke. That's the reason Mother Base was destroyed.
This is B-Quad. Arriving shortly at LZ.
Cypher threatened to kill me. Made me do research for them here. That's right. Creating bipedal weapons. 9 long years. Forced to do whatever they said.
You know, like, maybe if stealthing out of here actually offered some, like... You know, like, maybe if the lethal option really did feel like easy mode and the stealth option felt like something really significantly challenging, then it would be, like, then it would be more interesting. You know, you have that walker gear option there, and that's the way to go. But, like, stealthing out of the place... you know, it's just feels like the same old shit. There's a couple of guards you have to deal with. The missions in Ground Zeroes really felt challenging. You know, you had difficulty options between normal and hard. Some of those missions were crazy when you're at the Destroy the AA Emplacements mission. That is one of the best gameplay sequences in the whole series. It's such a challenge. There's guards all over the fucking place. Everyone's in a heightened state of alert. Everyone's in permanent caution, which is a really unique thing. Yeah, I don't know.
Quad have arrived at LZ. We'll stand by.
The missions in Ground Zeroes were just so much more interesting. They felt really like...
Aren't you going to use my...
They felt really meticulously designed, like the way the enemies were placed, the types of missions. I don't know.
Walker gear? It can take both of us. It's in my lab. You planning on carrying me the whole way?
Всем боевым группам, это КП. Все огневые силы против вражеского вертолета.
Take this bag off, will you? I can't breathe. You came to save me, right? I'm dying in this thing, Snake. Hello?
Shut up. I do quite like that line though. Hello? You're not even talking to Big Boss, Huey.
After 9 years, you finally came. Snake, I thought we were on the same team. Oh. Sahelanthropus? How?
So that's the Metal Gear he built for the Soviets.
Impossible! It can't be active!
Doctor, you're as useless as I thought. This is the real Sahelanthropus. You and your friend will die here. Behold! Today is the day weapons learn to walk upright! Get out of there, boss. Evidence extraction comes first. Head for the LZ. If you don't get away from that thing, it'll bring down the chopper. I'll make it slip somehow. Stay behind cover as you move.
This is Pequot. Have arrived at LZ. Will stand by.
Okay. Now we'll just hide from him.
not out of the woods yet. Get behind something. Get the target to the RV.
Oh, fuck off. Oh, please don't see me. Ah!
Quickly.
I should have went to the LZ when he was looking in the other direction.
It's no good. The chopper can't get close. Boss, lose the enemy before you arrive at the LZ. Touching down. Don't waste any time getting on board. And don't forget Emmerich.
Okay, nice.
Nice work. You never cease to amaze, boss. Here it comes. Use the chopper's minigun. Shake him off!
What happens if I don't use the minigun at all when he jumps up? Will he kill me?
Shoot that thing!
Okay, I don't think I ever did that before.
Snake, talk to me.
I was really
Snake!
hoping
Snake!
I was really hoping he would just fall back down. That would have been really good. He tries to reach you and he just can't. Do we get a checkpoint there? Oh, no. Okay.
Get out of there, boss. Emmerich's extraction comes first. Head for the LZ. Bring down the chopper. Try to slip somehow. Stay behind cover as you move. This is Pequot. Have arrived at LZ. Will stand by.
There is something cool you can do here, right? You can electrocute him with the wires. Don't think I've ever tried doing that before. I just lure him over here?
Boss, don't forget Emmerich. Need to bring him back with you.
He walked into it, it didn't do anything. Maybe I need a vehicle to drive into it. Yeah, you can electrocute him here. Yeah, I think I probably have to drive into it. Or maybe you can knock down the big towers? I don't know. Yeah, I don't think those are going to do anything to him. Hold on, let me go over to this tower. No, there's no way we can fucking blow this up, is there? No. There's definitely a way to electrocute him here. I'm not sure how to do it, though.
You're not out of the woods yet. Find a place to hide. He has really bad aim.
Fuck it, let's just get out of here. These bullets are just for show. It seems.
Stay alert. You're not out of the woods yet. Get behind something. You lost him. You need to focus, boss. Get the target to the RV.
Well, this time he's walking right up to the landing zone. What if I go up here now? Will he actually land? Ah, no. Wait, did he even see me there?
All right, the chopper's touching down.
He didn't.
Don't waste any time getting on board. And don't forget Emmerich. Flawless work. You never cease to amaze, boss.
Okay, what if we just shoot him once?
Use the chopper's minigun. Shake him off. Shoot that thing.
Okay. Let's just get the fuck out of here.
Snake!
So you
talk
do
to
actually
me.
have to deal a
Snake!
significant amount of damage.
Get out of there, boss. Emmerich's extraction comes first. Head for the LZ.
Oh, I'll try the electrocution thing one more time. I'll just blow up the pole with the C4 and maybe that'll do something.
Don't get away from
Oh, we
that
also
thing,
have a
it'll
truck
bring down
here.
the chopper.
Hold
Find
on.
a slip somehow. Stay behind cover as you move. Have arrived at LZ. On standby.
Oh, he is breaking through them. Okay, what if we get him up there somehow?
Boss, don't forget Emmerich. You need to bring him back with you.
Nah. I'm not getting tagged by @Outer Heaven. No, I'm on my own account right now. Okay, fuck this. I think I'm gonna end the mission. I'll try and figure out how to do this another way. There's definitely a way of getting him tangled up in the wires here, though. You can electrocute him, but I'm just not bothered. Dim, what are you saying here? To get Sahelanthropus to blow up, shoot it beforehand until the impact sound effect changes. Oh, and then you won't have to shoot him when you get to the chopper sequence? I'm not sure if I've heard that dialogue.
You're not out of the woods yet. Get behind something. He spotted you. Get away from there.
Now, how much damage do you have to deal?
Boss, don't forget Emmerich. You need to bring him back with you.
When you get to the actual boss fight with Sahelanthropus, you can destroy these things on his back with like one shot, but I guess you just can't destroy them at all during this mission. I never really experimented with dealing damage to him here.
Stay alert. You're not out of the woods yet. Find a place to hide.
There we go. That's it. I think. Dim, was that it? That sounded different. No, that that was just a melee sound. I thought we might have got it there. Oh, let's place down another couple of C4s. Die. How long does it take to recover, man?
Snake, are you okay? Snake!
Okay, let me bring in a grenade launcher.
Get out of there, boss. Emmerich's extraction comes first. Head to the LZ. Bring down the chopper. Try to slip somehow. Stay behind cover as you move. This is Pequot. Have arrived at LZ. Will stand by.
Did he destroy my my supply drop? What happened? I didn't even know that was possible. Can he step on the box and destroy your supply drop? That's actually pretty cool if he can do that.
Stay alert. You're not out of the woods yet. Find a place to hide.
I think I'm gonna need to deal a lot of damage. And I just don't have very good lethal weapons right now. Hey, what's up, Storm?
You're not out of the woods yet. Boss, hide.
Let's call in another ammo drop. We'll get him with a few more grenades. If that doesn't do it, fuck it, we'll just finish the mission. Oh! Hey! We did it! We did it. That's it, right? We got the hit. It'd be cool if the damage you dealt here affected the fight later on with Sahelanthropus. Is that a thing? No? Because there is one cool detail with the Sahelanthropus fight later on. The damage you deal affects the cutscene later on when you bring him back to the base. You know, if you completely fuck up his face and his legs and his arms, all those dents in the armor will still show up later on. I thought maybe you could do the same thing here if you could damage his armor. Okay, right, fuck it. Let's get out of here then. This really isn't worth it, man, but whatever.
Something.
Where are you looking?
It's no good. The chopper can't get close. Boss, lose the enemy before you arrive at the LZ.
I've lost him! I've lost him!
Alright.
Thank you.
Touching down. Don't waste any time getting on board. And don't forget Emmerich. Flawless work. You never cease to amaze, boss. Chopper's minigun. Shake him off! Shoot that thing!
What?
Snake, talk to me! Snake! Snake!
Dim, you have some explaining to do, man. What's this? As long as you use the minigun beforehand? What, you have to use the minigun to destroy the little shits first and then then you don't need to shoot it? Okay, I'll try it one more time. I'll try it one more time. If it doesn't work, you're permabanned. What, Tim? Wait, I thought you were saying that if I shoot it before getting on the chopper until I hear the hiss, then I don't need to shoot it with the minigun. That's what I thought we were talking about this whole time, that there was a way to finish that scene without using the minigun. That's why I thought we were fighting him before getting on the chopper. Why would I interpret it that way? Because that's what I was trying to do before you told me what to do. I thought you were giving me a solution for doing what I was trying to do. Like,
Boss, Emmerich extraction comes first.
who gives a shit about shooting him with the Gatling gun before Kaz tells you to shoot it with the Gatling gun?
See?
Why is that even an interesting thing to do, you know?
If you don't get away from that thing, it'll bring down the chopper. Try to slip somehow. Stay behind cover as you move.
This is Pequot. Have arrived at LZ. We'll stand by.
Nobody did anything wrong. There was just some miscommunication.
Stay alert. You're not out of the woods yet. Boss, hide. All right, the chopper's touching down. Don't waste any time getting on board. And don't forget Emmerich. You lost him. You need to focus, boss. Get the target to the RV.
Heading altitude.
Here it comes. Use the chopper's minigun. Shake them off.
I guess I got the hiss earlier. I wasn't paying attention. Well, I was trying to, but I couldn't hear it.
An upright bipedal weapon. In terms of hominids, it's a Sahelanthropus. How did they complete it without me?
We'll hear the rest back at base.
Yeah. 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 Thanks. Yeah. 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 Alright. Thanks.
Yes, mission complete. Boss, that was exceptional.
Why do you suspect me? What did I do? I'm on your side. What about him? Miller was in contact with Cypher 9 years ago. He was working with them. He's the traitor, Snake! What's that? More truth serum?
No. Stronger truth.
Oh, please. Please keep me here. I need protection. Ah! Ah! Oh. 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 Why?
You're the odd one out.
Why me?
We all lost something.
What?
Except you.
Don't.
Truth serum isn't working. Either some procedure he had done boosted his metabolic enzymes, or he's undergone special gene therapy.
What's he saying?
Same as 6 hours ago. I had no idea the nuclear inspection 9 years ago was a ruse. Cypher forced me to do that research after the attack.
Do you think he had a hand in it?
I do. But there's no proof yet. Take a listen to this later.
We need proof before we can pass judgment. Keep an eye on him. And don't tell anyone he's here.
We'll have him continue his research in there. It's for his own good. The older guys will want his head. We can't guarantee his safety if we let him out.
Boss.
He mentioned something interesting.
The reason why they pulled their plug on the operation in Afghanistan. He said their funding started going to Central Africa instead. Cypher is pursuing new research in Africa.
Africa. What research?
Emmerich doesn't know the details, but one thing he said does make sense. That Sahelanthropus alone isn't enough to cause an RMA. He claims that what they're doing in Africa is the missing piece. A weapon to surpass Metal Gear.
Meaning it's not just another nuke.
All right, I think I finally get to take a food break. I haven't had anything to eat yet so far today. Let me check my dashboard. Food! Ha! Niche, thank you for gifting a sub to Jennifer McCarthy. And I think that's all I need to say.
Boss, there's no doubt about it. Cypher's working on something in Central Africa. There's evidence they've been in contact with private forces operating in the region. If we follow that evidence, we should learn what Cypher is after. Diamond Dogs has gotten a lot bigger. Now's the time to take the offensive. Head back to the ACC for your next mission.
This is Pequod!
Grown Zone, thank you for the 6 months.
Gaining altitude.
Boss, I've been meaning to tell you something. Our old friend Zero hasn't been seen in public since you left the States. That was over 10 years ago now. You suspected he was responsible for the accident at your base in the Caribbean. But at that point, Zero was already bedridden. So it never felt right to me that Zero gave the order. Now that I've seen the man Emmerich was working for, I'm sure he didn't. I know that man. He was our old friend's XO. A man without a face. Not one you want to look at anyway. Skullface. He's the one who destroyed your base 9 years ago. The unit he commands, XOF, was Cypher's strike force. But he's since split from Zero and used XOF to usurp control over Cypher itself. In other words, the Cypher we're hunting isn't Zero. Beyond Zero is a void that's even darker. Skullface.
It wasn't just Cypher. Back in the Caribbean, every eye in the world was turned on us. A private army, just a bunch of guys with guns, in possession of a nuke? Why wouldn't they be uncomfortable?
And that's why you made sure the inspection happened.
Well, I thought our best move was to prove to the UN through the IAEA that we had no nuke. Of course, I was against us having it in the first place, but that was Snake's decision.
The boss wasn't responsible.
Well, don't get me wrong, I still believed in Snake. I thought I was making the best decision for all of us, that's all. I figured we should get a third party to exonerate us before proof of the nuke did get out. And who better to do that than an organization with international authority?
So the truth is, You took it upon yourself to agree to an inspection arranged by the UN. Only the inspection was a ruse, and Cypher's strike force, XOF, showed up instead.
I had no idea that would happen.
Enough bullshit.
Oh, sure, like I could have known. You know, I was just trying to prove our innocence to the world. What's wrong with that?
We're not interested in the excuses you thought up. The truth is objective.
Just see it from my point of view.
You led XOF to the control tower. They seized it, giving them complete control over the base. Moments later, they detonated C4 on the strut legs. Anyone who'd managed to survive was hunted down by the assault force and their choppers.
You can't believe I did that on purpose.
That was the end of Mother Base. But it wasn't the end for you.
How can you... Look, think about it. I lost something too. I built Zeke and it got buried underwater. I am a victim.
That raises the big questions. Why were you the only one spared? You got away without a scratch. Why did Strangelove leave the base on the eve of the inspection? You two were close.
Strangelove?
And how did you manage to build something that surpasses Zeke in every way? Because you did everything they told you. You're the only one who didn't lose a thing. That is the truth.
I was taken away against my will. Skullface forced me to do his research these past 9 years. He used me. I lost 9 years.
9 years. We all lost 9 years. It wasn't just you.
I suppose blaming me makes you feel better, does it? But who's gonna give me back all the time I lost?
You're not getting anything back.
You're not a victim here, Emmerich. You're the perpetrator.
I didn't know anything.
Nobody can back that up.
Yeah, all the evidence is at the bottom of the ocean.
You know the hardest man to break. The type who's fooling himself. That takes time. It's easier to live a convenient lie than a painful truth. Is that the piece you've chosen, Doc?
I'm not lying.
Of course. Just let me check one or two things. On that day, you were in the control tower with them. Lucky you. That's how you got out unscathed. And you escaped on one of their choppers. Only you, right before the base went under.
They had me blindfolded the whole time. I've never been so scared. The whole flight, I thought they'd kill me. But thinking of you kept me going. My comrades, all the way.
And?
There was a plane journey, and then we traveled by road. When they finally took off the blindfold, I was in kind of a warehouse, on the floor. Afghanistan, it was that research lab. I couldn't believe they'd taken me halfway around the world. And soon enough, he came.
Skullface.
He's the one who's really behind that Mother Base attack. He forced me into that research.
What kind of research?
He told me to build a bipedal walking tank for the Soviet Union. Like Peace Walker. A system that could fire an ICBM-class nuclear weapon. That's how the Sahelanthropus project got started.
Sahelanthropus.
Those AI weapons I'd made in Costa Rica were like toys by comparison. A whole world apart from reptilian four-legged crawling and that ridiculous hunched-over bipedal waddling. My design evolved to the dawn of mankind. Sahelanthropus, the first steps towards humanity. An upright bipedal weapon system. Originally, Sahelanthropus was going to be a manned weapons platform. I designed a cockpit in its head, and I planned to fill it with water as a buffering agent.
Like how Paz modified Zeke for human control.
Don't compare me to some amateur. I designed it for human control from the beginning. The problem was miniaturizing the posture control AI. You remember the reptile pod?
The AI that controlled your unmanned weapons.
Attaching it externally makes it vulnerable, so this time I wanted it beneath the armor. Meaning I had to make the AI smaller. I got it down to less than 1/10 the size without any loss in computation speed. but it was still too big for the cockpit. There wasn't enough room for the pilot. If I made the head bigger, its body would have to be bigger to support it. Too big to be practical. In the end, human piloting was taken off the table. I tested a remote control system too, but there was the time lag, and I wasn't satisfied with its precision either. Plus, it would be useless if the enemy jammed it. So next, I went back to trying an AI-only system. To do that, I had the AI pods recovered from Nicaragua. This was a hybrid AI, a combination of Peace Walker's reptile and mammal pods. The only AIs that had ever successfully operated an unmanned nuclear weapon system.
Really? You'd need some help to get that working. Expert help. Did you work with someone?
I worked alone.
You did that yourself?
Well, that's the thing. The AI didn't pan out in the end either. But I did finally get Sahelanthropus walking by folding over its upper body to lower its center of gravity. The first upright bipedal locomotive weapon system in the history of mankind. I guess technically it falls into the anthropoid ape category.
I don't see the benefit of having it stand taller.
On terrain with significant differences in elevation like Afghanistan, you need a body that's vertically adaptable. That also lets it attack from long range while using mountain ridges for cover. So, making it walk upright was the most important factor in giving it superior height capability. As the name suggests, that was the whole point of Sahelanthropus. But I was being pushed for results. Having the AI mounted externally would have been the fastest way to get it working. I just needed more data so it could maintain its balance. But Skullface refused to wait. He dismissed the idea of AI control and took Sahelanthropus away from me before I could finish it.
But it was walking when it came after you.
That's just it. I don't understand how Skullface got it to move upright, without a pilot or an AI. And walking at that speed, too. It's beyond anything I could have imagined. This is like the Wright brothers making it to the moon. I'm just as clueless as you are.
So this Sahelanthropus, where is it now?
I have no idea. All my experiments took place at that cave. I've never seen it anywhere else. Besides, it's still just an incomplete prototype at this point, and nothing but a paper tiger. Even if it can walk, it's far from being a viable weapons platform. It wouldn't be useful in actual battle.
Emmerich will remain here at Mother Base for now, but not as a member of Diamond Dogs. I still don't trust him. That work for you?
Fine by me. He can't be allowed any contact with staff either.
Yeah. A lot of the guys would love some payback for 9 years ago. We still need him alive. But we have to restrict his movements. He can only go where we tell him. And of course, the interrogations will continue. He worked for that skull bastard for nearly a decade. He still has more to tell us.
How long are we gonna press him?
If our investigation shows he really had nothing to do with the attack, we'll reconsider his place here. But I don't expect that to happen. Remember that water tank-shaped object in Emmerich's lab in the Soviet base camp? The thing that started talking to you like a possessed answering machine. That was a pod built for housing the AI used to control unmanned weapons. You remember, back in '74 in Costa Rica. It was in those machines you fought there. They were designated Pupa, Chrysalis, Cocoon, and Basilisk, and each of them was fitted with an AI unit called a reptile pod. Emmerich created it. It mainly handled the machine's posture control and autonomous behavior. But the Basilisk, aka Peace Walker, also featured a second AI pod. That one was called the Mammal Pod, and it was created by Dr. Strangelove. She tried to recreate the boss's personality through the Mammal Pod, but you pulled out its memory boards. That's when it transferred its own functions to its reptile pod. Just like a human brain compensating for damage by using the remaining healthy parts. The result was a unique entity, a hybrid of the reptile and the mammal. It sank to the bottom of Lake Nicaragua with Peace Walker. But apparently they salvaged it and transported it to that lab. Don't let it deceive you, Snake. It may sound like the boss,
but it has neither a personality nor a will. Like Emmerich says, it's just a machine.
When Quiet first came here, she demonstrated her marksmanship against that enemy fighter plane. It showed she was much more than your everyday crack shot. Hitting a moving target from 600 meters is a challenge, but it's possible with the right training and equipment. But shooting down that missile, that's a world apart from taking out a soldier on patrol. The chopper and the missile were in motion, meaning different vectors at high velocity in three-dimensional space, and she shot an unguided bullet that had to fight air resistance and gravity. All that while the chopper was taking evasive maneuvers. Some of the best target leading I've ever known. She has a superhuman sense of spatial awareness. You put her in a fighter jet, and she'd be an ace right off the bat. Hell, your judgment was top class too. Realizing she could take out that pilot, that's quick thinking. You and Quiet could make a hell of a team. You'd be damn near unstoppable. Quiet is still in her cell. Only a few staff are authorized to go near her. She hasn't tried anything funny, but that's what bothers me most.
In particular?
What does she have to gain by coming to Mother Base? I first thought she was under orders from Cypher to take you out. She didn't manage it in Afghanistan, so round 2 happens here. So I lighten the guard. And that lock on her door is a joke.
You gave her an opening. And?
Well, she hasn't killed you yet. And I hate to say it, but she's had plenty of chances.
You made me the bait.
Poisonous bait. What better? Anyway, she didn't bite. Quiet is keeping her silence. So I'm left with no idea again what she's doing here.
We tried communicating with her through writing. That didn't work either.
Whether she's illiterate, dyslexic, or just plain stubborn, she won't cooperate. I just don't get it. If she tried to contact the outside, it'd be picked up by our counterintelligence net, but it's clean. There's no sign she's had contact with the staff, the base facilities, nothing. She's almost got the men wanting her to try something, just to find out what she's up to. And she's in there putting on the failed soldier look, all downcast eyes and defeated sighs. But she doesn't kill herself. She can't be trying to leave Cypher and surrender to us.
So what's the verdict?
This may sound optimistic, but here's how I see it. Quiet came here to fulfill some objective. To kill you, maybe to destroy Diamond Dogs. Whatever it was, before she could do it, something changed her mind. Yes. When I look at her, I sense hesitation.
You think she'd betray Cypher?
Can't say for sure. I prefer the ones that talk. Anyway, we'll keep her under watch. And we're also looking into those special abilities of hers. You'll be the first to know if something comes up. Why not look in on her yourself once in a while?
Right.
Ever since the attack on your unit 9 years ago, the name Big Boss has become known the world over.
What do you mean?
Those of your men who survived traveled far and wide. They fought throughout the world. In fact, they're part of the reason we have all these PFs now. Every one of them suffered their own phantom pain from losing you. Talking about you wherever they went helped to heal their wounds. Your actions and words, your legend, has been told on every battlefield they've set foot on. Obviously, as the tales have spread, the truth's been distorted, painted over. Big Boss sacrificed himself to show us the threat that Cypher poses. He sounded a warning, so it goes.
A warning?
Too much power destroys the hands that hold it. Apparently, you chose to be a living example of that.
I never said any of that.
The moment any truth is passed on, it starts turning into fiction. The problem is, fiction inspires people more than facts. To the world, you're now the legendary mercenary Big Boss. The lessons you've taught the PFs are the reason they're so widespread. They're the reason they've survived. And you know what they all aspire to? To one day go nuclear, just like you did, and stand up to Cypher.
Of all the stupid things you could do.
They'll never understand what you really wanted. Heroes are misunderstood. It takes a man of the same caliber to understand what drives them. Bottom line is, these guys want to be like their hero, Big Boss. And deep down, they all have their eyes on nuclear weapons. They say that a nuke is the only means of standing against Cypher. But these days, it's becoming little more than a slogan to rally the troops and survive in a cutthroat business. Currently, there are 3 major PFs who've expanded into Central Africa. CFA, Rogue Coyote, and Zero Risk Security. HEC's investigations have shown there's almost no overlap between their areas of operation. It's not so much a turf war, more like they have a gentleman's agreement. If you do cross paths with them, you probably won't have to face more than one at a time. Still, don't expect a walk in the park. The CFA, Contract Forces of Africa. These guys are a major player. Their head office is in Pretoria, South Africa. That's also where the South African Defense Force is headquartered. We think the two are closely connected. An HEC investigation revealed that most of the CFA's operators are former SADF soldiers. South Africa has been locked in struggles with neighboring regimes for years. That means constant action, and we know better than anyone that's the best kind of training. A company drawing its recruits from hardened military vets. You can bet they know how to handle themselves. Do not underestimate them. Within the CFA is a company of soldiers made up mainly of locally hired operators. They speak Afrikaans to communicate with personnel from the CFA, but if you notice any speaking the local language, that's them. Though hired from the local population, they were originally part of a paramilitary group, so they'll have plenty of combat experience. And unlike their days shooting junkyard rifles out of beat-up pickup trucks, the CFA now supplies them with the latest gear from the West. On top of that, they've been combat trained by the South African Army. All that adds up to a much stronger fighting force. So don't brush them off. Look at the Angola-Zaire border region. The east bank of the Munene River in particular. It's a microcosm of a problem that stretches all across Africa. There's a civil war going on in Angola, fought between the government MPLA and the Western-backed UNITA. Zaire is still a dictatorship under President Mobutu, but numerous uprisings have broken out in its remote regions. With all the trouble elsewhere keeping their hands full, neither government has control over their side of the border. They depend on militias and PFs, as do the rebels. Government forces, guerrillas, militants, groups of all shapes and sizes hawk whatever resources they can to hire PFs. Conflict brings PFs. PFs expand the war zone, and more conflicts erupt in a continuous chain reaction. Sounds like our kind of work. Mother Base could grow by leaps and bounds.
Okay, hold on one sec, guys. I got to have a bit of a food break there. I didn't get to finish all of my food, though. Hold on. Let's go back and visit Quiet before we do anything else. Assuming I can visit Quiet. Oh, I can't. Huh. Okay, I guess, yeah, I guess we don't get to do that until after the first Africa mission. Okay, right, let's do the first Africa mission. Actually, hold on, let me go back to base. Because we'll probably trigger a cutscene if we do. No? Did DRK do the scene with Ocelot? Where he's teaching the guys how to shoot? Usually we don't trigger that one till chapter 2, but I thought I would trigger it earlier this time. But maybe he already showed it. Or maybe for some reason it isn't triggering now. Weird,
Roger.
Oh, here we go.
Weather surveillance indicates turbulence out there. Try not to get knocked out of the sky.
Got it.
Quiet?
Where does she think she's going? You want to head out with the boss? That'll be the day. I don't see a problem with it, so long as she's with you. She's a crack shot, damn fine scout. Well suited for a clandestine op. Which is more than I can say for the others.
There's nothing damn fine about this... thing.
Here.
Hey,
Blades.
wait a minute, that thing costs a lot of money.
See each individual blade and a depth perception.
You want in?
This is ridiculous. She doesn't talk. How could you possibly stay in communication?
Right. I like working solo anyway.
I like Gorgonzola anyway. Maybe now we can go and visit her, but no? Okay. Usually we trigger that scene after visiting Quiet. I forgot that you could even trigger it there like that. I thought that always happened after the seeing her in the cell. Yeah, let's do these tapes then.
Boss, Quiet still hasn't made any moves. It's got me thinking.
What?
If you took her on a mission, she might break her silence.
You want to let her out?
Sure. Make her no different to the others. Everyone you pick up works for themselves, right?
But her...
I say work with her and see what happens. I wouldn't ask this of anyone but you. On missions, I'll make sure we have someone observing from a distance, and she won't be allowed access to all of the base. As for Miller, well, sometimes it's better to ask forgiveness than permission. The best part is, hiding is her specialty. If no one sees her leave the base, the staff will be none the wiser.
And if she gets away?
If that happens, you'll have to take care of her. But I have faith in you, boss. I think Quiet sees something in you.
It's a big risk.
But it's for the good of all of us. And besides, you can't deny her talent. Her unique skills and abilities would give you a hell of an edge out there.
I'll think it over.
How long are we gonna keep that woman here?
You mean Quiet?
My personal feelings aside, she's putting everybody on edge. You should hear the stories. I got sick from just standing guard at her cell. I won't stand on the same platform as that witch. She hit me for no reason.
What is this, a private army or a kindergarten?
The thing is, they're all serious. They're faced with something they don't understand, and a kind of mass hysteria has broken out. I've gotten wind of countless plots to take her out.
There are no grounds for this suspicion whatsoever. Put yourself in her shoes, assuming they see her as a prisoner here. No, even more so, if they do, she deserves to be treated humanely. I always thought our men were a bit more noble-minded, but... Look, I understand this is a stressful line of work, but to make her the scapegoat...
You've got it wrong. Quiet? She's with Cypher. We have men that lost their buddies to her organization.
You could say that about more than just her. Plenty of the men used to fight for another side, but they've all put that aside to work for the boss.
Cypher is different. And if you ask me, the boss is the biggest problem. Why is he protecting her? Some of the guys are starting to suspect him of... I don't agree with keeping her here either.
So what's your move? Throw her out? Kill her? She's our ticket to Cypher, and her physical abilities are outstanding. We could use someone like her.
That'll make me sick.
Her marksmanship, speed, stealth capabilities for a start. Then, there are the other things we've learned. Quiet appears to be able to use both eyes as master eyes simultaneously. That lets her track targets of different focal lengths at once. While looking through the scope with one eye, she can look for new targets with the other. That's why she doesn't need a spotter. She can operate alone, no matter the circumstances.
See, I told you she's a freak. No one would be able to control her.
No, there's one person who could.
Hey, you trying to get the boss killed?
Well, why don't we talk to him? See if he's willing to take her along.
I don't like this.
It's his decision to make. The two of them might even make a good team.
What is this poll? What's Gorgonzola? Gorgonzola is that giant Gorlukovich soldier in MGS2. You know, in the MGS2 VR missions, the Snake Tails? That's what Gorgonzola is. Phantom Snake is a big fan of those missions. Alright, let's do Pitch Dark then, shall we?
Boss, this contract comes out of Angola. That's right, Central Africa, where Emmerich claimed they were working on a weapon to surpass Metal Gear. There's been a massive oil spill from Mafinda oil field. It's flowing into the river and contaminating the water supply. An environmental NGO has asked us to stop the spill by destroying the facility. Environmental activism isn't exactly our line of work, but it's not that simple either. The group operating the oil facility and causing the spill is the rebel group UNITA. And word has it that UNITA is getting supplied with U.S. military weapons. That sounds to me like Cypher's pulling their strings. Boss, it's time to give Cypher a little surprise.
Maybe one of these days, Kaz. Maybe one of these days. Let's see. Ba-da-da-da-da-da-da. Ba-da-da-da-da-da-da. Hold on, let me just check my development. Decoys. We don't really need anything more than a rank 1 decoy. Crazy how OP level 1 decoys are. Some of the balancing in this game, man. A level 1 decoy is like a silent C4 trank that can knock out the most heavily armored guards in the game. That's what it basically is, a silent C4 with trank properties. Doesn't have the AoE as the, you know, the AoE isn't as good as a C4, but it's still pretty damn good. Marsh terrain. Alright, let's do it.
Angola's Mfinda oil field, upstream from the landing point. A spill has covered the whole area and crude. A pipeline that crosses the Muneni River failed, and now the shore's a mess. Not to mention the villages downstream have no drinking water. To the pipeline from that facility. Taking it out should end the leak. The client this time is an environmental NGO. Destroy the facility. Stop that leak. This may seem like straight-up philanthropy, but there's another reason we agreed to it. The Mfinda oil field was outdated, abandoned. Then the rebel group UNITA moved in, taking it upon themselves to kickstart operations. UNITA's been rapidly modernizing its arsenal. Rumor has it someone's been selling them U.S. military hardware. Intel's analysis suggests the broker's a front company, Cyphers. Keeping tabs on UNITA could tell us who's pulling its strings.
Lowlife, thank you very much for the $5 earlier. Raymiria, thank you for gifting us up to Big Boss SNK. Cheers, guys.
That's one of the targets, the oily water separator tank. It filters impurities from the oil, making it the backbone of the whole facility. Destroy this, and I'll have no way to start the facility up again. It's built pretty tough, so you'll need explosives to take it out. However, the tank is highly pressurized. There'll be quite a bang when it goes up. Make sure you keep your distance.
Okay.
The relay station from Mfinda oil field. They've cranked up the old machinery despite it being much too decrepit to run. That led to the oil spill, which is contaminating the river. To stop the spill, we need to shut down the oil transfer pump and destroy the oily water separator tank. That's one of the targets, the oil transfer pump. We don't have a precise location. You'll have to search for it on-site. Stop this pump, and you stop the flow of oil. There should be an emergency stop button next to the pump. All you have to do is hit it. That's step one to tracking down Skullface. And Cypher with him. Good luck, boss. First, make your way to the oil facility. It's to the north, past Bwala Yamasa. The village is currently occupied by UNITA, so stay sharp.
I actually quite like the atmosphere in this mission. I'd imagine that's why they have you start ASAP, because I think it's scripted, like how this mission looks, the weather, the time of day. Guess they wanted it to have a particular feel.
The war industry we started has taken
one of the more interesting bases to sneak around as well, I think.
a pretty crooked course these past 9 years. With no other options, soldiers have become dogs of war, sent to conflict zones as private forces, or PFs. Guys we fought alongside are dying all around the globe for no reason. No banner, but it's how they survive. The demand for PFs here in Africa is especially high. Cold War standoffs, resource exploitation, tribal clashes. What's big business for developed countries has only brought conflict here. That mess you're standing in is just the latest example. You've arrived at Massa Village. It's been turned into a supply hub for UNITA, meaning it'll be stocked with weapons and resources. Should be a thing or two that'll come in handy. Don't be shy. They deserve to be in better hands.
This game was multi-platform. It was on PS3 and 360 as well, right? I remember watching Knight play the PS3 version once, and it wasn't a pretty sight. I really wonder how much the PS3 dragged the game down as well. You know, regarding the detail of the missions and how much they were able to show.
Children. Child soldiers. Children there are abducted and trained to be soldiers. They're only taught to fight. And one day they grow up and teach the next generation the same way. With a gun in his hands, a kid is as dangerous as any adult. Only they don't know a thing about right and wrong. Boss, do not hurt any child soldiers. If you do, the mission is over.
Ocelot is so moral. Child soldiers. Oh my god. Ocelot can't believe it.
Though they're members of UNITA, those locals have been hired by CFA, the South African PF, and they're communicating through Afrikaans, an official language of the country. We'll need someone with the Afrikaans interpreter skill to understand what they're saying.
Okay. Any of you guys want to go into all these little houses and pick up materials and diamonds? And maybe a poster? You know, we could spend an extra 10 minutes going into all these shacks. Although you probably can't go into all of them. I really wish there were reasons to explore other than to grind materials. You know, like story-related tapes, perhaps. You know, like yeah, like more story reasons to explore parts of the environment would have been nice. Just on repeat playthroughs like this, you don't have that much reason to explore all these other parts of the environment. That's generally all you get for doing so, you know? Just more materials, go into the room, hold down the circle button. Ah! That Trank should put him down in a sec.
Okay.
Oh, now they've seen the guy. Fuck this. Yeah, isn't there some weird thing with those guys? What is it the DRK shows that they keep on equipping the same weapon or something? I just wanted to see the little scene play out. The gun switches models for the sake of the animation. Yeah, like they're using fake guns, right? They're teaching the kids with fake guns. But can they pull out real guns? Do the kids' guns get replaced with real guns or something like that? They pull out real handguns even though they're being trained with wooden fakes. Alright, let's drive on over to the base.
You've made it past the village. Continue heading for the oil facility. It's located upriver.
Yeah, sorry, I just don't care that much to restart and show the thing. Not that I even know about all the bugs anyway. Maybe next time.
Perfect cover for Saner. Now they can blame the spill on a bunch of oil thieves. However you look at it, Saner's far from squeaky clean. Boss, destroy the oil facility and stop the flow of oil. You've got a straight path to the objective. You should find it no problem. That used to be a settlement. Now it's burned to the ground.
The weather has been a fucking nightmare during this marathon.
There it is. The oil facility.
Although, it hasn't been bad every day.
You need to shut down the oil
But it was really bad
transfer
yesterday,
and
Jesus.
destroy the oily water separator tank. The details are on your
I was
iDroid.
melting at the end during the last few hours of yesterday's stream. Oh, hold on 1 second. Let me just stretch. Chat. DRK isn't praying I finished this today. DRK loves playing the Phantom Pain. When are people ever going to realize this? DRK, this is like his favorite game. DRK is defined by this game. Now, he probably won't be able to sleep tonight because he'll be, because he's looking forward to playing the game so much. That's what I was saying earlier. I never get to play the start of this game because DRK is always so desperate to play like the first 12 or 15 missions of the game. This is like the first time I've played these missions in 2 years because of that.
That's some thick smoke. They must be burning the impurities. That smoke is loaded with sulfides. It would certainly explain the acid rain in the region. What? Never seen a chimney before? Wait, you're not getting any ideas, are you? Don't go playing Santa Claus.
Okay. Damn. Have I seen the spinning Eli? Yeah. There's a couple of ways to get him to spin, isn't there? You can put him in the back of the truck, which you're not supposed to be able to do, and when he wakes up he'll start spinning around.
That's the oily water separator tank. One of the targets. Take it out.
Now obviously DRK doesn't love the Phantom Pain, but he really does like streaming it. And showcasing all the bugs. That does bring him, he does get a lot of fun out of that. Let's just trank these 3 guys. One of his most streamed games. It is. It's his main game. Fuck it. You okay? Ah, you son of a bitch.
Hey, you okay?
One of those shots landed. Not sure how long it takes for them to drop after one leg shot. There we go. It's actually a pretty tricky little spot here if you don't know what you're doing. Six of them all in this small little area. Oh god. Oh god, he missed me.
Subject on board. Leave the rest to us. Roger that. Destroy that separator tank. You'll need to use explosives. Got any C? Alright, you planted the C4. Don't set it off until you're at a safe distance.
The camera is offensive in this game during gameplay? I don't think I ever had any significant issues with it. Oh no.
Good. You're away from the tank. Once it goes up, the enemy will come running. Secure the area before you detonate the C4.
What was DRK like before the Phantom Pain? It's a funny question for some reason. It's like the implication is like, was he a completely different person? No, he was still the same salty guy that he is today. But I guess all his salt was directed in MGS4's direction before Phantom Pain came out. MGS4 and the Twin Snakes. That's where all his shit talk went. But now that's been replaced by the Phantom Pain. You know, he'll still take the piss out of MGS4 and the Twin Snakes, but not like nearly as much. I think I can climb over there from here, can't I? But I remember there being some kind of way to get all the way up from here. Maybe not. Ah, fuck.
Boss, destroy the oil facility and stop the flow of oil.
Life also changed him to be much more salty? No, in general, he's way less salty now than he used to be.
Check the details on your iDroid.
DRK was like an assault machine back in the early days. Assault factory. He's mellowed out a lot since then. Back in the shitty Italian internet days, yeah, back in the JTV days, he was Assault Factory. He's pretty mellow now in comparison. That's when he owned the salt mines. And he had to deal with all those workers digging in the mines for him, sorting out contracts. Stressful times. Don't even think about it. Nah. I should have just sprinted down.
That's the oily water separator tank. One of the targets. Take it out.
Oh, really? Knight just does his own thing on his channel, and you'll see a rare MGS stream from him every now and then. Maybe like once a year, once every couple of years. He'll go through the games. Hey, thanks for the shout out.
Separator tank. You'll need to use explosives. Enemy C4. Alright, you planted the C4. Don't set it off until you're at a safe distance.
Oh, am I gonna get caught again here? Actually a pretty tricky level, this one. One of the more interesting missions in the game, I think. Oh, God, where are these guys going? Okay. Security.
Good. You're away from the tank. Once it goes up, the enemy will come running. Secure the area before you detonate the C4.
I made you a mod here, young Snow. Really? Wow. What was I thinking? Really? That's crazy. Ah! To be fair, I've made that mistake with a couple of people.
There's the transfer pump control room. The emergency stop button is probably...
Oh, I thought I had to wait for the alert to subside before I could turn that off. Yeah, I'm very rusty with this game. These early missions. Like I said, I haven't done these missions in probably like 2 years.
Bodies? Why? Oil transfer pump shutoff confirmed. Next, destroy the oily water separator tank. That'll ensure they can never use the facility again.
I banned Young Snow from my channel and this channel. But then someone fucking unbanned him from this channel. I think he got unbanned once and then I banned him again. And then someone unbanned him again after that. But yeah, I'll give you another chance on my channel, Young Snow. Getting seen from every fucking angle here. I should have called another supply drop to get more tranks if I really gave a shit about doing this no kills. Aight. Security. Oh wow, did I actually unban him the first time? See how merciful I was? See, it was actually me who gave him the second chance, and then I probably got sick of his shit again, immediately regretted it. Now I see why I banned this guy. I think the first time I was just like sick of reading all your fucking arguments with Ragnarok on Discord. And then just all the bullshit that you would come out with in chat. Just like petty squabbling over bullshit. But yeah, I think maybe you've mellowed out a bit since then. Maybe you're a bit more chill. He was very obnoxious. I see, Cloud. I'm pretty sure he was. It's not just me, right? I remember seeing a lot of people. You know, he had a lot of detractors back in those days.
Separator tank. Objectives complete. Though security will be tighter after that explosion. Get out of there ASAP.
Cloud, Snow is chilled out. I definitely trust your judgment, Cloud. You're very level-headed. I never see any bullshit from you. I actually banned Ragnarok that time, where I banned both Ragnarok and Snow.
Yeah.
But then I brought Ragnarok back. I think it was always my intent to bring Ragnarok back. I can't remember. I can't remember how it all went down.
All right, you're out of the hot zone. No enemy forces in pursuit. Mission complete. All right, mission complete, boss.
Internet Explorer. I like these Internet Explorer donations. Nice meme. Nice joke. $5. Snipe the end early.
Boss, we took another look into Saner, the owner of the oil field. They were behind what happened. They hired the PF, not United. They restarted the facility all the while pretending they were the victims. One other thing. Saner's Johannesburg head office is just a room in a multi-tenant building. Company's essentially non-existent. 3 years ago, that investment fund stepped in and started gutting it through a series of mergers and sell-offs.
Phantom Company.
Get this. The fund itself no longer exists either. It's a shell corporation. Meaning someone is just using Saner's name from the shadows.
Proxy
What
Company.
about those strange corpses? Just what the hell were they doing over there?
Hey, Snake, I've customized a walker gear just for you. It features a silent running system, great for infiltration missions.
Really?
And you can also summon it to your location.
Is it really good
I've
for
taken the liberty
infiltration
of
missions?
calling it the D-Walker. It's armed with a suppressed tranquilizer gun. If you want to add other weaponry or upgrade the chassis, give the order from your iDroid.
I think maybe I've used the D-Walker like once. The base D-Walker comes with a trank, does it? Maybe I'll test it out. D-Walker is great.
Boss, I've updated the mission list. We received a new job offer. It doesn't seem connected to Cypher or Skullface at all.
What tapes do I have?
You called that thing Sahelanthropus. Where does the name come from?
Well, several years ago, an excavation team discovered a hominid skull in the Sahel region.
Central Africa. The Southern Sahara.
Cypher gave the specimen the name Sahelanthropus, Man of Sahel. And then they covered the whole thing up.
Why?
They probably wanted to monopolize information about human evolution to have a head start in their genetic research. At least, until they had an idea of what they'd found.
It was that big of a discovery, huh?
Sahelanthropus was a gracile hominid, estimated to have lived about 7 million years ago. What's significant about it is how its skull's foramen magnum faces down. In other words, its spinal column supported its head from underneath.
It stood upright.
Right. Which would mean Sahelanthropus walked upright 3 million years before Australopithecus, making it the world's oldest human species.
Walking upright. I get it. Hence the name Sahelanthropus for your machine.
Walking upright was the decisive difference between our ancestors and other anthropoids. Our brains could get heavier once they were supported by the spinal column. That led to the use of tools and the development of complex communication through language. Only man is capable of this. My creation will be the progenitor of all bipedal weapon platforms.
And you did this for Cypher.
No, not at all. Sahelanthropus is the best proof that I never betrayed you guys.
What do you mean?
The reconstructed Sahelanthropus skull looked exactly like the skull we used as our logo 9 years ago in the Caribbean.
An army without a nation. Outside the world order.
The design was based on Pangaea, the supercontinent that existed 250 million years ago, right?
Yeah. When the world was a single landmass. That concept's at the source of our strength.
I felt the same way about Sahelanthropus. Sure, I was forced to build it under their orders, but I always wanted to put its technology back in our hands someday. That's the reason I incorporated the old insignia into Sahelanthropus's name. Don't you see? That's how much I was thinking about you guys.
Oh, I see, all right. I see someone desperate to cover his ass. You can say whatever you want after the fact. But that skull also symbolizes somebody else. Skullface.
Snake, you finally came. Just don't record this, okay?
I'm not recording anything. What's this about?
What I'm about to say stays between you and me. It's about the weapon to surpass Metal Gear. You know a researcher by the name of Clark? He works in the biotech industry, real advanced stuff. His area is bioengineering, but lately he's also gotten into genetic research.
Never heard of him.
Well then, what do you know about cloning?
I think I've heard enough.
Hold on, this is important. Cloning lets you create a genetic copy of an organism. You take the nucleus of one of its cells, and you swap it with the nucleus of an unfertilized egg from another member of the same species. They started out working with plants, but since then they've had success with other organisms, including mammals. It's a hot area for a lot of places right now. Corporations, universities, research groups. There's no shortage of scientists out to get famous and patent their work, with morality taking a back seat.
Isn't that a little outside your field?
It's got nothing to do with my research. But I thought it might be of interest to you. Cloning, and Dr. Clark, I mean.
Go on.
Now, this is really highly classified stuff. But I've heard that an American biotech company has successfully cloned a human being. What's more, it happened over 10 years ago. And the researcher behind it was Dr. Clark. You've really never heard of him?
I don't meet many doctors.
This Dr. Clark is a complete ghost, even to others in his field. His age, where he comes from, that might not be his real name. And I can't even say for sure he's a he. Clark's employer, ATGC, its company motto is embracing your hopes, preserving talent.
What does this have to do with me?
Cypher. Dr. Clark works for ATGC, and they have connections to DARPA. Cypher couldn't function without the communications network DARPA's built. Meaning, Cypher has to be a part of the Pentagon. Or at least, the two are joined at the hip. DARPA is a driving force behind human cloning. It's a pretty high priority project for them. And this Dr. Clark, some say he's a pivotal player in Cypher. But that's not all. Every cell nucleus in an organism contains the genetic information for that organism. Think of it as a blueprint for life. Clark appears to be working on how to decode this information and rearrange it at will. If you could do that, it would mean being able to custom design human beings for specific purposes. Can you believe that? Suppose for a moment that this is all fact. A man of your talents, if your genetic information died with you, that would be a terrible loss for mankind. But what if mankind could preserve you for future generations by cloning you?
All right, enough. I get the idea.
Look, I know it's inductive reasoning, but this weapon to surpass Metal Gear they're developing in Africa, I believe it's something that uses this new technology. Speaking as a fellow scientist, it chills me to the bone.
That's rich coming from you.
If genes serve as our blueprint, then I wonder if they include an impulse that drives us to tweak the design. Can you imagine that? Genes encoded with information that wants its children to decode it. Is life itself putting the direction of our next evolution in the hands of scientists? I guess it would take some real arrogance to believe that. And yet, it could be what Cypher's after.
I think you're barking up the wrong tree. But that was an interesting story. It'd make a good movie.
You have to believe me.
Where'd you hear all this anyway?
Where? I just overheard it in bits and pieces while I was forced to do that research for them.
Right.
Wait a minute. Look, I want to help you. I want to be of service here. I'm risking my life with this.
Is that so? Maybe it's time we brought someone else into the conversation.
No, not him. Not Ocelot. You can't do this.
Yeah, Sangi, there's one call in MGS3 that really ties in nicely with MGS4's development of the Patriots. You know, that would almost make you think that it was planned. You know the call where Snake asks Sigint, how did he get his code name? And Sigint goes on this speech about Zero and how he's this man of foresight and how he sees a new digital age coming, and how Sigint wants to be part of that age in order to bring people together, to fight racism, to get rid of the divisions in society. Like, all of that stuff is like really in line with MGS4, especially with Sigint then becoming the guy who comes up with the idea to create the Patriot AIs, which you learn in Peace Walker. Like, all of that makes sense given what we learn in MGS3. But yeah, at the same time, it is still too jarring in 4 getting that huge development. And in MGS, at the end of MGS3, you learn that it was the US wing of the Philosophers that then changed their name to the Patriots. So yeah, it still feels like a retcon in that sense, because I can't imagine the idea was that Zero was somehow part of the US wing of the Philosophers when that was written. But yeah, that one call in MGS3 is really interesting, because like it really does feel like that it might have been some kind of idea back when they were making MGS3. Just the way Zero is characterized, the way Sigint talks about this world that he wants to create. Obviously, he was... the idea was that he was the DARPA chief, even in MGS3. You learn that at the end of the game in the post-credits text. But yeah, I think it's Zero that I mainly have the issue with in 4. Just learning that this guy... I'm fine with Sigint being the DARPA chief. Even Paramedic being Dr. Clark, I don't care that much. I'm fine with that. I can accept that. But it's just Zero becoming a character of such importance, regardless of who he is. Regardless of what kind of antagonist he is, whether he's the leader of the Patriots or whatever the fuck. It's just the idea that we're supposed to take him seriously now as this like major character, this major antagonist, and that he had this whole history with Big Boss. And I guess it's the fact that we get it so late on in the series as well, in the timeline, halfway through the game, which just opens up this huge can of worms. When you get to the final scene of MGS4 and they start flashing back to MGS3, like when you get those prompts to flash back to MGS3, when you see those shots of Zero, it's just like, what, really? This guy? I'm supposed to be like this invested in this guy? Maybe if there was more of a relationship between Snake and Zero in MGS3, and he didn't just feel like mainly like a comedic relief character. But there's not even that much serious drama between Zero and Snake in MGS3. You know, it feels like Zero is mainly there to be played for laughs in optional calls. It's not like all his optional calls are played for laughs, but yeah, it's just like, you know, maybe if he seemed like even a more serious character in MGS3, you could buy it a bit more easily. Although I do think, hot take, saying a good thing about MGS5, I know that's sacrilege, I do think they make that a bit easier to swallow with MGS5 when you hear him in the truth tapes. And they don't... I like that they don't just turn him into like a mustache-twirling villain in MGS5. I feel like they do, in terms of how they characterize him in this game, in the truth tapes, he still has that silliness to him, that quirk. But he also has that MGS4 development. So they, you know, you can still take him, you can still see him as the same character. Yeah, that's another thing. Well, like he does have he does have a deep history with the boss. Like they go back to the SAS together. The Zero has a lot of things to say about the boss, especially on the Virtuous mission. He does hold a lot of reverence for the boss. But yeah, to suddenly believe that he now loves the boss as much as Snake, or that their relationships could be somehow comparable, or that their adoration for the boss could be somewhat comparable, it doesn't really work, right? Because when in MGS3, the only character that really has this deep love for the boss is Snake. Sure, Zero does too. He definitely has a lot of respect for, but it's not, you know, it's not portrayed as something that's even remotely close to Snake. But then in MGS4, it's like, oh, you man, like everyone worshipped the boss. There's that one call in MGS3 as well, where when you get to Operation Snake Eater, right after the boss defects, and you call Zero, Zero has a line where it's like, oh, there's no use getting misty-eyed about all this stuff with the boss. She's a traitor now, worthy of nothing more than our contempt. It's like, oh, okay, well, you seem to be getting over this rather easily, Zero. Maybe you could justify it by saying, oh, you know, Zero's in command here, and he needs to make sure that Snake is going to be able to do his mission, so he's hiding his true feelings. Sure, I guess you could justify it that way, but it really just feels like they didn't have all that planned for Zero's development. I don't think the boss ever talks about Zero in MGS3. Let's see. Let's do the next mission.
There's a violent power struggle going on within the Contract Forces of Africa, the PF that ran security for the Muffinda oil field. Most of their key people are Afrikaners, but naturally for a South African organization, some of its founders are British. Details are sketchy, but apparently the Afrikaners are holding these British personnel for interrogation near Kaziba camp. We've been asked to rescue one of them, a man known as the Viscount. We don't have the Viscount's exact location, but he doesn't speak the Afrikaners' language, Afrikaans. They'll need an interpreter who speaks English in order to interrogate him. Meaning if we tail the interpreter, he'll lead us right to the target. By the way, the contract specifies that it's all right to ignore the other British prisoners. But the final decision is yours, boss.
If you wanna suck my ballsack. If you wanna suck my ballsack. My balls. Your balls. My big balls. Yeah, let's do it. Nirvana, did I thank you for your 63 months? Thank you very much. Need an official ball sucking emote? How would I make a stealthy ball sucking emote?
Several high-level British CFA officials are being held by their Afrikaner colleagues. One of these prisoners is the rescue target, a guy known as the Viscount. The target's location is unknown, but they're bound to have an interpreter present when they interrogate him. We've used info from the intel unit to predict the interpreter's location. It's on your iDroid. Follow the interpreter and extract the target when you find him.
What's the deal with, like, 7TV emotes and moderation? Like, I'm assuming there are some 7TV emotes that can't get used, or are you able to, like, can you just create completely obscene 7TV emotes and use them in Twitch? Can you do anything with 7TV emotes? Like, can you make... Can you create, like, sexually explicit 7TV emotes? With just, like, straight up big balls and floppy dongs spinning around? Or is there any, like, is there moderation for those emotes as well? Does Twitch have some control over 7TV emotes?
That's not the target. Orders are only the Viscount gets rescued. Can't understand why he received special treatment, but I don't imagine it'll be a problem to save the other prisoners too.
Hold on, let me go back and do a side op just to get some interpreters. I want to listen to the dialogue here. It's been a while since I've heard it. All the different conversations in this mission. Oh, I'm trying to even remember. Do I need to do other random side ops in order to unlock interpretations, interpreter side ops? You do, don't you? God, it's been so long since I've done all this shit. I remember always getting the Pashto interpreter back in the day, and I think I needed to do a couple of other side ops in order to get the Pashto interpreter. Okay. I think I remember what I have to do. Let's go get this blueprint first. Does DRK ever get the interpreters and show the conversations? I don't think he used to do that. So it might be something that you don't usually see at the very least if we do this time. Vlad, you threw some ideas in the Discord? Okay, I'll take a look. Ba-dun-da-da-da-da-da.
The security forces must know something about the targets. After you grab or hold up an enemy, try interrogating them.
Yeah, I can't remember exactly where this blueprint is. I think it might be in here. I think this is it. Nice. Side op complete. Now. I think we have to get the little lost sheep. We have to go back to the same place and get the little lost sheep. It's very important stuff that you need to do if you want to get the interpreter. I actually have more problems with MGS5's gameplay than its story. The gameplay that bothers me the most. Okay, let's go get the sheep. Your camo does matter in this. Yeah, you just don't see the index on the screen, but it's there. Okay, another exciting side up. Get rid of the sheep. Yeah, I think a lot of people end up using the sneaking suit for the most part on a first playthrough. Which I think gives you generally pretty bad camo in most areas. I always got that impression just intuitively playing. I always noticed that I was getting spotted from much further away when I wore the sneaking suit. Okay, now. Prisoner extraction. I don't need to get the brown bear, do I? Maybe I need to get the Wandering Mother Base number 1? Fuck it, let's go get this guy anyway. Do the scarves have any mechanical function? Do they change gameplay in any way? No, it's just a aesthetic thing. Chopper rides kill my soul.
Be careful down there, boss.
For side ops, at least they do. If you're doing like a string of side ops, the chopper rides can be very painful. It's not immediately obvious that you can't just go back to the ACC once you finish the side op too. All those people on their first playthrough getting a chopper out of the area after doing side ops. All those minutes adding up to hours, adding up to days, adding up to years of chopper rides. Before you know it, you're an old man. You've wasted your whole life. Hold on a second. Where the hell am I going? I'm going... Oh, I knew I was going to the wrong fucking one. Oh, Jesus. Eliminate the tank unit. You know, I've never done a 100% playthrough with the Phantom Pain. And I've never done any of the FOB shit. I really need to do a full playthrough of this game one of these days to truly experience everything that it has. Yeah, you know, I've only heard mythological tales about all the animal gathering and stuff like that. I've yet to experience all that goodness. Okay, here we are. Yeah, the FOBs look like the best part of the game, man. I don't know why I didn't do more of that when the game first came out. I think maybe it's not as good now as it was when it first released. I know Bad Humans had a lot of saying he had a lot of fun with FOBs before it got, you know, before the meta became defined. The FOB also is like your main reason for developing stuff. Like there's actually a reason to develop stuff with the FOBs, yeah. In the base game, yeah, there's just not like... It just feels pointless to go around and gather stuff. But yeah, maybe I wouldn't feel as bad about all that if I actually did FOBs. Where the hell am I going here, man? Oh, right, I'm already at the top. Jesus Christ. You can still have fun. There are many different level bases now, so you can get acclimated easier if you're a beginner. Yeah, it definitely seemed like the FOBs were the most challenging. Was the most challenging aspect of the game. So I feel like the main game is really lacking in difficulty.
Boss, I knew you were alive. I'm so happy, boss.
One of the guys out on a mission at the time. He's fallen a long way from the glory days. But will he come back to us? Subject on board. Leave the rest to us.
It'll be dawn soon. Your surroundings will be easier to see, but that goes for the enemy as well. The guard detail in Soviet outposts changes in the morning, too. Watch yourself.
Okay, back to the ACC. Hey, Mr. Man. Ah, yes. So that mission does unlock prisoner extraction number 1. That's crazy, the order of all of these. Doing Wandering Mother Base 1 unlocks prisoner extraction 1, even though prisoner extraction 6 was already unlocked. Okay. Now, when I do this should get me the Pashto interpreter. And then maybe when I do the Pashto interpreter, that'll unlock the Afrikaans interpreter? I have no idea. Let's just see what happens. Yeah, I didn't see you earlier, Mr. Man. There are only a few people in the game that speak Pashto, right? There's the guy during Where Do the Bees Sleep? Do any of the other random people that you come across speak Pashto, or is there any other... I think there is one other NPC, I just can't remember who it is. Maybe there's a few. Maybe it's not the Afrikaans one that I'm after then. Maybe it's Kakongo. I feel like we should be able to get the interpreter that we need. Wait, no! For fuck's sake, the interpreter is a part of the mission. There is an interpreter in the mission itself. And then that's where we get him. We get the interpreter in the main mission. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ, man. Okay, let's... I guess I could still go and get the Pashto interpreter, but we're probably not even going to need the interpreter anymore. Right, fuck this. Let's go back to the main mission. Kaz was talking about it, and I just wasn't listening. Yeah. I'm really rusty with these missions, as I said. Right, let's do it. Back to Lingua Franca. Yeah, Kakongo isn't actually till much later. Well, a little bit later. Well, Death Stranding has very mild stealth. It's not a stealth-focused game like MGS. We're not even close to Chapter 2, Mr. Man. Have you been watching, Mr. Man? I thought you said you were here earlier.
Several high-level British CFA officials are being held by their Afrikaner colleagues. One of these prisoners is the rescue target, a guy known as the Viscount. The target's location is unknown. They're bound to have an interpreter present when they interrogate him. We've used info from the intel unit to predict the interpreter's location. It's on your iDroid.
He was here 3 minutes earlier? I thought he said hello like ages ago. Oh, you meant like 5 minutes ago. Okay. Prefer to do this one at night.
That's not the target. Orders are only the Viscount gets rescued. Can't understand why he received special treatment, but I don't imagine it'll be a problem to save the other prisoners too.
Meld aan met gevangenen.
Goeie werk, troep.
Wel, wat maak ik met hom?
Sit hom saam met die vrou. Ek sal hulle saam ondervra.
Ja, meneer. Beweeg.
So yeah, I guess there's no way to understand everything in this mission on the first time through. If this is the mission where we actually get the interpreter to understand what they're saying. Okay, now we'll slowly follow them.
The CFA are all business. Hard to believe they're interrogating their own. Situation must be worse than we thought. Make a wrong move, and they could kill the target without warning.
You just got off work, Mr. Man? Out delivering packages? On the road?
Afrikaans is the lingua franca for mercs in that area. If you're going to get any information from interrogations, you'll need an interpreter. But don't extract the interpreter just yet. If he doesn't turn up, they won't be able to do the interrogation. If they then decide the target's no longer any use to them, they won't hesitate to kill him.
Mr. Man Porter Bridges. Yeah, Mr. Man is just like Sam. He drives around. He said that he fills up his passenger seat with packages, just like Sam. And sometimes he even has the stream on the passenger seat. Okay, I'm really glad they start sprinting here. Is receiving thanks and gratitude the most enjoyable part of your work, Mr. Man? Yes, that's what Kojima said when he was doing research for Death Stranding. He spoke to a lot of people in those delivery industries, and that was the most common response when he asked what's the most enjoyable part of your work. You know, what gives you the most satisfaction in your work? That it's when you get thanks, when you get gratitude. I think that's what influenced the likes system and the way people respond to you.
Stop! Ek gee jou 'n laaste kans.
This is your last chance.
Die MPLA se olieveldregte. Waar het die inligting vandaan gekom?
The MPLA's oil field rights. Where did you get this information?
I told you. I only know it was an anonymous source.
Dit was 'n anonieme bron.
Moenie vir 'n poepel vat nie.
You're not fooling anybody.
Ask any of the others. Nobody knows anything.
Hy sê jy moet die ander probeer vra.
O, so hulle het saam 'n storie opgemaak. Dit is hoekom jy nie die Britte kan vertrou nie. Weet jy hoeveel Afrikaners sit onder die hele gelei tydens die Boereoorlog?
You made up a story with the others. You British are all liars. You know how much the Afrikaners suffered because of you in the Boer War.
That wasn't me.
Hy sê dit was nie hy nie.
Maar dit was julle wat ons verraai het.
But it was you that betrayed us.
It wasn't me. It was the Viscount.
Genoeg! As jy niks weet nie, is ons seker klaar nie.
That man was speaking English. You see the interpreter? Take a good look at his face.
He only lies down when I get close to him, right? If I didn't get this close to him, he wouldn't have been in the lying down position to begin with.
Our rescue target was behind some kind of plot. Boss, I did some digging, and it seems the target himself gave us this mission through a representative. Obviously, he couldn't contact us
Okay,
directly
let's grab
due to
him.
his predicament. But still, something about this Viscount doesn't add up.
Did I bring his D-Horse here? He is here.
It wasn't the target, but we did get some information. Seems the prisoners aren't held together, and the cells and interrogation rooms are separate places.
When's DRK gonna come back? In like 8 hours? So apologies, you're gonna have to put up with me until then.
Begrijp. Ik kan een vijandige
He will be back. This is his favorite game, remember? Ah. I have no idea if this conversation is even going to trigger here now. Let's see what happens. This mission is all over the place. You put 1 foot wrong and you fuck up all the scripts. Does Hitman get this bad if you mess with scripts and stuff? No. Hitman levels have like 5 million of these AI scripts going on. Each level has like hundreds of these like NPC paths and character interactions. Oh shit!
Boss, one of the prisoners has been killed. We don't know if it was a target or not. Hurry up and ID the target.
But yeah, you know how like each mission in this has a few, you get a few of these unique NPC conversations between soldiers and NPCs, and yeah, the Hitman levels are just packed with NPC conversations to the point where it can be like really overbearing and frustrating. Like you move 2 steps and you come across an NPC interaction. Like you can just spend hours on one map listening to conversations. That's how present they are, and it can actually be something that it was a problem I had with the game. You know, because if you want to be extremely thorough in Hitman, you have to spend a lot of time just walking around listening to people. You know, and then after you listen to them, they'll move on to the next part of their path. And yeah, sometimes their paths can go on for like 15 minutes where they're walking around a building and they stop a few times to talk to various people. Yeah, it's a big thing in Hitman.
When you use a weapon, be careful not to draw the enemy's attention.
Requires a lot of patience. But yeah, highly recommend that recent Hitman trilogy, particularly the new Freelancer mode, if you like really challenging, if you like really challenging stealth. Yeah, I like in terms of like strategy and gameplay depth, man, Freelancer, I would say it goes beyond. I'd say it goes well beyond anything in MGS. Like forget even MGS 5. It's there's a lot of depth to it. There's a lot to learn. I was very impressed by it. The level design in those Hitman games is like really, really good. You could play some of those levels like 50 times and still learn new things about them. Cloud with the 20 months. Thank you. No, Hitman isn't open world. I was kind of comparing it to Ground Zeroes earlier, where you have like these big levels, these highly detailed levels. Yeah, if this game really was just Ground Zeroes on steroids, where instead of open world it was just like individual bases, it would feel very comparable to Hitman, I think. Just with a different style of stealth. It would be like the stealth action alternative to Hitman's more puzzle-related stealth. Social stealth, I think, is the term that the developers use for Hitman stealth. Where it's all about blending in social situations, social environments.
If you run into trouble, give us a call. We may be able to offer some advice.
Let's just hold him up there. Okay, are we going to get the final conversation, I wonder? We need to make sure that we stand far away from the guy, though, right? Or else it won't trigger. Because he'll fall on the ground too early. It's a really nasty problem with this mission. Because you naturally feel incentivized to get close, to hang around the window. But if you do that, you completely fuck up the script here. I think I'm going to risk using a Phantom Cigar here. Probably going to get my ass caught. Let's see what happens. Oh God, stop it. Okay. Hey, here he comes.
Is that him? Take a good look at their faces. devices so we can ID the targets.
Imagine in-game battlefield situations going on in this game trying to run on a PS3. From what I remember, the PS3 version already struggles significantly with frames.
Ons het jou laat wag.
Sorry we kept you waiting.
You couldn't kill me anyway.
Hy sê jy gaan hom in elk geval dood.
Miskien nie. Afhangende van wat jy met jou tel.
Maybe not, depending on what you tell me.
We don't know the informant's identity.
Hy sê hulle weet nie wie die informant is.
Ek vind dit baie moeilik om te glo.
He does not believe you.
Maar as jy so graag die emmer wil skop, dis ek om te stry.
If you want to die, we will make it happen.
Nooit by die Britte gewerk het nie.
We never should have worked with the Brits.
A nationalist.
Is jy 'n nasionalis?
Apartheid's on its last legs already. Get with the times.
Apartheid is besig om tot 'n einde te kom.
Dis die arrogansie van 'n verraaier.
That is some attitude from a traitor.
What am I supposed to say? Trust me?
Hy verwag nie dat jy hom moet vertrou nie.
But how about we make a deal?
Hy sê hy wil probeer om 'n ooreenkoms te sluit.
Daardie deur is reeds toe.
That door is closed already.
Wait!
Move your back.
I really liked the PS2 GTA games growing up as a kid, and I was deeply disappointed by GTA 4 when I played it for the first time. Didn't really care much for GTA 5 either. I would like to revisit 4 and 5 though, particularly 4, just see how I'd feel about it now. But yeah, like I just thought the missions were like incredibly boring in GTA 4. Just every mission was the exact same. Follow your fucking GPS telling you exactly where to go. Perform some generic ass cover shooting. Escape from the cops and rinse repeat for like 20 hours. And where like all the mechanics and everything were like reduced back to pre-Vice City, pre-San Andreas. Like I kept waiting for the missions to get more involved, like San Andreas, or things to feel as complicated as San Andreas or as in depth, and it just kind of felt like the game took several steps backwards after San Andreas. But yeah, I guess that's because they were completely reworking things from scratch and building new physics, and they were much more concerned with that rather than creating outlandish missions with all these different weapons and crazy shenanigans. It was trying to be like a more grounded... It tried to have like a more grounded and serious tone as well, I guess. But yeah, I don't know. It really didn't. It really wasn't what I was looking for when I played it for the first time. And yeah, I don't know. The more restrained, subdued tone and story didn't really do much for me either. I didn't like GTA 5 because I just thought the social commentary was just unbelievably obnoxious. Just like smacking you over the head with their self-absorbed characters and yeah, you know, the GTA parody shtick. I don't know, I just thought it was way too much in GTA 5. But I think it was also just I think I also was just kind of growing out of GTA as well. I don't know. Like, I have a feeling maybe if I played San Andreas back when I played GTA 5, or if I played San Andreas at that age, maybe it just wouldn't have done something for me. I think there was something about playing those PS2 GTA games growing up as a kid. I think a lot of what made it so enjoyable for me was how young I was and how rebellious it felt playing those games when you're so underaged. Like you get completely absorbed into the power fantasy of it. You know, where, you know, I'm a fucking adult gangster doing whatever the hell I want. Whereas in reality, I'm like a fucking snot-nosed 10-year-old. So yeah, I don't know. I think maybe a part of it was just growing up and just the fantasy of GTA not really doing it for me anymore. I don't know. Well, I let the Viscount die. Oh well. Fuck it, let's just let him die and go get this other guy. But yeah, like a lot of it was due to my expectations. Like I wanted GTA 4 to like up the ante after San Andreas. And I was like, well, when are these missions going to get more crazy? When are these missions going to get crazier? And it just felt like it never really went beyond drive to the place and do some fucking cover shooting. I don't know. Which seems to have been Rockstar's go-to thing for quite a while now. I thought it was insane playing Red Dead Redemption 2 and the game design was still the exact same in main missions. Like, Jesus, talk about on rails. It was worse than it has ever been. Where with, like, you step one step away from where you're supposed to go. Sorry, mission failed. You know, you complain about the mission areas in MGS. Jesus, this is like the most... This is like the ultimate... This really is, you know, unparalleled strategic freedom compared to fucking Rockstar. Compared to what they do, man. But the games have completely different goals, I guess. I still really enjoyed Red Dead Redemption 2, though. I was surprised that I did, because going into RDR2, I was like, man, if these main missions are still the same as they were, are still the same as they have been, I don't know if I'll be able to handle it. But I still really enjoyed it, which is a testament to, I guess, the other elements of the game. I just really enjoyed the vibes of RDR, the camp with Dutch's gang going around and talking to people and just taking in the world. I really enjoyed the story for the most part. I thought it lost its way a bit with the Guarma chapter. That was a little bit far-fetched. But then it pulled it back for the ending. I thought I really liked the ending. Oh hey, this is the guy that I actually want to grab. Yeah, I wish RDR2 went more in that role-playing direction. Like, it's a weird game. It kind of felt like it wanted to be more of like a cowboy simulator where you really needed to care about going out into the wild and hunting for stuff, but like, all of those systems were fairly trivial in the end. Like, they were kind of fun to do, but there was barely any depth behind any of it mechanically. Which again didn't really bother me, because it was still just the story and the atmosphere and the visuals. It's just such a gorgeous looking game. Like the visuals can really carry that game. Just how stunning some of the environments are, like you're in a painting.
The interpreter doesn't show up, they won't be able to interrogate anyone. Then they'll just kill the target. Boss, with that panic going on, they could decide to kill the target. Hurry. Boss, you extracted the interpreter. Well, we'll just have to interrogate him to find out where the target is.
Yeah, I wonder when Rockstar will... I wonder when they'll change that formula. If they ever will. Or if their main story and main missions will always just be this very on-rails thing.
Boss, we got the interrogation location out of the interpreter. He also said it will begin at night. They'll be starting any time now. Hurry. Interrogate him. Find out what he knows.
That guy that I extracted wasn't the Afrikaans interpreter? Who the fuck did I just extract? I wasn't listening to a word you said there, Kaz. What's going on?
Don't forget to check indoors. There may be clues regarding the target's whereabouts.
Okay, well, I guess we're going over here. Why was he highlighted, though? Oh, that was the guy, but no, it's just not coming up on the thing. Like, it's... Oh, wait, no. It doesn't say... There's no box here for extracting the interpreter. I guess I extracted him before I identified him. And we didn't even identify him. Okay. I'm gonna die if I stay here. Got one there by mistake. This is going extremely well. Suck my balls.
Several high-level British CFA officials are being held by their Afrikaner colleagues. One of these prisoners is the rescue target, a guy known as the Viscount. The target's location is unknown, but they're bound to have an interpreter present when they interrogate him. We've used info from the intel unit to predict the interpreter's location. It's on your iDroid. Follow the interpreter and extract the target when you find him.
Okay, I have no idea how far back we are. What is the game registered that we've done? Am I back to the very beginning of the mission? Did we get any checkpoints? I have no idea. I think I might just restart the whole mission and sprint to the Viscount. Phantom Pain checkpoints, so you never know where you are. Yeah, man, fuck this. I'm just gonna restart and sprint to the Viscount. La Bomb Ball with the 44 months. Thank you very much. Cheers.
Several high-level British CFA officials are being held by their Afrikaner colleagues. One of these prisoners is the rescue target, a guy known as the Viscount. The target's location is unknown. They're bound to have an interpreter present when they interrogate him. We've used info from the intel unit to predict the interpreter's location. It's on your iDroid. Follow the interpreter and extract the target when you find him.
Didn't I let the Viscount die anyway last time? Maybe the game just didn't register that I killed him. Maybe I didn't inspect him. Thought I let him die. I think I remember where his starting point is. I hope.
Boss, with that panic going on, they could decide to kill the target. Hurry.
Yeah, here he is. Right, get me the fuck out of here, Kaz.
Roger. Target extraction confirmed. Get yourself out of the hot zone. By chopper or by land. It's your choice. We can sure use that interpreter too. Think you can extract him?
How does people seeing you make you less famous? Because your fame is supposed to be tied to how much of a badass you are. And you're not a badass when you get seen. People need to hear whispers that Big Boss was here and that he did all this shit. You don't see Big Boss, you hear tales.
Looks like the enemy's lost sight of you. They're gonna try to hunt you down.
gespannen, das steht hier. Pokazane für Europa, Helikopter. This is Pequod, on station at LC. Gaining altitude.
You did not miss the shower time with Quiet. You're lucky Quiet is even alive. But she is alive.
Mission completed. Boss, now that the Viscount is no longer with the CFA, he says he wants to work for us. Something about him bugs me. But he did pay us for the contract, and he'll probably come in useful for something. See if you can find a place for him. According to the Viscount, the CFA planned to switch sides from the United Rebels to support the MPLA government forces in exchange for oil field rights. By the way, boss, we got some interesting news out of our friend the Viscount. He mentioned that more than a few PFs in the region have purchased walker gears. The CFA's the same. That's Soviet Army technology, and it's still a prototype. Only Cypher could be leaking it to the PFs. But the question is, why?
Oh, I can't wait to go and extract these walker gears. This is one mission that just really feels like it shouldn't be a main mission. Like, sneak around this tiny little fucking camp and destroy or extract some walker gears. It's like, okay. This late into the game, you know? Like, this is your next challenge.
I'm afraid it's been...
Boss, one of the latest missions to come in is connected to the walker gears. This could be our chance to close in on Cypher. Take a look at your mission list.
Let's go visit Quiet.
Boss, I need to talk to you about this. Quiet. Can you meet me at her cell here on the base? Whenever's fine. Thanks.
Hey, what's up, Gracianas? With the 9 months, thank you.
She, refuses to wear clothes. The last staff member who tried to dress her, breathing through tubes. Other than that, she's completely cooperative. She understands English, but she never speaks, sweats, or breathes.
What?
Well, not with lungs, at least. She breathes through her skin. Clothing would suffocate her. Showers are okay, but she can't be submerged.
What's wrong with her?
shrinking through her skin.
She's okay?
She's okay. She just can't move when she's taking in water. Look. See that? She hasn't eaten a thing since she got here.
She doesn't eat either?
Never. It's photosynthesis.
Photosynthesis. That's the verdict from the medical staff?
No, the jury's still out. It's the only explanation for what we've
Ugh.
seen. The Gru had a man with that ability in its Cobra unit. And we don't think she's contagious. Some of the staff can't stomach her.
Scanned feet.
Starting to affect morale.
Real juiced and wrinkles.
Can't you send her on a mission?
By herself? No. But as you know, she does have skill. Why not take her out on one of your missions? Seems to like you. Of course, only if you think she'll be useful. Next time you go out, you keep her in mind.
Okay, I guess we can zoom in on her ass as well. There you go.
Roger.
This is B-Quad. Arriving shortly at LZ. This is B-Quad. On station at LZ. Gaining altitude.
Looks like you've gotten used to working with Quiet. I don't see a problem with giving her some new weapons.
No.
I've already talked it over with the R&D
I haven't used
team.
her once, actually, Ocelot. I haven't used her a single time.
Being a scout sniper, there are two tasks you can give Quiet. The first is to infiltrate an outpost ahead of you and scout out the enemy's positions. The second is to send her to a sniping position and have her cover your infiltration. The kind of sniper support she'll provide will depend on the weapon you give her. Of course, this is all assuming she's willing to follow orders.
Hard to believe how many of those bipedal weapons have popped up around Africa. When did that start? No more than 6 months ago. Didn't really hit me until I came here.
They're not supposed to be in use yet. Emmerich says they were still doing the last round of fine-tuning.
The doctor has no idea. His research has already hit the black market. Both sides of the Iron Curtain will have it by now. Even so, they're spreading much too fast. Sure, the Walker gears can operate in any terrain. Their mobility's just as good in the jungle as it is in the desert. That would come in handy in a place like Africa. They are modules that can one day be used as nuclear weapon systems. And with that in mind, the numbers are way too large. There must be another reason they're so widespread.
Like what?
It's all about needs. To small-time outfits like most of these private forces, this product is a dream come true. Hell, it goes beyond PFs. This is the ultimate weapon, the forbidden fruit, for anyone with an enemy to fight and people to defend.
A nuclear deterrent.
Exactly. Sounds familiar, huh? PFs are all operating off your playbook. You created these times. But could this be the new weapon in Africa that Emmerich talked about? If it is, why is Cypher letting everyone and his brother get their hands on one? What comes next? Selling nuclear weapons in the open? Making them public property?
Why don't they give that a try? Then the next war really will be fought with sticks.
Right. The man we're dealing with isn't foolish enough to make a suicide pact with the world.
So, what is Cypher really up to?
Oh boy, let's go get these fucking walker gears then, shall we? Let me take a look at the side ops. Oh yeah, I restarted the mission, so we'll have to get the Afrikaans guy again. Okay, we can do that later on. Let's do it.
Boss, this contract comes from the MPLA, the People's Movement for the Liberation of Angola. Apparently, new Western bipedal weapons have been deployed to Ditadi Abandoned Village and are a threat to their troops. Our job is to eliminate them. The bipedal weapons they're talking about are, of course, walker gears. As I previously reported, they're already in active service with PFs in Africa. But don't you find it strange? A PF employed by the West obtains a prototype developed by the Soviets, yet the Russia-backed MPLA don't know the details. Eastern weapons technology developed in Afghanistan is being supplied to the West in Africa. Only Cypher would be capable of making something like that happen. So boss, eliminate the walker gears at Ditadi Abandoned Village, just like the MPLA have asked. Once you do, the PF will need to contact its supplier, giving us a chance to close in on that supplier, Cypher.
Please load, game. Are load times much faster on PC? Maybe we should start doing these runs on PC. If we could speed up these loading times a bit.
Boss, this contract comes from the People's Movement for the Liberation of Angola, also known as the MPLA. The PF at Ditadi Abandoned Village has been supplied with walker gears. Your job is to eliminate them all. Destroy them, extract them, whatever you see fit. This just might get us closer to the walker gear supplier, Cypher. Good luck, boss.
Yeah, I'd imagine we'd be able to share saves easily enough on PC. Maybe not, though. I don't know.
Be careful down there, boss.
Does DRK have a PS5? I have a PS5. Maybe we should start doing it on that. I've never played the game mod. I've never played the PC version. Have any of you guys ever done those mods, like the Infinite Heaven mod or whatever it's called? I hear some of those are pretty decent, where you have to like, where they try to make it more like classic MGS with OSP and stuff like that.
The targets have been deployed to that outpost. Find and eliminate all of them.
Loses its luster after 5 seconds, but worth a try. You didn't have fun doing those mods, Young Snow? I think I remember watching one of the mods and it just looked a bit silly. Like they gave the guards better vision, but it was just like ridiculous. The vision that they had just meant that you had to like crawl everywhere, basically. But yeah, I think you were able to also like edit their vision. Like you could determine how good their vision was.
What's the matter? What? Help me!
Fuck. Where is the last one? It's over here. Okay, I could have sworn there was another one.
Nice work. No targets remaining. Your objective's complete. Exfiltrate out of the hot zone by chopper or on land.
You know, back in the day, I would have cared about showing that mission perfectly.
Right, you're out of the hot zone.
Making sure it was a no alerts S rank. A Foxhound code name.
Mission complete. Great work. Boss, we were right. Once you'd eliminated those walker gears, a resupply call was made from Ditati to CFA headquarters. The CFA then contacted none other than Saner. That's right, the shell company that owned Mfinda Oilfield. So Saner was just a front for Cypher. The resupply won't be happening just yet. But we did learn that the walker gears are transported out of Nova Braga Airport. Apparently there's a distribution network on the Savannah that links all the PF outposts. I'll have the intel team investigate this network. If Cypher is supplying PFs with walker gears, the PFs have to be offering them something in return. We follow the money trail. We might just find ourselves on Cypher's doorstep.
Okay, Kaz, what exciting mission do you have lined up for me next? It'd be really cool. It'd be so much more engaging if you had to manage all this intel that Kaz was telling you about. Or if there was a way for you to be more involved with it at least. Like if the... I mean, the post-mission dialogue does change depending on how you perform in certain missions. Like if you extract a guy, then Miller will have something to say about the guy, as opposed to if you kill the guy, you know, when you have the option to kill or to extract. And I don't even know what all the differences are between those post-mission dialogues. Maybe I should do a playthrough where I like really try and dig into the differences between the dialogue. But yeah, I feel like they could have made that a bit more interesting.
intel team has come back with its report following its investigation into PF logistics. Cypher has to be involved with this distribution network somehow. One thing in particular caught my eye. A convoy that regularly crosses the Savannah. On paper, it's just mined resources going to the government, but the security's much too heavy. At the very least, it's worth checking out. Take a look at the mission.
Boss, about those walker gears deployed by the CFA. It appears that it's not just the CFA. PFs all along the Angola-Zaire border are also getting equipped with them. The bipedal technology was developed by the Soviets, but Cypher's the one supplying it to the PFs. The question is why? What's in it for them? The answer may lie in the compensation being traded to Cypher by the PFs. Many outfits operating in Africa get locally mined resources as spoils of war. Diamonds, nuggets of gold, and rare metals. According to the intel team, there's a PF convoy that regularly transports the goods, escorted by armored vehicles, no less. Pretty heavy security for crossing the remote Angolan savannah. I can't imagine Cypher would be so interested in minerals alone. Those convoys have to be transporting something else. Something that holds the key to Cypher's plans. Boss, I want you to extract the truck, cargo and all, from the PF convoy. Let's find out what Cypher's real goals are.
Okay, let's go get some yellow cake. Hold on, let me take a look at my development.
Boss, your objective is to steal an entire truck from a PF convoy. We don't have a fix on the truck we want, but the intel team has spotted the unit that's been tasked with escorting it. They're stationed at the guard post to the north of Nova Braga Airport on the Savannah. The rendezvous with our target will be any time now. Start by heading to that guard post. Then follow the escort unit. It should lead you right to the target truck. Boss, extract them from the mission area. You can check the target details on your iDroid.
Kaz's statements are 100% unverified truths. Pretty much. Yeah, it's the story about chasing ghosts. There's so many of the contracts come through like cutouts and proxies, and you're told that, you know, Saner is just a cover for this other group, and yeah.
Be careful down there, boss.
There's still so much of the post-mission dialogue that I just don't pay attention to. I've always been meaning to do a playthrough of it where like I really try and keep track of all these connections that Kaz is making.
You've reached the guard post. Where's the escort unit?
Where the hell am I going? Let's just go straight to Nova Braga.
see any clues in the guard post that will lead us to the target? Have a look around. Yeah. 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 Yeah.
I like the idea of being so obsessed with revenge you will chase ghosts just for the illusion of getting closer. Yeah, there's I kind of like the idea of it as well myself, but at the same time I feel like maybe they could have had you, maybe they could have incentivized the player to get a little bit more involved with it instead of having to listen to Kaz monologue to himself the whole time.
Bastards are pulling guard duty. That proves the cargo is headed to Cypher.
I don't think Kaz is supposed to be working on the side of Cyphers in this mission. I think he was a business partner during the events of Peace Walker. But I don't think he's supposed to be aligned with them in this game. I think that's probably that's partly why Kaz is so furious in the game. You know, we do get that call in the truth tapes, don't we? The conversation between Miller and Zero, where Miller tells him to his face that, you know, this is going to end with you begging us for mercy or whatever, something like that. Okay, you want to see the super exciting way to do this mission efficiently? Pure stealth, no kills, low level equipment. It's got to be a real challenge, right? You must have to come up with some crazy strat to accomplish this. We have no way to Fulton the truck. How are we going to do this? Well, what we do is we just wait. We just go to sleep for 5 minutes while we wait for them to track me slowly. Wherever you are, the skulls will be drawn to your position. So if I sit here, they will come to me. It just takes them around 10 minutes to get here. So what we do is we slowly lure them down here away from the truck, and then once we get them all down here, we get inside the truck and drive away. That's it. And that's the strat. Does anyone have a better strat? Is there actually in like a... Is there a more interesting low-level strat for doing this? Gotta be careful. Can't let them get too close. Then they'll actually start sprinting. Lure them to the gate. We're on the opposite side of that place. Blow them all up with C4. Okay, let's just lure them down a little bit closer and then we'll go for the truck. Hey, what's up, Scatman? Uh-oh. Where did the other two... How far along are the other two skulls? Did I not mark them? They might be a little bit too close. Let's see what happens.
Good. You're in the target truck, but the skulls are still nearby. You think you can get away from them?
Nice. Exciting.
Amazing. Mission complete. Boss, we searched the truck you recovered. There were two primary types of cargo. First, drums of malachite, a copper ore. That took up most of the truck bed. But malachite isn't valuable enough to warrant an escort. The real cargo was likely the second item, a shielding container. The contents, yellow cake. That's right, the raw material for a nuclear weapon. That might point to the weapon to surpass Metal Gear Emmerich told us about. But who can say? Thing is, there isn't a lot of it. Not enough to make a nuclear warhead. Give us some time. We'll look into it. Try to figure out why they had this under such close guard. Boss, this is an emergency. We had two intel team agents undercover at the PF, Contract Forces of Africa. The CFA have captured them both. They don't have long to live. You've got to get them out of there ASAP. This means Cypher might be getting wind of our existence. We may need to move more cautiously from now on. I just hope this incident has nothing to do with them. I've added the details to your mission list. Don't let them down, boss.
Boss, I have the report on that cargo we stole from Cypher's truck. The PF was transporting two things. The analysis of that malachite has come back first. Naturally, the main compound is copper. There's also a small amount of cobalt. Nothing unusual so far. Southern Zaire is a well-known copper belt. However, in addition to these, we also detected a trace amount of uranium. The content percentage, though, is too low for nuclear development. It most likely came from Shinkalobwe mine. That's where the uranium in that area comes from. The mine's closed, as all the high-purity uranium ore dried up a long time ago. But you could probably still find it there in small quantities. That said, there are plenty of other uranium mines that are in operation, like in Niger, Namibia, South Africa. Why go to an abandoned mine to scrape up whatever's left and ship it out in mass quantities without refining it? They were transporting that yellow cake too, which would suggest they have the technology to refine uranium. Anyway, that about sums it up. Unfortunately, the analysis of that yellow cake is taking a little longer. I'll let you know when it's done.
Hey, thank you for the shout out again, whoever that was. Yeah, if you're new to what we do here and these crazy marathons, make sure to give me a follow, because our next marathon will be over on my channel. We alternate between the two channels when we do these marathons. And our next marathon, it'll probably be an even crazier marathon. It might be like 8, 9, 10 days. I don't know. I don't know how crazy we're going to go yet. But, yeah, we'll probably do some more of the spin-offs in the next marathon. Maybe some Snatcher, Police Nauts, or something. We'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. We're not sure what we're going to do yet.
Zero Risk Security aren't as hardcore a military outfit compared to the other two PFs in this region. The company sends operators to conflict regions around the world, not just Africa. They have decades of combined experience. They're also based out of South Africa. Their headquarters is in Johannesburg. A lot of their work involves corporate security for South African companies, but a good number of their operators are retired South African military. So don't mistake them for a bunch of security guards. Boss, this is an emergency. We had 2 intel team agents undercover at the PF Contract Forces of Africa. The CFA have captured them both. They don't have long to live. You've got to get them out of there ASAP. Since our mission at the oil field, we're no longer just business rivals to the CFA. We're enemies, and they want revenge. Our men will be killed the moment the interrogation's complete. And then it won't just be a matter of 2 dead soldiers. Their execution will be a catalyst, sparking resentment within Diamond Dogs against the CFA. Our men will push us to retaliate. Then things will cease to be about business. We'll be starting a personal war. That's not what we set out to do. The 2 men are being held in Kaziba camp. Hurry, boss. They're counting on you. Don't let them down.
Lighten. Fun fact. Did you know MGS5 side op mission, Wandering Soldiers, survived 9 years? Question mark. It's because MGS survived. When you beat the game, the wormhole, you go back to the desert. I feel like I kind of understand what you're saying. The Wandering Mother Base soldiers tie into Metal Gear Survive story and the alternate dimensions and shit or whatever goes on with that story, and they come through a wormhole. Yeah, I think I did know that, but I forgot about it. I think I haven't finished Survive. Bad Humans, what are you saying here? Metal Gear Mobile may make an appearance, only a rumor. Maybe, who knows? Who knows?
2 of our intel team members are being held captive by the PF in that area, the CFA. Your job is to rescue them. They don't have long to live. It appears that one of our 2 men has broken out of the encampment and is on the run. He contacted us to say he was surrounded. That's the last we heard from him. Your map is marked with a predicted field of movement based on where his transmissions cut off. The other man is still captive inside the encampment. Boss, rescue our men. Extract them both and get them back to Mother Base.
Be careful down there, boss.
Our staff member on the run last contacted us from that forest. The enemy PF already has troops spread out in a manhunt to find him. Keep your eyes open.
Okay, we ready for some deep,
Extract our man before their search
for
team
some
can
deep
find him.
intel team lore?
Check his location on your iDroid. You've reached the target's predicted field of movement. If he's gone to ground, he'll have hidden himself somewhere in that area. Find him. All right, that's the target. Quickly, extract him while you can.
Boss, our other man is here. I never told them the thing. I have intel of them. I swallowed it.
So here's our undercover intel agent. Hold on. I'll fill DRK's shoes here for a second. Put him down. This one is pretty funny. We learned a little bit more about them. See what they're all about.
Diamond Dog's intel team specializes in information gathering, mainly humans and SIGINT. They plant scouts and moles in the field. These operatives will blend into the local populace and work under the guise of a resident, or disguise themselves as travelers and ask around for information. They observe targets using various hidden bugs, cameras, and transmitters, and by tapping their satellite and phone communications. Analyzing all this information creates a clear picture of how wars and the PFs fighting them are changing. This data can also be used for threat assessment when deciding whether to accept contracts from certain clients. And during missions, the intel team keeps track of target locations and produces FOM predictions, reporting mission-critical information based on real-time remote observation of changes in the AO. What you hear from us over the radio is based on how we interpret the data gathered at the command platform. However, intel team operatives go unarmed in almost all situations to avoid revealing themselves to the enemy. Some will carry a knife, but most have nothing at all. As such, don't expect them to help you take on heavily armed adversaries like PF soldiers. Think of them as entirely passive in the hot zone. Plus, they use all manner of techniques to remain inconspicuous in the field. If you ever spot one, you'll have some serious explaining to do. So remember,
Damn
their
right,
specialty
man.
is espionage. They may not be of use in a firefight, but when it comes to intel, they're pros.
This guy really has some explaining to do. The other guy is the same, right? Decked out in the Diamond Dogs gear. These guys should be wearing business suits with wigs and fake mustaches. We can just extract this guy, can't we? Yeah. The other guy, we actually need to take him to a chopper.
intel he could. He got a lead on what's happening with the CFA. Check it on your iDroid. Kaziba Camp, enemy outpost. It's got good visibility and not many places to hide. Use the landscape wherever possible. Roger. That's him. That's the target. He's injured. Looks half-starved, too. There's no way he can stand the shock of a full extraction. Get him out by chopper.
They kept saying the disease was her fault. Just shouting it at me.
Yeah, go on.
Just shouting it at me. Over and over.
This is B-Quad. Arriving shortly at LZ.
Kept saying, you think we're angry? The poor bastards from Massive Village.
This is B-Quad. I've arrived at LZ. We'll stand by.
Extract the target. He's the prisoner you ID'd before. Now extract the other target. You can view his location on your iDroid. Now extract the other target. You can view his location on your iDroid. Confirmed extraction of both targets. Boss, on behalf of all the Diamond Dogs, thank you.
Departing.
That's it. You've made it out of the hot zone. No sign of the enemy. Mission complete, boss. Amazing. Mission complete.
All right, Kaz, what's next? Line them up.
Boss, one of the job offers we received concerns me. There's a PF commander who's been talking big about getting into the nuclear arms trade. This could be connected to that yellow cake. And there's another contract I'd like you to handle. It's a wet job, but we need to divert Cypher's attention. Check the mission list for the details.
Boss, sorry to keep you waiting. We finally finished analyzing that yellow cake Cypher was moving. There was nothing unusual about the composition of the yellow cake itself. Most of it was oxidized uranium, with the rest being impurities, various metals as well as traces of organic matter. What's interesting is the composition of these impurities. When we checked them against the impurities found in the copper ore, it was clear the yellow cake didn't come from Shinkalobwe, meaning they went to the trouble of mining two sources of uranium, then transported them together in different states. Another thing, we detected a very thin layer of highly enriched uranium in the middle of the yellow cake. Now that is very interesting. It may not be a lot, but it points to the existence of uranium-enriching technology. After all, yellow cake can't naturally produce highly enriched uranium. If they could mass-produce this, they'd be just one step away from a gun barrel-type nuclear bomb.
But uranium enrichment requires advanced technology and a large-scale facility. If that kind of place existed in Zaire, the Soviet Union wouldn't sit idly by. And there's another question. Where were they transporting the yellowcake and malachite uranium? The first place that comes to mind is South Africa. The government was supposed to have abandoned nuclear weapons development after caving to international pressure. But rumors persist that it's continued in secret. Plus, CRS were escorting the truck, and they're based out of South Africa. And then South Africa does have an abandoned test site. If Cypher's involved with nuclear development in South Africa. But how would that fit with their weapon to surpass Metal Gear? We need more information.
Shinkolobwe. There's a name I haven't heard in a while.
The U.S. bought a lot of uranium from Shinkolobwe mine during World War II for the Manhattan Project. They even sent a squad from the Army Corps of Engineers to reopen the mine after it was flooded. That's how good its uranium must have been. With that, the world's first nuclear test was a success. Shinkolobwe uranium might have been used in the Hiroshima and Nagasaki bombs, too. Just hearing its name is like seeing all the phantoms of the war rise up to haunt us. But all the uranium's dried up, and the mine's been closed for years.
So someone reopened it?
Right. Zero-risk security seized control of the area and were forcing locals to work in it. And the Zairean government was getting a slice of what they took in exchange for looking the other way. Mobutu has to finance his tastes somehow. He'll gladly sell the rights to some old mine. The question is, why would zero-risk security do this kind of thing?
Or rather, why were their employers, Cypher, interested in an abandoned mine? Maybe getting trace amounts of uranium, and to the naked eye it appears to be ordinary malachite, meaning security would be lax. Not a very efficient way of obtaining it, but easier to move.
But how would they enrich it at its destination?
Did the yellowcake really have a layer of highly enriched uranium in it?
Having trouble believing it?
No. If they say it's real, then it's real. In which case, they might have some enrichment method that we don't know about.
And this was to test it out?
It's possible. And that would mean it's almost complete.
Rogue Coyote operates mainly out of Africa these days. Of the 3 PFs, they're the smallest. However, they scooped up most of the Rhodesian SAS after the country collapsed 4 years ago. Picture their entire organization as one big special forces unit. With Rhodesia a British colony, the Rhodesian SAS had its origins in 22 SAS Sea Squadron. They started out as a group known as the Southern Rhodesia Volunteers. But in '51 they were incorporated into 22 SAS as members of the British Commonwealth and deployed to fight guerrillas in the Malayan emergency. Even now, 22 SAS keeps the Sea Squadron designation empty in recognition of their service. In a way, you could say the SAS almost makes up the core of Rogue Coyote. Later on, they were bolstered by other talent, including former Celis Scouts and 32 Battalion. These guys are direct descendants of the best special forces in the world. They won't go down without a fight. Don't get careless. Kunganga Mine. A civil war's been going on in that region for the last 20 years. It's being fought by what are now 2 ethnic groups, the Buta and the Mbele. Originally, you could barely tell them apart, but the reason for the current armed conflict goes back to World War I. After the war, their land was colonized by a European power, and it decided to give local control to the Buta. That split the 2 groups into rulers and subjects, laying the foundations for an inevitable civil war. The friction between them remained even after they won independence from Europe. The Buta are holding on to power to this day, and the Mbele rebels continue to fight back. The conflict is funded by locally mined gold, rare metals, diamonds. They've used the money from those to arm themselves, buy oil, and even hire PFs. The Buta administration owns the mining rights to Kunganga Mine. But most of the laborers are Mbele, who they've taken prisoner. The product they've gouged out of their land is bought up by cheap Western corporations. And the civil war is fueled by the profits. That's how it goes. One country's people is split apart by another country. Then the 2 groups tear up their own land for money in order to fight each other. Now this civil war started by a foreign power is the norm, and it's sucking up all the country's resources. PFs are just the same. They follow the money, taking war with them wherever they go. That goes for us too. It's an endless river of bloody retaliation, and we're standing downstream. Should we make a stand and staunch the flow? Or wade in amongst the corpses and make a bigger splash than the rest? We'll follow your lead, boss.
Okay, man. Let's see. Blood runs deep and on the trail. Eliminate the 6 Rebel and Belay soldiers. This is the kids, right? Eliminate the Major, yeah. The diamond and the cracked diamond. Right, let's go rescue these little shits.
There's 6 targets. Our contract is to kill them all. And the client is the general they served under. He wants them dead to keep them from talking. Check a VI on your iDroid for more information.
I think it's a bit of both with regards to Venom as a silent protagonist. Having a bigger name like Kiefer meant that they wouldn't be able to have as much dialogue for Snake. But then Kojima decided to play with that limitation.
Heavy plantation. The targets are mixed in with the soldiers.
You know, Venom's lack of dialogue is supposed to be strange. And they're like, then you have like all the very self-aware moments where like Huey is going on this big speech talking to you, looking for a reaction, and then at the end of the dialogue there's like 2 minutes of silence, and then he says, "Hello?" You know, is anyone in there? You're like, it's supposed to be like the game constantly draws your attention to the fact that this guy is blank and not saying anything, and this is strange, all tying into the fact that you're playing that he's your avatar rather than the real big boss, that it's this false brainwashed stand-in. So like it's a mixture, it's a mixture of both, I think.
Identify them. That's an enemy gunship. A single burst from his machine gun can cut a man in half. Tread carefully, boss.
I would see the point of hiring well-known actors and then not giving them lines. Yeah, it's a strange contradiction, isn't it? Hiring Kiefer to play the most blank protagonist in the entire series. You know, like he's just one step away from being a created character in an open world RPG. You know, I guess the opening of the game was supposed to tie in with that. You know, this is MGS goes open world, and at the start of the game, you create your own avatar. Like, you literally create your own character for the first time. But then they put a twist on it, and you're not actually playing. You don't see your character as that avatar that you create for the majority of the game. But they're still kind of playing off that idea where you're, where he's your avatar, and he's like 90% of the way to a silent protagonist. I'm sure they paid to have his mocap in the game too. Oh yeah, for sure. Is that our guy? I think that's our guy. Yeah. Was he also jealous of the attention and adoration that Hayter gets? No, that's fucking David Hayter's ego talking there. At least that's how I look at that. Hayter took that news really badly when he found out that he was replaced. And that was David Hayter's theory in an interview, that, you know, Kojima just didn't like how Hayter was getting all of the attention for the series, not Kojima, when that's just not true to begin with. No, Kojima wanted a big name to play his leading role. He wanted a big Hollywood name. He wanted Kurt Russell to play Snake in MGS3. He's wanted to do that for a while. I don't think it has anything to do with not liking Hayter's particular performance. He's always just wanted a big name to play the leading role. Couldn't get Kurt Russell back in MGS3. Kurt Russell playing MGS3 would have been funny. I always say it would be like it'd be like Sean Connery playing Austin Powers. You know? Snake very much inspired by Snake Plissken, who's played by Kurt Russell. And now Kurt Russell wants to play... He's like, Kurt Russell is going to be up for playing a knockoff version of his character.
You've spotted the target.
I mean, maybe. That would have been interesting, man. Kurt Russell playing fucking Naked Snake.
Doing, boss? Putting the target to sleep doesn't count as eliminating them. Neither does knocking them out.
Who knows? Maybe he would have accepted the role if the games industry was a bit bigger back in those days. You know, now it's not so strange for big stars to be going into games, but back in the PS2 days, didn't see it so often. Although the GTA games, they still got a lot of big names to voice act their characters. Like, go look at the cast for GTA 3, Vice City, San Andreas. Loads of big names. Loads of Hollywood stars. So I guess it was still a thing. Oh, I don't have the interpreter. Fuck it, let's just get rid of him.
extracting the target. Our contract was to kill the target, but I'll go with your decision.
Liotta wasn't too happy, was he, with Rockstar and
Remaining.
however they dealt with him? Samuel L. was in San Andreas, yeah, Tenpenny. And Chris Penn was Pulaski, Sean Penn's brother. He died, didn't he? He died pretty young, Chris Penn? Like a decade ago or something? Kurt Russell was to be a part of the Snake Plissken video game that never was. Was Carpenter going to be involved in that? No, Carpenter is a bit of a gamer.
You've reached the mine. 5 targets are being held captive at that outpost. The VI on your iDroid will show you where they are.
Carpenter was advised by his lawyers to sue Konami over Snake, over plagiarism. But Carpenter decided not to pursue it because he liked Kojima. Lawyers just wanted a fat commission. Oh, both of those games were being developed at the same time, Bad Humans. Interesting. Yeah, maybe he would have done it. I saw that commentary with Carpenter and Russell over the thing. Yeah, some real funny stuff. Carpenter makes some of the coziest movies ever, man. I always just love the pace of a John Carpenter movie. With his droning scores. Ba-dum, bam, ba-dum, bam, ba-da-dum. Ba-da-dum. Bam, ba-dum, bam.
Compounds from plants to make medicine or poison for use in new weapons and equipment. Take a look at the plants list on your iDroid to see which ones we need. Then go find them if you get the chance. It'll keep the staff happy too.
Hey, how's it going, QB? Ba-dum, 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 bum, ba-da-dum. Let's call in another supply drop before we go talk to these little chits.
Their lives for a fistful of diamonds, huh? And what happens after that? They can't go home. They've only got two options. Heaven or hell.
No, there's another.
Utter heaven. Tape's rolling, boss.
How about it, Cos? Looks like our client just got outbid.
We got the recording. Objective accomplished.
Let's go.
We'll bring him back to Mother Base. Now, for the RV. There's some high ground downriver. I'll have the chopper set down there. Lead the kids to safety.
I like the reaction
Listen,
here.
The kids don't get hurt. No matter what, you bring him back alive.
Deme baka.
Exit the cave and turn left, then pass through the swamp and follow the river downstream. You'll have to lead the kids to the RV. Can they all walk?
I don't think this one's gonna be walking, Kaz.
Boss, you killed a child. I'm aborting this mission.
Get the targets to the RV. Doesn't look like he can walk. You still gonna help him?
Deme vaca. Okay, we'll rescue all of the kids this time.
Boss, if even one of those kids die, the mission's a failure. Be careful. You're those kids' only support out there. You need to give them orders. Lead them to the objective
Commanding
area.
the kids in this
But they
can
won't
be
hear you if you're
so
too far away
jank.
from them. Keep that in mind.
Can be so jank, but if you just let them follow you the whole way, it's not so bad. As long as you don't get interrupted by guards. You don't even need to interact with them at all. You don't even need to command them. Oh my god. Fuck it, let's just go, let's just go. Let's see if we can just avoid this guy completely. Ooh, I might be able to. Nice. Hey, Roach. So which one of these kids is Ralph? Is there any way to determine which one is Ralph? Oh shit, hold on. Right, one of these kids has to be Ralph, right? Am I correct in saying that? That one of these kids has to be Ralph? Is Ralph one of these kids? Or is Ralph... Could Ralph be any of the child soldiers that Snake brings back? I was just thinking, you know when they fly away with Sahelanthropus? Maybe you could tell which one is Ralph if there's a child missing. That will, you know, from... Yeah, if there's a child missing that wasn't missing before. This guy right here is Shabani, isn't he? The one we're holding on to. Who's Ralph? Exactly. Yeah. That guy. I want to know if he's here. If it's one of these guys. Okay, we have another guy coming up here. Let's wait for him to get into position. Right, kids, don't you even think about running up ahead. Is this some long preparation for a D's nuts joke? No, I genuinely want to know which one of these kids is Ralph. Or if any of them can be Ralph. But I think Ralph can just be any of the child soldiers that you hypothetically recruit. I don't think Miller makes a point of Ralph being one of the original kids.
Is he okay?
Alright, let's go. Well.
Boss, get down.
Fuck!
That's an enemy gunship. Stay low and crawl along the ground. That should enable you to sneak past enemies.
Security.
Looks like they found out the kids escaped. The enemy's gonna tighten security. They'll be coming after you. Watch your back.
Oh, why are you running so far up ahead? Maybe it's okay. Maybe it's okay. I don't think the chopper is capable of seeing the kids, at least. Oh my god, they're going so far.
Spotted the target. Take care of him.
Oh, are you ever gonna fuck off? Stop circling me, Jesus. How long are you gonna do this? Okay! Security! Okay. We good? Ah! Okay, okay, we're good, we're good. Alright, you little shits. Let's go. Hey, thanks for the shout out.
The enemy spotted the target. Take care of him.
Has the enemy really spotted any target?
The enemy spotted the target. Take care of him.
Ugh.
Wait. The chopper will be arriving any minute. Hurry to the RV.
Okay, we good? Okay. Pretty solid, actually.
Arriving shortly at LZ. On station at LZ. Target extracted. Put the target on the chopper.
I was tempted to just run off with the one kid. But nah, we'll rescue all of them.
Target extracted. Anyone else? Good. That's the target extracted. Target extracted. Is that everyone? Gaining altitude. Objective complete.
That is everyone, yes?
No more back to base. Just keep the target safe.
Battle up, 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 up.
Departing. Amazing. Mission complete. That right there is why you're...
Shut up.
What you thinking, boss?
I'm thinking that he's tougher than he looks. A little training, he'll make himself useful.
Never like kids. Especially ones with guns.
See, kid's a natural.
No. He's no natural. Far from it. You probably noticed on the way in, we've expanded housing. They'll have their own quarters, separate from ours. Won't be counted as staff.
So what, we're running a daycare now?
They'll learn how to read and write. Do basic jobs.
A chance at a real life. Just not from behind a gun.
Being behind a gun's what we do, boss. There's no room for angels in our heaven.
Get the fuck back here, Pequod. What do you think I'm going to be doing here?
Gaining altitude.
You can watch the sun. Aww. We already visited Quiet. We already saw the shower scene.
Our bionic arm developer has submitted a proposal for a new feature. An active sonar that can detect the positions of soldiers, prisoners, and animals. To start development, give the order from your iDroid.
Jesus Christ, man. This marathon is killing me. Chest pains, back aches, and I've picked up some kind of rash today. I have a weird rash on my back. And over the last couple of hours, the rash moved over to my chest. But it's just like a little blotch on my chest. Jesus, man. Maybe it's these... I don't usually drink Red Bull. But for this marathon, I've started each morning by drinking a Red Bull. Maybe that's the problem. I hope I'm okay. I'll need to chill out for a couple of days after this marathon, I think.
We have a new assignment. Eliminate the commander of Rogue Coyote, one of the PFs operating in Africa. The target is simply the Major to his men. That's his rank from his army days. Instead of your typical boots on the ground work, he's more of a job broker and a recruiter. And apparently he also runs a little espionage operation on the side, which could explain why he's picked up a long list of enemies. I don't like getting involved in a PF pissing match any more than you do. There's another reason we took this job. Recently, this guy's been talking about dealing in nuclear arms. Think back to the shipment that Cypher was having ZRS transport. If we put the squeeze on this Major, we might come out of it with some new intel on Cypher.
I never get rashes. What the hell is this about? Yeah, hopefully it's nothing too bad anyway. Let's get some interpreters. I meant to get these guys earlier. Cypher is the Patriots. Yes. 0. I also tried fast food that I never had before. No, I've had that fast food many times. But I used to drink Red Bull as well. Has been a while since I've had it, though. And I guess having it so frequently, having a lot of it.
I know you're an expert when it comes to solo infiltrations, but now you have buddies who will fight alongside you. Use your iDroid to deploy them whenever you like. The role of your buddies is to support you during missions. There's more than one way for them to do that. To get the most out of a buddy's abilities, you need to give the right order for the situation.
If the rash is spreading rapidly, it could be an indication of an allergic reaction or infection. Well, I'll keep an eye on it, and hopefully it doesn't spread much further. I just have a blotch on my back right below my neck, and then like a little blotch on my chest.
Be careful down there, boss.
Yeah, the only thing out of the ordinary compared to what I usually eat or drink is just the Red Bull, the daily Red Bull.
Yeah.
5 seconds in the sun. Maybe it's the heat. Could it be the heat? Can heat cause rashes?
English interpreter operating.
I don't know anything about rashes.
If you extract him, it could be plenty useful for us.
It can? Heat rash? I bet it's the heat. I would say it has to be the heat, right? Because I was definitely... The heat last night was crazy. I was just melting. Okay.
subject on board. Leave the rest to us.
You can mark it with a pen to see its growth. Yeah, I'll just keep an eye on it. I reckon it'll be okay. It doesn't seem to be that bad. Cheers, Ziggy. That's for calling Ghost Babel a conveyor belt simulator. He might have a little bit of a point.
We have a new assignment. Eliminate the commander of Rogue Coyote.
Yeah, let's go get this Kakongo guy. Bingo, bango, bongo, I don't want to speak a Congo, I refuse to go. Hey Vlad, thanks for gifting this up to Ziggy. I've never been on camera, no. Maybe someday, but I don't know if I want to shatter the illusion. It's been so long now.
There should be a Kakongo English interpreter somewhere in that area. If you extract him, it could be plenty useful for us.
I kind of like my anonymity as well, you know? Then I'd have to worry about people recognizing me in public and shit.
That's the target. That material. It could be just what we need to develop new weapons and equipment.
If I was to go to MGS Con, would I be incognito? I mean, if I went to MGS Con, like, what would be the point if I wasn't going to reveal myself? Hold on 1 second, chat.
Have a new assignment. Eliminate the commander of Rogue Coyote, one of the PFs operating in Africa. The target is simply the Major to his men. That's his rank from his army days. Instead of your typical boots on the ground work, he's more of a job broker and a recruiter. And apparently he also runs a little espionage operation on the side. which could explain why he's picked up a long list of enemies. I don't like getting involved in a PF pissing match any more than you do. There's another reason we took this job. Recently, this guy's been talking about dealing in nuclear arms. Think back to the shipment that Cypher was having ZRS transport. If we put the squeeze on this Major, we might come out of it with some new intel on Cypher.
Yeah, I think all I really want here is smoke grenades. Do I have woodland camo? Hold on. But very important, you know, that we have the best camo, because otherwise, you know, I just wouldn't be able to handle this. Be too challenging. Nah, no woodland. Okay, I guess I can live without it. Little.
Mission objective is to eliminate the PF commander they call the Major. One of the Major's subordinates working undercover with the CFA is due to make contact with him. Check his current location on your iDroid. Follow him, and he should lead you right to the Major.
Oh. Yeah, DRK has been on camera. Very rare, but he has been, like, once or twice. Dog, are you bald? What is the implication behind this question? From dog, have you ever been on camera, to dog, are you bald? Very fucking subtle, man. No, but I will be soon enough. But there have been many years where I have been very far from bald. So that is not the reason behind me not appearing on camera.
The target's man should be somewhere around there. You're on him. Stay on him.
Hey, Storm, welcome back. But I will be bald soon enough. I'm probably going to shave my head sometime this year. Going for that skull face one.
We have no fix on the target. not even a predicted field of movement. All we have to go on is this meeting with his subordinate. Remember, this guy will call the meeting off if he thinks he's being tailed. You've got to do everything you can to stay out of sight.
Yeah. 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 Yeah.
My image of Three Dog is something akin to Michael Fassbender. You're gonna be very disappointed if you ever see me in the flesh. Fuck. You're gonna be very disappointed.
We have no fix on the target, not even a predicted field of movement. All we have to go on is this meeting with his subordinate. Remember, this guy will call the meeting off if he thinks he's being tailed. You've got to do everything you can to stay out of sight.
No, you're gonna see me. Okay, nice.
Yeah. 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 Yeah.
Yeah, maybe I should get the Jonathan MGS4 haircut. Big exclamation mark on the back of my head.
Whoa, whoa.
Amazing.
His vehicle stopped. Is that where he's meeting the target?
Oh my god. Actually, let's move him away from this position. I'm not a UK boy. Beat lip. I just live here.
Okay, subject is in.
Yeah. 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 Yeah.
Switched vehicles, huh? You don't think he spotted you?
Yeah. Yeah.
That's an enemy gunship. A single burst from his machine gun can cut a man in half. Tread carefully, boss. That's the target. Looks like we found him.
Yeah, I'll probably go and see Oppenheimer. As long as fucking Michael Caine isn't in it, playing some sad, crying old man. and doing his fucking Michael Caine thing that he does in every fucking Christopher Nolan movie. I think he's done though, right? Is he in it? Right, I hope I don't have to fucking watch him cry over some dead daughter or some shit. He's gonna cry over the bomb. That's gonna be the final scene of the movie. The bomb goes off and then Michael Caine starts bursting out crying. And then a hard cut to black. The credits roll.
Ek is gereed om terugvoering te gee, majoor.
Ek gee my net die breed trekker.
Die CFA kon nog nie vasstel hoe die huursoldate in Wallawamasa gesterf het nie. Al wat hulle kon kry was die plaaslike bevolking wat praat oor bose geeste.
Dis net so hulle is.
Aha. Maar daar is gerugte dat jy die job van die hand gewys het omdat jy geweet het van die siekte. En nou is iemand besig om 'n vergeldingssquad saam te stel.
Van alle dinge. En ek maak soms my hande vuil. Maar ek's 'n engel in vergelyking met sommige van hierdie bliksems. Slawe aan. Reg onder hulle neuse en hulle wil my vervolg.
Maar ek's nie 'n voortrekker nie, maar jy's heeltemal reg. Nie een van ons verdien 'n prys op sy kop.
In elk geval, sê die res in 'n geskrewe verslag. Wat meer belangrik is jou volgende taak. ZRS probeer 'n ou man om die lewe bring. Dit het iets te doen met kernwapen. Maar ek het geen idee wie die ou man is nie.
Ek verstaan. Ek sal dit ondersoek. En kernwapens te ondersoek is, wel, dis 'n baie gevaarlike pad om te loop.
Ja, ek weet nie. Kan wees wat hierdie plek nodig het. Ek skrik maak tussen die lande. Kan baie bloedvergieting stop.
Jy dink Mobutu en die res sal die sin daarvan kan insien.
Maar miskien het hulle planne om die grootkoppe ook gelukkig te hou. Vir nou, vind uit waarmee ZRS besig is.
Ek begryp, meneer.
They're speaking Afrikaans, yeah. Wow, actually landed all of those shots. Did I catch all of them there? Oh, maybe not these guys. Okay! Hey, are they all down? I think they are.
Subject on board. Leave the rest to us. He's coming too. Roger that. You gotta extract him.
Alright, get the fuck out of here.
Subject is in. Damn. It hardly looks like the treasure trove of intel we were hoping for. Well, whatever. Exfiltrate the hot zone and RTB. Yes, mission complete. Boss? The Major spilled his guts all right. His nuclear arms business was just a rumor he was paid to spread around. He doesn't even know who's paying him. All his instructions came through a cutout. Hell, who else would be behind it but Cypher? And this nuclear arms trading is clearly connected to that yellow cake. He thought the same thing, which is why he tried to investigate ZRS himself. He said something else that caught my attention. That ZRS had tried to kill some old man. How did one old man get that kind of attention? Boss, about those walker gears spreading all over Africa, Huey's got an idea for a counter-weapon. Come on back to base.
This. It's a variable, multi-legged tank. A spin-off of Metal Gear technology.
Big fan of spin-offs, isn't he? I hear he borrowed from the Soviets in Costa Rica, too.
The design allows for a lot of freedom in setups. It's based around a central core unit, so you can quickly reconfigure the hardware to suit any sort of mission parameters.
What the good doctor's trying to say is that it's customizable.
Naturally, it will raise the probability of success for standard missions. But it functions as an improved deterrent by increasing your preemptive strike capability against enemy elements. You just deploy it in a war zone, and its superior firepower puts the brakes on enemy attacks. Eventually, the whole war machine grinds to a halt. A true battle gear!
Cause I'm having deja vu here.
I don't like him any more than you. But we need this.
You think it'll cut it in the field?
Turning radius is better than any tanks. That's great for regional skirmishes. Tech like this is popping up all among the PFs. Best way to deal with them is to fight fire with fire.
I'll await your instructions then, boss.
So do we have your approval to commence development?
Fine.
Consider yourself off the chopping block, Doctor.
Okay, man, I can't wait. Battle Gear development has begun. View development progress by visiting the hangar at the base of the R&D platform. Okay, we'll make sure to drop in every now and then to see how it's coming along.
Got a new mission for you, boss. The client is one of the kids you rescued from that mine. According to the kids, people often disappear from the mine to a place called Nzoya Badia Bulu, the Devil's House. On top of that, Sanger's involved with the place. Check your iDroid for the mission details.
Nzoya Badia Bulu.
This is B-Quad.
Nyoka Ya Mpembe.
at LZ. This is B-Quad. On station at LZ.
You like the Devil's House? It's a fairly moody mission, Snow. The sound and the foggy forest. I quite like the visual of the radios strung up on the stalls like IV bags or something. Load, please! The loading screens kind of kill me in this. We really need to start playing this on PC or PS5 or something. Look at this! Ooh, this is the definitive edition as well, which has even greater load times. That's not a joke. The definitive edition has longer load times. This must be a glitch, though. I'm playing on this. We're playing this on PS4. Okay. I'll wait for another 20 seconds. If it doesn't continue, we'll restart, and hopefully the save is still okay. Eventually, the whole marathon grinds to a halt. A true loading screen. Right, let's close this application and reload the game. Doesn't work for Huey as well as it does for Otacon. Well, no, I guess there is the Peace Walker AI pod. Oh, God. I'm aching. My chest. My back. Imagine if the save is busted. How old am I? 32. Okay, I think we're good. Nice.
Boss, the client this time is a child. One of the children you rescued from that mine. He wants us to save the boy who was their leader. His name is Shabani, and he was the oldest among them. Several days before you went to the mine, he was taken away to Nzoia Badia Bulu. Our search turned up a place the locals call by that name. Ngumba Industrial Zone. Nearby residents are terrified of it. They say the devil lives there, and that anyone who sets foot in it never returns.
This industrial zone has long been abandoned, but it seems it was sold off a few years back to a certain corporation, Saner. And now the perimeter is tightly guarded by a PF. The reason is unclear. The same goes for why Shabani was taken away. But something is obviously going on there. Those kids from the mine really looked up to Shabani. The client has given us the last of their diamonds in return. Go get Shabani out of there, boss. Whatever Cypher's up to in the region, Shabani might just be our best lead.
Okay, let's do it. Oh, I don't know if I want to do all the optional conversations here. Takes a while. Following that fucking slow-ass guy. I think I'm just gonna run to the end. Okay, let's do it. The poll. How many options do we have? Oh, this is an interesting poll, actually. Yeah, I'm really intrigued to see what the results are to this poll. Interesting. Very few 15 to 20-year-olds so far. 2. Now 3.
The target is Shabani. He was the leader of the boys being forced to work at the mine. He was separated from the others and taken away to Ngumba Industrial Zone. The locals call this place Nzoia Vadia Bulu, the Devil's House. Boss, find Shabani and extract him safely. You can check the target's location on your iDroid.
Damn. 30 to 35 is way ahead of 25 to 30. Almost twice as many.
Be careful down there, boss.
You old geezer.
An outpost in a sunken road. Minoko Yanyoka, the snake's mouth. I get it. Looks like that's the only way to the objective area.
How old are you, Mr. Man? 43%, 30 to 35. Oh, can I look at all the other results? I want to go back and see all the other results. Oh, we only get to see the winner? Oh, wait, no, I can see all the results. Yeah, 73 people. The age of 30 to 35. 43 people, 25 to 30. 35 plus, 36 people. I'm not looking at where I am in the game. Yeah, there's obviously a lot of people who aren't taking part in the poll. I don't think this is where I want to be. Oh! Oh, damn, I never thought about going up. Right, you can bypass that place altogether down there. Wow. I always pass through that camp for no reason, when I could just come through here. I'm 32.
They even got a guard post there. Security sure is tight. I guess they don't want anyone poking around. Mist. Supposedly the valley up ahead is covered in mist almost year-round. The objective area is beyond there.
Hold on 1 second, chat. Okay.
The bridge has collapsed. Looks like you'll have to go down through the valley.
Yeah, I don't really feel old. I don't know. Maybe I should feel older than I am. I don't think I'm gonna feel old until I'm like 59. I doubt I'm gonna feel that old when I'm in my 40s. Once I'm approaching 60, I'd say I'll start to feel old. You know, then I'll probably start to really notice some things. Oddly specific, yeah, 59. Why not 58 or 60?
There's a cliff blocking the way to the objective area. You'll have to take the path.
Police arriving on scene after neighbors called 911 found the father in his car listening to the radio. Several days before the murders, neighbors say they heard the father repeating a sequence of numbers in a loud voice. They said it was like he was chanting some strange spell. There was another family shot to death in the same state last month, and in December last year, a man used a rifle and meat cleaver to murder his entire family. In each case, the perpetrators were fathers. State police say this string of domestic homicides appears unrelated, though it could be part of a larger trend such as employment, child care, and other social issues facing the average family. As the congressional debate over gun control flares up yet again, we regret to report the murder of a wife and her 2 children by their husband and father. The father purchased the rifle used in the crime at his local gun store 2 days earlier. This brutal killing took place while the family was gathered at home on a Sunday afternoon. The day of the crime, the father went to the trunk of his car, retrieved the rifle, and shot his wife as she was cleaning up the kitchen after lunch. When his 10-year-old son came to investigate the commotion, the father shot him too.
Yeah, Bad Humans. I think we might do PT for the next marathon. I wouldn't mind doing it.
His 6-year-old daughter had the good sense to hide in the bathroom.
I'll probably do it.
Reports
It's a good idea.
He lured her out by telling her it was just a game. The girl was found shot once in the chest from point-blank range. The mother, who was shot in the stomach, was pregnant at the time.
What's that? It's a reference to Kojima's Silent Hills playable teaser. PT.
There's a lot of erosion in that tunnel. Could come down any minute. Watch your step. You've reached the
Have
objective
DRK
area.
play Pro Evolution Soccer and do a Fox Engine marathon. Oh
Now
my
look for
god.
the target. I just hope he's alive. No sign of any guards. It's never good when things are too quiet. Be careful.
Shabadi, your boy sent me.
En je moet zeggen het op bijna dood. De gooi bij Kiaban. Burn with the rest of them.
Okay, let's do it.
What the hell is that? Run, boss. It's him again. You can't let him catch you, boss. Get out of there. Boss, I'll have to chopper touchdown. Take cover, boss. He spotted you. He's coming.
No! I almost did it. Get up! Get up!
Have arrived at LZ. We'll stand by.
All right, that'll do it.
Did that do it? Quick, now's the time to get on the chopper.
Not as smooth as it usually is.
That's it. You've made it out of the hot zone. No sign of the enemy. Mission complete, boss. Mission complete, and how? They're gonna tell stories about this one, boss. Skullface. So he was in Africa after all. Working behind the scenes. Even that man on fire at his beck and call. But what the hell was going on at the Devil's house? Earphones embedded in people's throats, tapes playing voices. And those lumps on their chests. They look like the ones on the bodies at the oil field. The man on fire burned everything to the ground. But we were recording audio the whole time you were there. We'll conduct a thorough analysis of it.
Where the fuck do you think you're going, Pequod?
Boss, word has it that a
Get back here.
dealer is going to be inspecting a CFA outpost. It appears he's involved with nuclear weapons development in the area. My hunch is that this guy is somehow connected to Cypher. I've got no proof, but we know Skullface is working through PFs in the region. Anyway, it just so happens a job connected to this inspection has come in. Take a look at your iDroid. Gaining altitude.
About those invalids you saw in that devil's house.
Poor bastards. All strapped down to the beds, with those lumps on their chest.
The medical staff tell me they were probably a type of cyst.
Cysts can get that big.
In some cases, yes. But supposing they're a kind of atheroma forming on the surface of the skin, the size is just too big, and the appearance is all wrong. In the end, the medical team were at a loss. Those lumps were like nothing they'd ever seen. The fluid you said you got on your prosthesis when you touched one was burned off in the fighting, and the factory burned down too. None of the tests we did once you were back at the base revealed a pathogen that could have caused them. Meaning we don't have a single sample to work with.
Everything went up in flames.
What worries the medical team most is whether it's contagious. Whether there's a chance we could end up like that.
And?
Mother Base's sanitation control has always been strict. After all, war is great at transporting diseases. For the time being, at least. There's no sign of contagion or any symptoms that could be related. One more thing. About the surgery that had been performed on the people in the Devil's House.
Yeah?
You said that their throats were cut open, with an acoustic tube pushed inside?
Right. The tubes were hooked up to tape recorders, playing some kind of audio.
Well, we picked up some of that audio through your radio transmissions and recorded it here. The intel team has been working on analyzing the communications log.
What have they found?
There's nothing tying the contents together. We've got a report on 3 deaths in a car accident on the autoroute near Marseille, protests outside the Libyan embassy in London, a press conference with the former Prime Minister of Sweden, a 4-month-old weather forecast for Balikpapan, and then commercials for appliances, cough syrup, and TV dinners. Assuming they're not all staged, they come off as recordings of your average public broadcasts.
Public broadcasts? Just radio and TV signals.
Yes, and from all over the world. We're looking into whether they're genuine or not, just to be sure. What else? A speech that sounds like it was recorded out on the street, and people chatting about how this year's tomato crop did.
And there's nothing they have in common?
We're partway through the cryptanalysis. That includes checking all audio ranges and running it backward and at different speeds. Then there's vocabulary breakdown for political suggestions, ideological comment points. But I don't think it's gonna get us anywhere.
Where were the recordings made?
There's nothing linking them from that angle either. Just like you reported, we've detected virtually every major language there is. French, German, Italian, Spanish, including South American accents. Then there's Russian, Hindi, Arabic, Portuguese, Mandarin, Cantonese, Japanese.
They're nothing if not thorough.
Well, I don't know if we've got them all covered. Ignoring the ones that have gone extinct, supposedly over 5,000 languages exist today. Besides, English isn't one of the ones we picked up.
Really? English?
I know. Only 5% of the world's population is a native English speaker. But when you factor in those who've acquired it as a second language, nearly 1/3 of the people speak it. The world's dominant lingua franca. You gotta figure they had it somewhere among all the languages in that place.
No English.
Bear in mind, we didn't hear everything that was played in that room. We couldn't isolate the more distant sounds due to static and the program could have been set to change every day. In a nutshell, for reasons unknown, people in that room with a common medical condition were made to listen to recordings in languages from around the world. It's not clear how the growths on their chests fit into it. It could have been treatment for them, or maybe an experiment of some kind.
I'm guessing one person knows.
Yeah, Skullface. He was there. The only thing we can say for sure is that he's involved.
Okay. Hold on 1 second. Let me go back to base just to see if we can trigger any scenes. Here we go.
Again. You see that in the movies? That's an automatic. Don't bother trying to dampen the recoil. You do that with a revolver.
No, that's a revolver, Ocelot.
We Diamond Dogs are now a force to be reckoned with.
I'm afraid the game disagrees with you, Ocelot.
We're not some tribal militia, so don't act like one. You will learn how a real soldier fights. You will forget everything Hollywood taught you. And if I catch you doing something else, you'll know it. Engravings give you no tactical advantage whatsoever. That was some fancy shooting. Pretty good.
Venom's about to have a mental breakdown. These my memories? Is this a memory? What the fuck just happened? So it's one of the craziest fucking things in this game. The gun that Ocelot says isn't a revolver is actually a revolver, according to the game. That gun with engravings is DLC that you can buy. You can buy that gun as DLC, and it is referred to as a revolver. It's so insane that I feel like it almost has to be intentional. Like, they make a point out of this one particular gun with the engravings. They make a point about it being an automatic. It doesn't look anything like a revolver. Then they sell it to you as DLC, calling it a revolver? What?
This is Pequod, on station at LZ.
Phantom revolver? Venom revolver?
Gaining altitude.
Maybe I'm insane. They do refer to it as a revolver, don't they? The DLC, that gun? Maybe I'm misremembering. Maybe they don't call it a revolver, but they do call it Ocelot's signature gun or something like that. Even though we see from that scene, it is not Ocelot's signature gun. Maybe they don't refer to it as a revolver. Although I thought they did call it, like, straight up call it a revolver. Someone look up the exact description. They do 100%. Hold on, let's see Vlad has posted the image. .45 caliber revolver. Decorated with high quality engraving, rumored to have been used by a notorious triple crosser. But does it give you a tactical advantage? Okay, I don't know, man. I don't know what's going on. But of course.
The contract is to eliminate a high-ranking CFA officer. CFA doesn't just hire United soldiers as mercenaries. They're also supplying United with weapons. It just smacks of Western nations manipulating them against the socialist MPLA. Naturally, the MPLA is not happy with the situation and wants us to put a stop to it. Your standard issue East-West proxy war. Except it appears our target is the man in charge of how many weapons get supplied to UNITA. Apparently his MO is to keep the Civil War going as long as possible, so CFA can keep making a profit. Bad for business if UNITA wins too soon. So they sit back and suck the people dry. Parasites of war. Our intel suggests the target rarely ventures outside of Nova Braga Airport. But rumor has it that a Western arms dealer is headed there soon for an inspection. That could be your chance to eliminate the target from a distance. We also heard that he plans to leave the country following the inspection. This may be our only opportunity to take him out.
Okay, yeah, Vlad, that's what I was getting at earlier when I was calling it Venom Revolver. The Phantom Revolver. But yeah, kind of a weird thing to do for a DLC weapon, but... yeah, I don't know. Let it.
high-ranking CFA official in charge of supplying weapons to UNITA. The target stays at Nova Braga Airport. Head to the airport first.
This is where we're getting interrupted for our FOB mission, right? Yeah.
We have an emergency. Mother Base is under attack. The enemy is over on one of our platforms, and they're holding some of our staff hostage. If we don't do something, they'll try to take off with our men. That would mean losing some of our finest manpower. Boss, take back that platform. This is a race against time. For all of us. Get on this mission right away, boss.
Nah, I think I'm good, Miller. I'll do that later. Do I want to go and follow this arms dealer around the base? Not really.
It's a surveillance camera. Don't get spotted.
Let's wait for this guy to come down. Ground Zero's Kaz again. You can tell because he doesn't sound like Batman.
We've just received word that the arms dealer due to inspect Nova Braga Airport is on his way. Once his chopper has arrived, they'll be touring the facilities along with the target.
Oh my god, the prompt here. Look at this. There we go. Oh, it's so finicky.
I sent a strike force to take back the platform the enemy had captured. All but one of the enemies were killed in the fighting. But the staff members they were holding hostage didn't make it either. Under orders from their commander, one of them grabbed the hostages and he blew himself up. The commander used that diversion to get away. I'm sorry, boss. They were trying to pull out. We had to move in. If we could...
Did DRK say that he'd be up for doing multi-game marathons with me? That was something I mentioned at the end of the last stream. Did he say that he'd be up for doing shit like that, where he plays The Witcher and I play some fucking Silent Hill or some crazy shit?
Taken out the commander before
or was he just talking about doing solo Witcher marathons?
Without them noticing, forget it. I'll remove the mission from the mission list. The chopper will be arriving any minute. Watch out.
Was he just talking about solo marathons? Solo Witcher 3? Yeah, I wonder if he'd be up for doing doing it during a multi-day marathon on my channel anyway. Maybe you wouldn't want to do it here, but yeah, I wouldn't mind doing like some crazy multi-game marathon on my channel. DRK playing Deus Ex or Witcher or whatever the hell he wants to play.
It must be carrying the arms dealer. Keep your eyes on him. Our intel suggests the target will leave the country with the arms dealer after the inspection. Take him out before that happens.
Oh, they're probably going to see that guy, are they?
Looks like the arms dealer's chopper is gonna patrol for the security forces. Be sure you don't get spotted from above.
There's a gold item behind you. Yeah, I saw it. I just didn't bother picking it up. Yeah, I wouldn't mind doing Bloodborne as a part of a marathon. Silent Hill. Resident Evil.
Rain. The sound of rainfall should help to mask your footsteps.
Ons skuld al ons sukses in Sentraal-Afrika aan die SANR. Die Mufinde Olieveld-voorval was regtig 'n skande.
Skande is korrek.
That's the target.
Hier soldaat-honde van ons te hore gekom. Spooke van 'n dooie era.
Meneer, ek het gehoor dat 'n man by Olieveld die Big Boss was. Die legendariese huursoldaat. Iemand het my vertel dat ons teen iemand soos hy te staan kom. Ons kontrak het slegs gespesifiseer dat ons die fasiliteit moet beskerm teen plaaslike bevolking en militante faksies. Beskerming teen PF's gerigsteen met moderne tegnologie is 'n heel ander affære.
Ek het genoeg gehoor. Vereers het ons 'n inspeksie om aflaai. Wys my die plek.
Begryp. Kom ons begin by die suidelike hangar. Stap die kant toe.
He said something about Saner. It was Saner behind the Mufinde oil field incident. How do you want to handle him, boss?
If you want to tail these guys and listen to their conversations while hanging right behind them, it's actually pretty tricky to do this. There's an easy cheese spot outside the base where you can just sit on a roof for the whole thing and just listen to all their conversations from there. Let's try and do it the hard way here. I'm probably going to fuck it up at some point. It's just very easy to get caught at the end of this section. Brandon with the tier 1 sub. Thank you. Fawcett, did I thank you earlier for your 63? Baildig. Cheers, guys.
Dit is die suidelike hek. Die dak het al beter daar gesien. Waarom staan dit wegpak in die kant?
Baie ruimte. Goed, dis die noordelike henger, so groot soos die.
Ja, dit is dieselfde hek.
Beslis.
Net dan.
DRK didn't get Rebel Yell. How come he never gets Rebel Yell anymore? From the honeybee mission, yeah. Oh, hurry up, Jesus. Yes, let's take a look around the hangar. Immersive tour guiding. Guide touring.
That must be the arms dealer.
Fuck's sake, Kaz. Okay, at least he didn't talk for fucking 30 seconds.
Sal uiteindelik groot termynregte wees en nie. Maar sedert die Baron Amerika se spoorwegstelsels verlam het, sal daar altyd 'n mark vir olie. En nie tussen diamante sal nogal 'n lekker tyd hê. Van meisies se beste vriend natuurlik, né? Dis vir jaar vir jou. Elke sakkies is skrou en 'n girlfriend is deel van ons format. En die Afrikaner mors net al geld. Koop wapens om mekaar uit te doen in die regte wêreld. Dag, slaap, neem my goed.
Stel dit wie ook al my geval. Ons is oorlogmacht. Ek erken. Maar dat ewe ons oorlog is my man en werk. Dis ons enigste uitdaging. Alle ander industrie is steek bedrijf. Koloniale macht, munts, dit is al wat ek kan hanteer. Ek kan ook gesien, waar die oorlog bedrijf is. Dit is die fantastische pand. Afgestemd.
conflict and turn around and blame the colonial governments? Now that's hypocrisy.
Wait, what were they talking about? I was too busy jamming out. I'm glad you were paying attention, Kaz. Oh, God. And now watch how far I get put back with this checkpoint. This is what makes this mission painful if you want to do all the optional stuff. Oh, Jesus. I didn't think it was going to be this bad. Wow, I didn't think it'd be back here.
You made it. I've sent the information.
Basically back to the start of the whole mission.
Your map screen.
Oh, it's so
That's the
painful.
target's predicted location. Check all around the target and plan carefully before moving in.
Right, let's just get the target out of here. Fuck this. The mission is easy if you just go for the objective, but yeah, if you want to... Actually, the mission is easy if you wanted to get all the optional conversations as well, but it's hard if you do it the way I was doing it.
We have an emergency. Mother Base is under attack. The enemy is over on one of our platforms, and they're holding some of our staff hostage. If we don't do something,
Although
they'll try to
it's
take off
easy
with
to
our
avoid
men.
that alert,
That
but
would mean losing some of
I
our
was just being
finest
careless,
manpower.
but...
Boss, take back that platform. This is a race against time. For
It's
all of
easy
us.
to be careless.
Get on this mission right away, boss.
Ah, fuck.
That's the target. Looks like we found him. Completed the objective. Now get out of there. Boss, I have something to report. I sent a strike force to take back the platform the enemy has captured. All but one of the enemies were killed in the fighting. But the staff members they were holding hostage didn't make it either. Under orders from their commander, one of them grabbed the hostages and blew himself up. The commander used that diversion to get away. I'm sorry, boss.
No!
We had to move in. We could have taken out the commander before then without them noticing. Forget it. I'll remove the mission from the mission list.
You're not going to remove anything from that mission list, Kaz. Don't talk shit. Okay, let's do it again.
Hey, quit kidding around. Snake?
Yeah, he says he's going to remove it from the mission list. Then you go back to the ACC after the mission, and the mission's right there waiting for you. You have to. Is it a forced mission? Can you avoid doing that mission, or are you forced to do the mission as well? I've lost control. Hold on.
I've sent the information to your map screen. That's the target's predicted location. Check all around the target and plan carefully before moving in. We have an emergency. Mother Base is under attack. The enemy is over on one of our platforms, and they're holding some of our staff hostage. If we don't do something, they'll try to take off with our men. That would mean losing some of our finest manpower. Boss, take back that platform. This is a race against time.
Hold on, I'm having an issue with my controllers here. Hey, okay, I think we're good. I think this one is full of battery. Sorry about that, hold on. Okay, we're good. Don't worry, it's not a Logitech. Okay, let's get this over with. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-da-da-da-da-da-da. Fuck this entrance. I didn't give it the respect it deserved.
You completed the objective. Now get out of there. Boss, I have something to report. I sent a strike force to take back the platform the enemy had captured. All but one of the enemies were killed in the fighting. The staff members they were holding hostage. Under orders from their commander, one of them grabbed the hostages and blew himself up.
I swear I didn't reverse that far. I am dead.
I'm sorry, boss.
Oh, wow, I recovered that quickly?
If we could have taken out the commander before then without them noticing, I forget it. I'll remove the mission from the mission list. Forces in pursuit. Mission complete.
That was like the most unprofessional way of doing that mission.
Mission complete, boss.
Doesn't really get any worse than that.
We've begun development on that new battle gear weapon that Emmerich was talking about. If you want to see how development's going, come take a look for yourself.
All right. See you later. I mean, it's not even finished yet. So what you want from me? What am I supposed to say about that? When it's finished, then, you know, then we'll have something to say.
Roger.
This is B-Quad.
Oh, fuck.
This is B-Quad. On station at LZ.
Ba-dum-bum-bum-ba-dum-ba-dum-ba-dum-ba-dum.
Gaining altitude.
SOS, Kaido, thank you for the 4 months.
Boss, we got an emergency here. Mother Base has come under attack, and several of our platforms are in enemy hands. The enemy is some rival outfit copying our MO. They've taken some of our staff hostage. We can't make a move without endangering them. But if we don't do something, they'll try to take off with our men. That would mean losing some of our finest manpower. There's only one option. Infiltrate without being spotted, eliminate their commander, and take back our platforms. Boss, you're the only one who can do this.
So yes, this is the mission that he said that he removed from the menu, but it's here. And he was lying. Here's our FOB tutorial.
Infiltrate the platform under enemy control and eliminate their commander. The moment they lose their chain of command, we'll move in and suppress the rest. The enemy have taken some of our staff hostage and are threatening to kill them if they're attacked. You can't rely on support from
I
us
hope
this
Ralph
time.
burns in a
Anything
fire
we
this
do
time.
might be seen as an attack. Boss, forgive me. Can't believe I let an enemy force in right under my nose. But one thing's for sure. They're gonna pay for it. Make certain of that, boss.
Where are you, Ralph? Who are you?
Be careful down there, boss.
Ha! That guy who makes the MGS5 meme videos, he should make a video about Ralph. Maybe he has made a video about Ralph. That would be a really good idea.
The pipes, huh? They're strong enough. Could make for a nice shortcut.
Metal Gear Ralph. Lakatui. Is that how you pronounce his name? Lakatui? Yeah, that's who I'm thinking of. He'd be able to do a good job with Ralph. Ooh. Yeah, I always forget how to pronounce his name. He is the one responsible for the Survive mod. Yeah, at least I think so.
There he is. That guy's the target.
We good?
Wait, stop! Don't shoot! Talk.
Your big boss?
Spit it out.
So you know what hell is like too.
Speak.
Boss, you still don't recognize me?
Speak. Somebody get me down! Don't move!
You're going to extract him. Good thinking. We'll make him squeal till he's paid his due.
Wow, he delivers the line normally there. You're going to extract him. You're going to extract him? The default dialogue is like, ugh, like that guy? Really? But he says it about everyone. You're going to extract him?
Attention hostile force. We have eliminated your commander.
I don't remember there being another version of it.
Escape is impossible. Lay down your weapons immediately. Surrender now. You will not be fired upon.
Mission complete, boss. Boss, we figured out who that enemy commander was. He was on the staff at Mother Base 9 years back. Despite surviving the attack, he broke off from us and spent his years terrified that a cleanup squad would come after him. The isolation screwed with his sense of loyalty. A rumor, source unknown, had him convinced that the attack 9 years ago was orchestrated by you yourself. The big boss sold out his comrades to hide from the world. He thought that's why you weren't at the base that day. He was so desperate to take us down, he built up his own PF, copying us in every way. His idea of the perfect revenge. But in the end, he was just a victim of disinformation. I'll leave you to decide how to deal with him.
Yeah, not so far from the truth there. Kind of interesting.
Boss, listen a moment. I want to bolster our security to guard against enemy attacks. What I have in mind is to create a security team that can defend each of the platforms. Can I go ahead with that? So from now on, give some thought to building up the security team as well. One other thing. To divert some of the risk posed by our enemies, I'd like to construct a forward operating base. The more bases we have, the more staff we can house and the more materials we can secure.
cool at night. You can see his real reflection in the mirror, the avatar that you create. Don't think it's ever possible to make it out during the day. What kind of monstrosity is DRK created this time? He doesn't look that abnormal from here, but it's kind of hard to make it out. Never knew that? Yeah, it's a neat detail.
The White Mamba, Nyoka Yam Pembe. He's the commander of the kids based out of Wala Yamasa. As you know, contract forces of Africa were stationed at that village. Anti-government forces hired CRS to bring kids there from around Africa for training. But at some point, the adults with the PF started dropping like flies. This was right after we arrived in Africa. We don't know the cause. The kids ended up on their own. Must have been like fish out of water. Nothing to eat, no way to get back home. All the adults taught them was how to use a gun. Sure, they could shoot targets, but hunt for food? Not likely. They wouldn't have lasted long. Then the White Mamba showed up. He was faster and stronger than them, a better soldier, and he knew how to lead. I guess somebody wished upon a star, because their savior turned up like stardust straight out of the blue. The moment he arrived, the kids had their new commander. That was when they started attacking other villages. Word of the infamous White Mamba spread fast. But it isn't just his combat skills that got people talking. As you can tell from the name, he's the only light-skinned kid in the unit. Not to mention the blonde hair and the blue eyes. Not common in those parts. We have no idea where he came from or what he's experienced. The kid's a huge blank. But I'm sure you'll know him when you see him. One other thing. He's still a kid, so don't kill him. Be careful not to hit him with anything lethal. Not even a flesh wound. Our mission objective isn't just suppressing a bunch of militants. This is a DDR operation of the kids in that unit. DDR stands for Disarmament, Demobilization, and Reintegration. Disarmament is obvious. We take their weapons off their hands. The demobilization part means dismantling their military organization to ensure they can't arm themselves again. To do that, you need to capture the unit's commander and have him order his men to disband. In this case, the commander is the White Mamba. There's nobody above him, so he's all we need to grab. Finally, reintegration. Through education and occupational training, we give them a means to live besides war. A lot of kids born in a war zone don't know any other way to live. So before they find themselves back there, we teach them another skill. I'd like to establish this rehabilitation process at Mother Base. That's why we're bringing those kids back here. It's not so much for their sake. It's for the world that we're trying to create. No other way about it. Those kids are amateurs. Bad for business to have them running around where we're trying to work. Bring them all back if possible. Or as many as you can.
Okay. Teach me how to do the DRK strat, chat. I think I kind of know how to do it. Bring a truck into the mission, clear out the kids, drive the truck down after you clear out the kids. Use a decoy probably to pop Eli off the ship and onto the truck. I can't remember if you're allowed to throw Eli. If you're allowed to throw Eli, then you can probably just throw him down.
Boss, the CFA soldiers deployed to Wala Yamasa have been annihilated. There are no signs of combat, nor any endemic disease.
Yeah. Three Dog, I'm currently trying to make an MGS-related ball-sucking emote. I figured you'd like to know this important information. Yeah. I'm happy to know that. Make sure to keep us updated. Yeah, make sure to keep us updated. Ba-da-da-da-da-da-da. Do you want to show us the work in progress, or do you want to wait until it's completed? Is it close to completion, Bloody Crow?
Capture the White Mamba, the child soldier's commander, and bring him back to Mother Base. First off, head for Voila Yamasa. That's the commander of the child soldiers. One day he just showed up in Voila Yamasa and whipped those kids up into a capable combat unit. He brought a new order to the region. The locals know and fear him as Nyoka Yam Pembe, the White Mamba. That name is practically all we know about him. And though he's the White Mamba, he's at the top of the local blacklist. He may be young, but he won't be an easy target. Sounds like a terrible little bastard all around.
A terrible little bastard. The terrible children. Oh, did I not bring in... Oh, God, yeah. When you do the retake the platform mission, you have to set your buddy again after that mission. That's an annoying detail. I'm going to try and figure out what DRK does for this mission. I think I kind of know what he does.
Your target, the White Mamba, showed up in this village out of the blue and took command of the child soldiers. The surrounding villages have been victims of their raids and brutality ever since. But if you extract their commander, those kids will have no choice but to stand down. Should wrap up the whole situation. They're still kids. You can't kill any one of them, including the commander.
So you can't actually throw Eli. I'm gonna try using...
them out or by tranquilizing them.
I'm gonna try using decoys. I thought I had decoys equipped. I did also ask as well, so it's okay. I don't mind you telling me shit.
Heads up.
I don't have the ability to Fulton vehicles right now, do I? No. Damn, that's a shame. I'm losing motivation now. I just remember seeing what happens if you Fulton Liquid while he's in the back of the truck. And he flies up with the truck, but he doesn't get... But he falls back down. But somehow survives, I think. Doesn't he, when he falls back down? Obviously, you can't extract him out of the mission that way, so he has to fall down from the sky after the truck gets extracted. close. Ah, you little shit! That was a weird interrupt. Oh no. I'm gonna try just driving the truck straight down. Yeah, we're not gonna be able to kill the kids. Yeah, okay, I see why he clears the mountain. Hold on, let's I'm gonna try and force my way down. Yeah, can't I just bring it down this way? I guess now we'll just have to wait for the alert to subside if we want to trigger the cutscene. But that should be okay, right? I didn't mean to call for ammo. Oh man, you really have to wait a long time for alerts in this, Jesus. Or is this alert ever going to fade? Maybe that's why you have to clear the village out. If you want to trigger the scene with Liquid. Yeah, I don't get the sense that this alert is going anywhere. Okay. We can restart and do the cutscene. It's actually kind of fun chasing him around Mother Base later on in the game, I think. But on this map, it's not so much fun. Oh, Liquid. That was a cool counter. Yeah, I'm not sure if that was the unique animation for catching him when he jumped down, or if it was the regular animation and it just looked janky because I was catching him from when he fell down. Oh my god, he's gonna kill me!
You lose, Commander.
What, can I not get him onto the truck at this point? It has to be, but we can't do it at this point.
This is Pequod. Arriving shortly at LZ.
No? Oh. Or you can probably get him onto the truck, but you won't be able to wake him up.
This is Pequod. Have arrived at LZ. Will stand by.
Ah, right. He has to be running. What if you run out of the mission zone with him?
Beyond there is outside the mission area.
Yeah, I doubt you get any unique dialogue.
Where are you? Have it your way. Mission aborted.
I think that's just a standard dialogue, right? When you try to abort a mission.
Boss, I know you're just coming off this mission, but there are reports of child soldiers taking over
Oh,
Massa Village after the
what? I don't get... Right, okay, yeah, because it is like I left the mission.
Boss, I know you're just coming off this mission, but there are reports of child soldiers taking over Massa Village after the CFA got wiped out there. They've been raiding the surrounding villages, so the people have requested we eliminate them. Check your mission list for the details.
Fuck it, I'm just gonna go and trank him now.
Capture the White Mamba, the child soldier's commander, and bring him back to Mother Base. First off, head for Voila Yamasa.
You can do that in the Blood Run Seat mission with one kid. You don't have to get the second landing zone. You can do what? You mean the one with the generals #2, that one? Oh, you can run out of many missions for a mission clear. I'm well aware that was going to fail the mission. I was just wondering if there was unique dialogue for failing the mission while you're with the kid. Unless that's what you also mean. But there's loads of missions that you can finish by just running out of the mission zone.
There, boss.
But obviously with this mission, there's a cutscene on the chopper, so you have to do it that way. But whenever there's a mission to just extract random people, you can extract them just by running out of the mission zone or driving out of the mission zone. But maybe you are talking about like fail states and the unique dialogue for fail states. That's all I was wondering about with regards to Eli. You could open your iDroid, do the mission again.
Your target, the White Mamba, showed up in this village out of the blue and took command of the child soldiers. The surrounding villages
Lighting.
have been
I've been
victims of
noticing
their
that you've
raids
been
and
talking
brutality
a
ever
serious
since.
amount of shit in
If you
here. I'm
extract
surprised
the
you're still
commander,
alive.
Those kids will have no choice but to stand down. Should wrap up the whole situation. They're still kids. You
I'm
can't
very
kill any
surprised
one of
you're
them,
still alive.
including the commander. If things get rough, neutralize them by knocking them out or by tranquilizing them.
I am correct. Has anyone else been following Lighting's comments? Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. Apologies if I'm wrong. I'm not wrong, viewer? Okay. Yeah, I just remember he kept asking, like, DRK a question on one of the previous streams. And DRK didn't want to answer the question, then he kept asking the question. And the question was, like, full of spelling errors and kind of came across like it might have been a troll. No, I talking about if you get out of the mission, you could open your iDroid and do any mission. I not talking shit. I a big fan. What are you talking about? Okay, you're gone. I kind of want to keep you around just for the novelty factor. It's kind of amusing. Let me just look at your message history here. Hold on. Let me just take a look at your whole history. Oh my God. I think MGS5 is full stop, space, not done. ... People make up a lot of rumors with a capital R about Kojima fans. Make up secret, capital S, Lord, lol. I think MGS5 is not done. People make up a lot of rumors about Kojima fans. Make up secret, Lord. I run up slopes good. Some playing don't understand how to do it. I pay attention to details. I know Vegetable Zero, but We need to play how Big Boss got him a new boss fight. A new gameplay about MGS game. ... Do you like it? What the fuck is this, Lighten? How can I justify keeping you around? Actually, this is pretty funny, so I don't know, maybe I will keep you around. This is some crazy shit you're typing here. Maybe your English is just genuinely bad, and I'm being an asshole. I really don't think so, though. I really don't think so. Someone who's trying to genuinely speak English, but they're just bad at speaking English, doesn't type all these U's and R's. You know, where instead of Y-O-U, you just type U, and instead of A-R-E, you type an R or an R instead of an O-R. In like this, no. And some of this shit is just too wild. Okay. Hold on 1 second, chat. Don't feel bad for this fucking guy. I was gonna feel bad for him a second ago, but there is no way in hell. There's no way in hell this guy doesn't know what he's doing. He knows exactly what he's doing. If he's French, this explains everything. Asshole dog arc? No. Don't fall for this. I hope he comes back with the lore on his commenting style. He's gonna come back now with some excuse. Some sob story. Oh my god. How long has Lighting been following for? Hey Peach, thank you very much for the raid. Two days. How is he still alive? How did DRK not ban him? DRK just probably wasn't paying attention to him when he was asking those questions. Come on, Lighting, speak up. What's up with your English skills? What's up with your English speaking skills? I want an answer. You have 2 minutes. He's gone? Is he gone? Look, run out of the mission, abort. Then open the iDroid, 100 bits. Okay. I like your style. Why do you want me to exit the mission and open the iDroid? I'm in a mission. You're telling me that I could exit the mission and open the iDroid and do a mission. Do mission, please. I'm doing a mission right now. Yeah, he thinks the bits are saving his life. That's really adorable. Your life is completely dependent on the things that you say, Lighting. Those bits are meaningless. No, they're not actually meaningless. DRK gets that money. They're meaningless to me. They're meaningless to me. Let me back up a bit. Because now I am starting to sound like an asshole. No, I appreciate the bits on DRK's behalf. But you could still get banned any second, depending on the things that you say. Those bits aren't keeping you alive. Hold on, did I miss anything? I remember Lighting was watching the last marathon on my channel. And he was talking about how I misunderstood the scene with Ocelot trying to teach the guys how to shoot. I was talking some shit about the scene after it finished. And he was trying to tell me that it was a reference to the scene in MGS3 with Ocelot and the engravings, and I was obviously no fucking shit, man. It's like the most blatant reference that anyone could pick up on. That's him. That's the guy. That's the same guy. Yeah, that's him. Yeah, that's the guy. I'm almost sure that's the guy. You don't have to go to the ACC. Explain. I have no idea what to do with that message. It's him. I want Liquid to go and sleep so I can knock him out. Fuck it, I'll just fight him again. Yeah, I had a feeling he was going to see me if I passed there. Chat, how badly do you want to see Kiefer speak Kakongo? Do you really want to see Kiefer speak Kakongo? Yeah, badly? Okay. If you have a Kakongo interpreter, Kiefer will speak Kakongo to Eli during the cutscene. Oh, I actually get a checkpoint.
Pedina ange yandi, yina yabo ke bangaka, nyoke yampembe? Kimamosa ke somomononde, ya zini bibuti pusakan geve.
CQC, anything you like. You'll teach him a lesson already.
Oh, nice. There's a moment during the fight, I think, where you're forced to go down to the bottom floor, where he just hides down there until you go down there. Yeah. Then will he come straight back up? Is that all you have to do? Go down there once? Ah. Man on fire.
You lose, Commander.
Lighting. Hold on.
This is B-Quad.
I'm sorry my English is bad, but I was trying to say if you run out of the mission, you don't need to go back to the ACC. Just open your iDroid, do the White Mamba again. You don't have to go back to the ACC. That's what I was saying. Right, okay. It's still faster to go back to the ACC, though. Because if you start a mission while you're just within the open world, you need to go to the spot that starts the mission, and oftentimes that'll be fairly far away, where you're just faster to go back to the... Oftentimes you're just... It'll be faster if you go back to the ACC. I have no idea where the start point was from where I was, but... Yeah, you're generally better off going back to the ACC, I think. Unless I am actually mistaken about something and I was able to just restart it on the spot.
Arriving shortly at LZ.
Now I'm starting to think that lighting might be for real. Because that really makes sense with what he was talking about before. Maybe he's not a troll.
This is P-Quad. Have arrived at LZ. We'll stand by.
It'd be amazing if lighting was right all along. Okay, let's run out of the mission. I'm doing what you want me to do, Lighten.
down there is outside the mission area.
Where are you?
Okay.
Have it your way. Mission aborted.
Okay. If this takes longer than going back to the ACC to start this mission, I'm chopping your head off, okay?
When you're not on a mission, use that free time wisely. Surveying enemy outposts, for example, or gathering manpower and resources. Of course, even you need some downtime every now and then.
778 fucking meters away. No, I got ads. No, I'm not going to chop his head off. I just thought it'd be funny to see how far away the thing was going to be. That's pretty far away. I didn't think it was going to be that bad. I didn't get epically trolled, man. What? You think I didn't know that that was going to happen? I'm well aware of the mechanic of starting missions when you're in the open world. I'm well aware that missions don't just start automatically when you're out in the world. I was just entertaining lighting.
Capture the White Mamba, the child soldier's commander, and bring him back to Mother Base. First off, head for Voila Yamasa.
Okay, will we finish the mission for real this time, and then lighting can tell me what to do next?
Your target, the White Mamba, showed up in this village out of the blue and took command of the child soldiers. The surrounding villages have been victims of their raids and brutality ever since. But if you extract their commander, those kids will have no choice but to stand down. Should wrap up the whole situation. They're still kids. You can't kill any one of them, including the commander. If things get rough, neutralize them by knocking them out or by tranquilizing them.
Chat. Is lighting a troll or not? Or rather, was lighting trolling when he first told me, when he was first trying to tell me about starting missions outside the mission zone? When he was talking about the ads, I think maybe he was trolling. Or actually, were there ads? Do ads play at the same time for everyone, for all non-subs? Yeah? Lighten wins again. Oh! I didn't didn't know Liquid's friends could join in on the fight.
Boss, come in.
Was he
Boss?
supposed to be there? Was he even trying to interact with me? Was Liquid's friend trying to interact with me there? It looked like he was ignoring me there. Hold on. Now he's spawning up there.
So that commander thinks he can take you on. Use your train gun, CQC, anything you like. But teach him a lesson already. Use CQC on those kids. Limited to throws or punches.
Yeah, you can't grab, can you? Hey! Oh no, this is a legit animation. Nice.
Boss, those are just kids. Don't hurt them.
I just can't remember what his reaction was to shots like that.
Boss, they're just kids. What
I
did
thought
you
maybe
do?
he could survive a
The
leg
mission
shot.
is a failure.
Okay, we'll finish the mission this time.
So that commander thinks he can take you on. Use your train gun, CQC, anything you like. Teach him a lesson already.
Oh, you little shit. Are you hiding down here again? Yeah. Oh! Stop! Heal! Right, let's get out of this mission.
This is B-Quad. Arriving shortly at LZ.
On station at LZ!
Mission complete, and how? They're gonna tell stories.
Shut up.
Welcome to Outer Heaven. We got rules around here. Never draw a weapon on a fellow soldier. You got that? Anyone here can use a knife or a gun. What you're gonna learn is how to use your head.
Let's move!
When you get that under your belt, then you're free to leave.
Get back here, Pequod.
We've received some new job offers. The details are on your iDroid.
Well, help. Well, help. Yeah, the only way Lighting could have won that battle is if he just got really lucky. And the device for starting missions just so happened to be right beside where I finished the mission. But it's all the way back where you started the mission. At least I think. I don't know where it is. Either way, it was far away.
Two engineers are being held in the observation post southwest of Ngumba Industrial Zone. Boss, your mission is to rescue them. The targets are civilians, 1 male, 1 female. They were dispatched to the area by an international health organization, but disappeared shortly after. Extract the 2 targets and help them escape the country.
Okay. Let it. No quiet. We have quiet, but D-Horse is better than quiet, so I'm using D-Horse. Maybe we'll use quiet later on.
Rescue the 2 prisoners being held in a guard post southwest of Ngumba Industrial Zone. The targets are civilians, 1 male, 1 female. Apparently they're specialists sent out there to investigate infectious diseases. They were frequent visitors to that devil's house in Zoyabadibul. If you recover them, we'll finally be able to get first-hand accounts of what's been going on in that place.
In Zoyabadibul. Yokoya Mpembe, Zoyabadibul, and Wala Yamasa.
Boss, an enemy squad is on its way to the guard post. Watch yourself.
Okay, let's keep going. It's almost time. We're getting close. Yeah. Feel the roots. The branches.
Help me!
You need to help her.
You've come to rescue me. I was asked to show that man around here. dangerous work. I hated every second.
I don't think I'll be here for the big, beefy Code Talker tapes.
I wish I'd said no, but I was the only one on the team who spoke English.
Ask DRK if he'll impersonate Code Talker and voice act the Code Talker tapes. I can't even imagine what a DRK Code Talker impression would be like, but it sounds hilarious.
So we went to that factory.
Sounds like it would be hilarious.
Don't scare me. I'm used to seeing them, but what could that be? Lois Pemphigoid. Dermadrones. What's the cause? Who would do such a thing? Hey, are you researching it as well? Better quit while you can. I've been here 5 years. I've never seen anything like that. That coward ran off without me. Not that I hold it against him, really. He'd suspected I was infected for quite some time.
That coward? Yeah, I see him. He's right over there.
Obsessed over it. That place must have really spooked him. But I always wore full protective gear during the examinations.
Being very lazy with leg shots.
No way I could be infected. So you needn't worry. I'm all right. Please. Get me out of here.
Futsorio. Lighting donated. Did he? Hold on. I am the lightning that brightens up your day. Nah, there's no way you're for real. Thanks for the $1. Broken Roiler, thank you for the $1. Hey dog, did you know you can exit the mission area with Eli on your shoulders? Thank you. Lighten with the 100 bits. Fun facts, did you know Skull's face got Cypher sick? That's why Cypher is a vegetable in MGS4. Yeah, I knew that. Thank you. Aaron, thank you for the 100 bits. Dog, did you know that a character you play as in Metal Gears in this Metal Gear Solid video game is named Snake? Smile. Yeah, thank you.
Target extracted. Now extract the remaining target.
I'll pay it back somehow.
That's the target. Looks like we found him.
Here to save me. I was called here to transport some equipment at a facility and examine the patients there. But never did I imagine what was that. I'd never seen those symptoms before. And the treatment was no treatment at all. They're like we were cultivating the pathogen. Are you from around here? Yeah, I escaped by myself. Left her behind. I had myself to think about. And besides, it was too late for her anyway. During an examination, her protective suit seal was broken. Ever so slightly. Yeah, no doubt about it. There's nothing I could do for her. I'm still not sure how the disease is transmitted. But she's probably already just like... Yeah, she must be. Forgive me. It was every man for himself.
Something of an answer. Amazing, boss. Getting both prisoners out in that situation. Great work. Now exfiltrate. Amazing. Mission complete. placed the 2 targets in quarantine. They don't show signs of anything, but we'll monitor them just the same. If they had access to the Devil's House, I doubt they were sent there by some health organization. Cypher used them, and would have eliminated them eventually. But we'll protect them here. They've agreed to that. After all, we helped them out of the country as promised. The mission's complete. But boss, they've been behind the curtains at Ngamba. They examine the patients there nearly every day. They told us the patients were being made to listen to voices on tape. But the male target added something interesting. He said he doesn't know what was on the tapes because there was no English version. Of all the voices that were shoved down those people's throats, English was one of them.
Boss, staying on the battlefield that long will have a negative impact on your health. Why not head back to Mother Base for a shower once in a while?
Is that why I'm really coming back to Mother Base, though? No, it's not.
The boss is back. Let's go refuel and load up on artillery.
We're good to go, Chief.
What's the matter?
Stop this! Now!
What the fuck, you freak?
Give me a hand!
Hold her still.
Yeah, she attacks him because he's infected with the Kikongo strain. That's what's happening.
Payback for how they treated her? Doesn't explain the others. She had every chance to kill them. Tighten security on her cell. This happens a second time. There won't be a third.
Boss, about Eli. I'd heard that one product of the Les Enfants Terribles project went missing in Africa. The age would be about right. Now, I'm not saying I think it's Eli, but I want to run a genetic test all the same. Don't worry, I'll have it done without him noticing. The test may take some time, but I'll tell you as soon as we have the results.
This is Pequod, on station at LZ.
Yeah, I think DRK removed the bit sounds from my link. So sorry about that. I'll still thank you for the bits, though.
We placed the White Mamba and the rest of his unit in the staff living quarters.
How's that going?
It's a disaster, but what else can we do? We've taken away his weapons and banned him from using his nom de guerre. Apparently his real name is Eli. He must feel like we stripped him of his whole identity. We'll let things simmer down. I put a guard on him for now. Still, the question is, who is he? Where did he come from? And how has he survived?
He's still not talking.
No, he won't say a word about himself. But you know, it looks like he speaks English. One of the deck crew called out to him in English, and he said something back. He just lost it all of a sudden, started mouthing off at the guy, in perfect English. He wasn't stringing together words he picked up somewhere.
So English is his mother tongue.
He could be from the east, or the south, or maybe even further north or south. English is well established in countries all across the continent. It's rooted in Africa like a weed, or maybe parasite is the better word. So just speaking English doesn't help us figure out where he comes from.
Could even be from off-continent.
Right. In any case, we'll keep an eye on him. If we learn anything else, I'll be sure to let you know.
Okay. What's next?
Boss, this contract comes from the Mbeli rebel militants. That's right. That general's fighters. Recently, one of their child soldier platoons staged an insurrection and split from the main group. Thing is, they took a hostage with them. The general's brother, his number 2. The contract is to extract both that prisoner and the leader of the renegade platoon. The message reads, "I love my brother. You must bring him back to me alive." It also says this about the leader of the child soldiers. He is an excellent soldier. I want to persuade him to rejoin the ranks of the righteous. Sounds a little too forgiving for the man who ordered those kids dead at the mine. I wonder what kind of persuasion the general has in store. With that in mind, here are your objectives. First, rescue and return the general's number 2 as requested. Second, extract the renegade leader, and we'll keep him at Mother Base. In other words, extract both targets out of the region. Good luck, boss.
All right, let's do it. Oh God! Oh Jesus! No! Oh, I'm gonna blow. All right, let's do it. Don't worry, I didn't shit myself. I just almost spontaneously combusted. It's okay, though. I'm still here.
Your mission objectives are to extract the child soldier's commander and their captive, the general's number 2. This child soldier platoon decided to break away from the Mbeli militants. They took the number 2 captive and have occupied an abandoned village. Start by checking that location on your map. Boss, child soldiers will treat you as an enemy, but they're just kids. See that they don't get hurt. He's the rescue target. The second in command of the Mbeli rebel militants. He's the younger brother of the general, but he's only distinguished himself these last few years. Still, I think he got himself captured by a bunch of children. Unless he went with them of his own accord. That's the commander of the child soldier splinter group. He may be a kid, but he got his platoon to revolt. Abducted a militant faction's XO. Made off with a cache of weapons and ammo. Those kids are brainwashed with gunpowder from an early age. Taught to kill, kill, kill. Real elites. One of your objectives is to capture the commander and bring him to Mother Base. Reconnaissance is best conducted from high vantage points. I've marked a good spot on your map. Take a look at your iDroid.
Okay, where is this little bastard with the red beret? Should be here, I think.
There he
Yeah.
is, the commander. Extract him.
Oh, man. You can't see me? Oh, I thought he turned around. Okay, let's put him in here. Yeah, their shrieks almost remind me of my shrieks. So I thought he sounded kind of like me there. Uh-oh. Be careful with that link, chat.
Another group of child soldiers. Okay, that's the general's brother. His number 2.
What's the link?
Get him out of there, boss. Boss, another child soldier has entered the village. Must have been out on patrol. Looks like they had more than one patrol out. Security will be tighter now. Watch yourself.
He's advertising his own fucking MGS YouTube channel now? It's a video of him running to the White Mamba starting point. Are you fucking serious? Did he upload it just now? No fucking way. Hold on. Oh my god. Wait, no, this isn't. Oh my god, he did. Yeah, lighting, I'm well aware you can start missions like that. Just in case you're for real, man. Let me make it clear. Are there ads playing right now? Hold on. Ads aren't about to play, are they? Are ads playing right now? Are the ads? The ads are playing. Yeah, it's like on the 20. It's 20 minutes every hour, right? Or it's every 20 minutes. Wait, no, you're subbed now. Lighting, I'm well aware you can start missions that way. But it is way faster, 99 times out of 100, to go back to the ACC and start from there. Because when you go back to the ACC, you can open up the menu and instantly start the mission. with the way you're doing it, sometimes you have to travel for like 3 or 4 minutes to get to the point where you start the mission. So even with the chopper ride included, you're faster going back to the ACC.
Nice work. Amazing. Mission complete. That right there is why you're... Boss, about how we report this one to the client. I'll tell them we took heavy resistance from the renegade platoon, and the hostage was killed in the firefight. Also, their leader wouldn't let himself be taken alive. I doubt the client will pay us for this one, but we got a big enough reward from the General's number 2 instead. And as for the number 2, he's saying he wants to join Diamond Dogs. I guess he knows what that means for him. He said, if I'm working for you, I can be number 2 or number 200 for all I care.
Apology accepted, Lighting.
Boss, we have an emergency. Many of our staff are falling ill. At first it seemed like a common cold, but before we knew it, blisters started popping up on their chests and... Damn it. I'll fill you in at the ACC. Just get in the chopper. Look closely. Those are the symptoms of the infection on Mother Base. The blisters on the body were full of tiny worms. Parasite larvae, most likely. But we couldn't find any adults. It doesn't seem to mature in the body, like a spargatum.
Okay, let's get these Kakongo guys out of here.
Or what causes symptoms to develop. Boss, do you remember seeing these symptoms before? The bodies floating around in the oil facility, the bedridden test subjects at the Devil's House. This epidemic looks just like what we've seen on our hunt for Cypher. So this is the weapon of mass destruction Cypher was working on in Africa.
Oh, that's a rare
Boss, the
language.
situation is urgent. We need to quarantine the infected and contain the pathogen. Priority now is to prevent more casualties. But the problem is, how do we tell who's infected? During the incubation period, we have no way of knowing who's clean. You'll have to try and guess who's infected before they go symptomatic and quarantine them. That'd be easy if we just knew the route or vector of the infection. From now on, if you even suspect a staff member's infected, use your iDroid to order them into quarantine. Given the situation, the men won't submit to quarantine just because I or the medical team tell them to. But they will listen to you. Of course, it's just a temporary measure until we find a permanent solution. But at least they'd be in solitary isolation so they won't infect each other, and we get the mental care they need. If we do nothing, we'll only lose more people. We have no choice. Boss, open your iDroid.
I'm well ahead of you, Ocelot.
I'll explain how to quarantine staff members suspected of infection. Go to the Mother Base menu and select Staff Management. First, take a look at the quarantine facility we've set up. We'll isolate anyone who's already symptomatic at the quarantine facility. But we have to expect that there are multiple staff who are infected, but asymptomatic. So how do we identify them? At present, we have no way to tell them apart. But there has to be something for us to go on. If you notice anything, reassign staff you suspect are infected to the quarantine facility. We'll monitor them, and then contact you if there's a change in their condition. Correctly quarantining these asymptomatic infected will reduce the number of new infections. You should continue with your missions as usual. If Cypher is behind this, going after them should help us determine the root cause of this epidemic. Also, until we identify the pathogen, we can't fire or dispatch any staff. We cannot let this thing spread. Boss, get to the bottom of this fast. We're counting on you. Boss, a new job's come in. It's a hit. On the human trafficker who sent Shivani and the others to Nzoia Badiabulu, where you ran into Skullface. The thing is, this guy might know something about the disease that's going around Mother Base. The symptoms are similar to the ones we saw at that factory. Start by checking the mission details on your iDroid.
Okay.
Look closely. Those are the symptoms of the infection on Mother Base. The blisters on the body were full of tiny worms. Parasite larvae, most likely. But we couldn't find any adults. It doesn't seem to mature in the body, like a spargatum. We don't know the root of infection, or what causes symptoms to develop. The infection rate, along with the number of dead, are both on the rise. If we don't find the cause, and soon...
Boss, do you remember seeing these symptoms before? The bodies floating around in the oil facility? The bedridden test subjects at the Devil's House? This epidemic looks just like what we've seen on our hunt for Cypher. It could be a counterplay by Skullface.
That's insane. You mean they weaponize parasites?
Parasites as weapons. That definitely falls under the Biological Weapons Convention, but it's something the world would never see coming. And no one's ever developed a vaccine for parasites.
So this is the weapon of mass destruction Cypher was working on in Africa?
It may be. But if it is, how did the Yellow Cake and Walker Gears fit in? There must be something bigger we're not seeing. Anyway, our priority now is to prevent more casualties.
The medical team is studying the infection, but we can't treat anyone until we know the root cause. All we can do right now is halt the spread of infection.
Okay, what's the next mission? Hunting down.
Boss, there's a target on the run somewhere on the savannah. Your job is to find and eliminate him. He's a logistics officer for the PF known as Rogue Coyote. On the side, however, he colluded with the Buta regime, abducting people from Mbele villages and supplying them as slave labor. That's right. He's a human trafficker. His victims ended up all over the place. Brothels, black market, organ trade, diamond mines. And he was the one who sent Shibani and the other kids to the Devil's House. But then an Mbele rebel group finally added him to their hit list. The target decided it was time to quit, and now he's trying to leave the country. If he makes it back to his country, he'll be no more than a civilian, and he'll avoid facing a court-martial, like so many other war biz junkies. I'll bet he plans on enjoying a new live finance with his blood money. The client's order is to take him out. How you go about that is up to you, boss.
I was singing the Kikongo song earlier. Well, not really, you know, I kind of... Not a full... I didn't sing a full version, but... Right, let's go get this guy. Please leave the ban to me. I can't afford to pay FIFA for our bet. what was the bet?
Boss, the target is a PF logistics officer who works as a human trafficker on the side. The client wants him dead. He's currently on the run somewhere on the savannah with bodyguards. Unfortunately...
The bet was that I'd ban lighting here too. Oh, and was it on a timer if I didn't ban him up until a certain point? FIFA thought that I wasn't going to ban him, and you thought I was.
Don't know what route they're taking. All we have to go on is a coded transmission
FIFA lurking this whole time. Come out of the shadows, FIFA.
sent by the PF at the Ditati abandoned village. It appears to be a workup of the target's security plans, but to decipher it, we'll need an intel file with the encryption key. This key should be at the comms facility at the Ditati abandoned village. Check your iDroid to see what the target looks like, as well as the location of the village. Find the route. Find the man.
I don't even remember when you say banning him here too. I don't even remember the banning him on my channel. But I guess I did.
Be careful down there, boss.
Wait a second. He has a different name on my channel? Lighting, you're on really fucking thin ice now, by the way. You're really starting to... You're wearing yourself out here. You know, it's like, oh, did I do good, chat? Am I banned, chat? Like, now you're just fucking looking for attention. You've gotten a taste of attention, and now you can't let it go. You can't move on. Here's the last message in your channel before you banned him. Is it the same account? Hey chat, Kojima don't want to do MGS no more, so stop saying MGS Survive is not good. It's a great co-op game. Was I the person who banned him? Just so you know, I didn't ban him just because he likes MGS Survive. I don't give a shit what anyone thinks about MGS Survive. I banned him because I thought he was a troll. Should we keep him around for a DRK? See what DRK makes of him? I don't know how he survived this long. Oh! The CQC range is long, man. I thought I would just be within range there.
Boss, the target is moving across the savannah. Find him and eliminate him. Unfortunately, we don't know what route they're taking. Find the route. Find the man. All we have to go on is a coded transmission sent by the PF at the Ditati abandoned village. It appears to be a workup of the target's security plans, but to decipher it, we'll need an intel file with the encryption key. This key should be at the comms facility at the Ditati abandoned village. Check your iDroid to see what the...
Yes, because you started the marathon with 3 less stun grenades. Yeah, this is going to be the DRK's debuff. I'm going to leave him with this fucking
it looks like, as well as
guy.
the location of the village.
Oh, that was a nice shot.
Spit it out.
Afrikaans, speak, please. Afrikaans praat, asseblief.
I got the Afrikaans interpreter, man.
Speak.
I don't know English.
That's the target. Eliminate him, however you see fit.
I didn't? I didn't? I did the mission where I got him. I went for the side op, but I guess I didn't extract him. Oh, he's quarantined. Okay. Yeah, I knew that I did it. Okay. Assuming I can just leave here. I hope.
Amazing. Mission complete. Our trafficker was very talkative. Guinea pigs. That's what became of his kidnapped victims. Says he got a good look at that factory at Zoya Badiabulu when he dropped off some fresh guinea pigs for them. Along with our man without a face. His instincts told him to run like the rat he is. Said it wasn't worth the money. Figured he could be next. That's when he went to the NGO for help. He thought that in exchange for his buyer's list, they could set him up with a new identity someplace far away. He had an idea who he was up against, and he didn't want to take any chances. A true rat. But like us dogs, he knew when he smelled trouble. And something else. He said the specimens come from deep in the forest. We don't know what he meant by specimens just yet. But those guinea pig symptoms match what we've seen on the infected at Mother Base. Deep in the forest. Maybe there's the clue we need to beat this infection. Boss, the truth could be right around the corner. Boss, we finally heard from one of our missing intel team members. He says he has a solid lead on the epidemic at Mother Base. Take a look at the mission details ASAP.
Hold on. Do I have any new tapes?
Boss, the intel team's hard at work investigating the cause of that illness spreading through Mother Base. Problem is, a bunch of our agents in the field are still MIA. Progress has been slow, until now. We just got a distress call from one of them. He said he's got intel on the origin of the disease. But the PF in the area got to him before we did. There's been no further contact from him, but we know he's being held at the guard post on the western end of the mine. There's still a good chance he's alive. We can't afford to let him die. Right now, he's the only link we have to the root cause of the epidemic. Get our man back, boss.
Monitored suspicious user. Epiphanically epiphanic. Damn, is everyone in the chat seeing that this guy is a suspicious user? Epiphanically epiphanic shouldn't be suspicious. I wonder why. Only the mods are seeing it. Yeah, epiphanically epiphanic. You better watch out. All your messages are being highlighted for mods due to suspicious activity. Now, epiphanically epiphanic is a regular of mine. So, you probably don't need to be that suspicious. I wonder why that is, though. Isn't there some wild shit here with vehicles?
intel unit has gotten a lead on the epidemic that's crippling Mother Base. The problem is, our man has been captured by the PF in his operation area. He's being held at the guard post on the western end of the mine. Boss, we need you to get him out ASAP. Right now, he's only linked to the root cause of the epidemic.
Oh no, not the tank. I feel so wrong using vehicles in this game. I feel like DRK is the only person who has ever used vehicles playing the Phantom Pain. So I feel like he kind of has ownership over vehicles.
Eye on your iDroid. That's where the target is being held.
I feel like I'm like stealing DRK's car or something. Stealing his personal belongings.
Beyond there is outside the mission area.
Fuck off. I know there's a guard there. I want to evade him. Wow, actually a good strat. Whoa! Yeah, I think I remember watching DRK do some silly shit here with vehicles. If you put anything in the way of this guy, apparently the truck goes crazy. I think, let's see what happens.
Boss got an emergency report from the intel team. A vehicle has fled the guard post heading northwest. The prisoner at the wheel appears to be the target.
He's actually able to drive around it. Nope.
The target is no longer at the designated position. Find that vehicle fast. Is that him? Take a good look at their faces so we can ID the targets.
I'm slightly disappointed, but I just probably don't know the strats. Let's try it again.
The target is being held captive in the guard post on the western end of the mine.
Where the hell am I?
Check the VI to see where the target
Okay.
is.